Return to Play is the UK's leading sports medicine provider for schools and clubs. We ensure sport is safer than ever by making it easy for you to provide gold standard medical care to your players. Our head injury and concussion care service provides your players with 7-day-a-week access to some of the UK's most experienced concussion doctors, who make sure the correct diagnosis is made and manage each player's recovery until they are fit to return to sport. We also provide you with the education, policy, and administrative support you need to confidently manage injuries, giving you and your players' parents peace of mind. Using our innovative R2P injury management system, injuries can be quickly recorded, parents and staff automatically notified, doctor appointments booked, players' recovery tracked, and injury analysis downloaded. Our system even integrates with other school systems, saving you admin time. Our full sports medicine service is tailored to your organisation's specific needs, designed to best support your sports programme and medical setup. It includes our head injury and concussion care service, plus weekly sports doctor clinics, access to physiotherapists, matchday medical support, and more. Return to Play are partnered with over 60 of the UK's leading schools and clubs. Get in touch to find out more. Return to Play is the UK's leading sports medicine provider for schools and clubs. We ensure sport is safer than ever by making it easy for you to provide gold standard medical care to your players. Our head injury and concussion care service provides your players with 7-day-a-week access to some of the UK's most experienced concussion doctors, who make sure the correct diagnosis is made and manage each player's recovery until they are fit to return to sport. We also provide you with the education, policy, and administrative support you need to confidently manage injuries, giving you and your players' parents peace of mind. Using our innovative R2P injury management system, injuries can be quickly recorded, parents and staff automatically notified, doctor appointments booked, players' recovery tracked, and injury analysis downloaded. Our system even integrates with other school systems, saving you admin time. Our full sports medicine service is tailored to your organisation's specific needs, designed to best support your sports programme and medical setup. It includes our head injury and concussion care service, plus weekly sports doctor clinics, access to physiotherapists, matchday medical support, and more. Return to Play are partnered with over 60 of the UK's leading schools and clubs. Get in touch to find out more.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Wednesday here at the HSBC Rosslyn Park National School Sevens. It is day 3, another jam-packed day in the best and the biggest Sevens tournament on the planet. And we get underway with Reeds against Bromsgrove. Bromsgrove in the white jerseys receiving the kickoff. And great news for Bromsgrove fans, they submitted a team sheet, so I know who the players are. Reeds, not so much, but those are just some of the battles we face. Most importantly, we're bringing you live rugby throughout the day on this pitch RE1, every game live and interrupted. Same over on pitch RE2 as well. Heck of a start there. Sam Freeman up the right-hand side. He's looking to show a clean pair of heels. Get the gas going, and then Reeds coming out of the line and making the tackle, but Bromsgrove maintaining the ball well. Oh, is that a high tackle? No, says the referee. Looked a bit seatbelty, but safety first. Raf Gallagher in there at acting half in number 7. Oh, this is good footwork, isn't it? Pushed through the gap there. Matty Walker into the 22. Bromsgrove venturing into the 22 for the first time. Raf Gallagher. Was Ollie bullied? And that is the opening score. Zach Armstrong, his first touch, yields a 5-pointer. And that's a great start. Just looking down at the Bromsgrove subs, they said number 11 for the first try. They were correct. It is number 11 for the first try. And Zach Armstrong gets the opener here in the sunshine. Bromsgrove 5, Reeds 0. It was Jack Hodgson who told me he was going to score the first try. Jack's wearing number 12. Up goes the kick, splits the uprights as well. Very nice indeed. Bromsgrove 7, Reeds 0. Oh, great kick-off, and Bromsgrove straight back on the front foot. Oh, here's that man again, Armstrong. Oh, he's tackled into touch. Great tackle it is as well. So Bromsgrove in the Vase yesterday beat Emmanuel, beat Basaleg, beat Ascola Preseli, and then lost to RGS Newcastle. And Reeds School similarly beat Langley, beat Graveney, beat Hereford Cathedral School, then lost to Seaford College. So both teams played 4, won 3, lost 1. Now Reeds on the attack for the first time. God, met with a big tackle. Pretty physical out there. Oh, been turned over. Back in the hands of Bromsgrove. That's Ollie bullied, and then turn of pace here from Billy McDonough. Now Zach Armstrong gets the fend away. Straight away, as soon as he realises he's hitting the ground. Just turns to slow the ball down. Bromsgrove players driving over. And Zach Armstrong looks like he might be injured. He's clutching that left pectoral area, moving it around. Hopefully not a collarbone. We'll have a few bumps and bruises today on this hard pitch that's playing really well in the sun. Sam Freeman. Brilliant finish from him. Just drifted across and then put the hammer down when necessary. Bromsgrove 12-0 to the good. Fully expecting that to be 14. Matty Walker. Lands that one on the roof of the tent for 14-0. Yeah, another look at this try. Low centre of gravity, great power. Single-mindedness to score as well. Really good score. Oh, there's a gap there. And Matty Walker gets on the end of his own kick. Reed's not really at the races here. Reed sniffing around the offside line. Referee sends them back, and Bromsgrove come again. Ollie bullied. Oh, lovely offload there to Walker. Really free in the hands well. Now Reeds, 2 scores down, haven't really had a sniff. 90 seconds to go until half-time. Can they get a score on the board? Can they get a venture even into Bromsgrove's half? We've not looked right yet, have we? Oh, shirt tackle. How important was that handful of shirt there from Matty Walker, who attempts the rip. Big pass off the left hand for Reed to charge up the middle. Really powerful carry. Bromsgrove over the ball though. Good turnover from Raf Gallagher. Now Bromsgrove away again. Billy McDonough turns defence into attack. That all came from Raf Gallagher, but still Billy McDonough had a lot of work to do and finishes off a great try. 19-0 to Bromsgrove. Matty Walker. Misses that time. But Bromsgrove in charge at half-time. They lead 19-0. Bromsgrove, 3 first-half tries, 2 of them converted. Kicking off. Oh, is that going to go 10? Not only is it going to go 10, it's going to drop right on the 10. Great kickoff, but also great receipt as well. And Reeds, well, probably need an early score here. They've not really had a sniff. Bromsgrove, by contrast, have looked excellent. Just falling off their feet there at the breakdown. Raf Gallagher sniffing around on the jackal, isn't he? Tell you what, the conditions here absolutely stunning. The breeze hasn't picked up yet. There's not a cloud in the sky. Time is 10 past 10. I'm already thinking I've not got enough factor 50 on. It is stunning. Great day for rugby. Great low tackle that Bromsgrove can turn the ball over again. Reed's really struggling with keeping hold of the pill. I think a lot of that, though, He's coming from the pressure that Bromsgrove are putting on at the breakdown. And then they can turn defence into attack just like that. Sammy Freeman. Lightning in his heels. Attacks out of the 22. Gets try number 4. And Bromsgrove march on. Oh, great news. Team sheets keep arriving. Conversion successful. Apologies to the supporters of Reed School. Just don't have a team sheet. So when the teams arrive, they're asked to fill one in. Some do, some don't. But if they do, then I'll do my best to shout everyone out. I'd like to shout you out as well if you're watching anywhere in the world. I'd love to know the most far-fetched places. Tell you who is watching is Will Roberts, who owns and runs the Young Rugby Instagram account. A lot of these players are going to be going on to various academies and club level, perhaps Bucks Super Rugby as well, but the best place, or one of the best places certainly, to keep an eye on the progress of the best young rugby players is Young Rugby on Instagram and Twitter. So do give them a follow. Full disclosure, that's where I get most of my info on my young people's commentary from. So cheers, Will. Looking forward to seeing you tomorrow and looking forward to seeing all of you. If you come down, make sure you come and say hello to us on pitch RE1. If you bring snacks, even better. But also, if you've got a friend or a colleague who's here today, drop them a message, and especially if you think they'd be a good co-commentator, get them to stand with me or Joe Burns, who's here this afternoon for a couple of games. It'd be great to have them here, getting some insight from people at the coalface of the competition. Now Reeds need a try. Oh, that is a brilliant pass. Inside ball cuts out 2 Bromsgrove defenders, and Reeds get their first try. Ah, some rugby from Reeds. It's been a long time coming. Probably a big ask to get the scores required to really get back into this game, but that was a superb score. God, what a pass. Off the left hand, back inside. Brilliant stuff. Love this tournament. Brings out the best in these young players. Well, game's underway as far as the eye can see. In every direction, actually, from pitch RE1. Another really good restart. The level of kicking, both from the restarts and in terms of tactical kicking, has been brilliant in this tournament. Seen more in the first few days of the competition than we're used to, not just in this Vase competition as well, but even in the under-13s on day 1. Most teams kicking smartly. Now Reeds grab a penalty. Oh, that's just been knocked on the 22. No, it hasn't, says the referee. We play on. 24 points to 7. Reed still need 3 scores. Ah, that has been knocked on. Well, 2 of the more traditional kits on the pitch here. We've seen some rogue ones. Not sure what team it is. They've just walked past in the hottest of all hot pinks. Usually I love a pink jersey, but that might be too much. It's so loud. So loud. Got to be able to play to back that up. Oh, here come Bromsgrove. Scrum half lays the trap. Really good chase back, though. Archie Searle couldn't quite make it. Oh, and he's had another go at it as well and held on to the ball, so conceded the penalty. Oh, but when scrum halves get trapped round the other side and just leave a 5-metre channel, Archie Searle makes what, 70-80 metres and then slots back in at sweeper. And then Bromsgrove win it back in the 22. That's turnover ball, can be deadly. Reeds look to have reset the defence well though. God, that's until Matty Walker gets the handoff away again. Some strength from these young players. Well, the call was right. That's where the space was. And Searle does get his try. That's try number 5. 29-7. And that should well take us right up until the end of the match. Bromsgrove continue their great form from yesterday, and they're electrifying rugby as well. They're a great team to watch, and we're going to see some more of them. They've beaten Reeds 31-7. King's Worcester against Queen Mary's College Basingstoke. Queen Mary's eventually falling to Cardinal Newman yesterday after victories over Farlingay High, Coleg Sirgar and Sam Ryder Academy. For King's Worcester, it was Oakham School who did for them after they'd beaten Sevenoaks School, Ysgol Gyffin Gwir and Downside School. So Queen Mary's in the purple jerseys, King Worcester in the white and pink. This is Tom Ratcliffe getting the ball away. Offloading really good, but then the ball breaks loose. King's Worcester chasing back, turning it over, but off their feet, says the referee. They've been hot on the breakdowns. God, you've got to be hot on everything. It is absolutely melting. And if you're watching all day, get used to me saying that, because we'll be welcoming new viewers all the time as I get gradually more and more burnt to a crisp. Again, this is a mercy call for anybody who might be listening and coming down here who might have some sun cream with them. Can't believe I didn't bring any. What a silly sausage. George Davis passes inside. Oh, that looks a good turnover to me. It is a good turnover. Now Boyle, desperate to get the offload away. And Ollie Keys forces the knock on. Oh, I added someone to my Stars of Rosslyn Park Sevens team today. So on day one we had Anthony Watson and we had Topsy Ojo. Oh goodness me, what a scrummage that is. Oh, before they gave away the free kick. Oh, knock on the tired bodies after yesterday. So yes, we had Anthony Watson and Topsy Ojo on day one. And I've just seen Lewis Liner. Now attack up the blind side then from Alex Terry. Oh, gets the handoff away. Sends George Davis to the turf, and Alex Terry gets the first try for Kings Worcester. Again, exploitation of the blind side by the scrum half. Incredibly difficult to defend.
Lewis Liner, yeah, I got it as well. You know, Lewis Liner just queued up under that. Yeah, everyone just like it. Sorry? I literally just got it.
Terry misses the conversion, but he's given his team the lead. So yes, Lewis Liner has come to drop his brother off, who's playing in the under-18s today, despite being under 15. So good luck, world. Good restart. I think that's just taken a little forward nudge. Now, Queen Mary's. How about this return of pace? Serious gas from Tom Radcliffe. Forced to check inside. Alex Terry keeps him honest. And then Burton. Oh, OJ Herbert couldn't make it stick, but we were playing advantage. Kings Worcester offside in midfield, so Burton with the tap penalty. Still 2 minutes of the first half to go. Kings Worcester 5, Queen Mary's 0. Burton, not a tidy pass, but a pass nonetheless to Davis. Penalties mounting up here. In fact, a yellow card for a deliberate knock on. So Kings Worcester down to 6. But then producing a superb turnover. Quality over the ball throughout the competition in all the age groups has been absolutely superb. Electing to kick for touch. What a kick as well. Certainly in terms of distance, but doesn't get the bounce. They miss touch, and could this be a chance for Queen Mary's? Got the chop tackle flying in there on Ed Rarrock. Ollie Edwards wins the race back. Oh, the ball left behind. It was a good support line. And the referee calling for the offside penalty there. The ball had gone backwards. But Sam Hawes was in front of the on-rushing attacker, George Davis. Here's Tom Ratcliffe. They want to get him into space, but none exists at the moment. Kings Worcester defending well, still with 6 on the park, and then there's a gap appear down the middle. Oh, speculative offload. Ollie Keys makes the tackle. Queen Mary's running out of time in this first period. Got a couple of important tackles to make here, as otherwise they could find themselves 10 points down before half-time. Over the ball, then driven off the ball. Well, we make it 7 minutes. And Queen Mary's have given Kings Worcester 20 metres here. They're 10 metre to 10 metre. This game wasn't difficult enough already. Kings Worcester back up to 7. Here's the try scorer, Terry. Oh, getting away from defenders. Oh, great strength again from Alex Terry. How has he done that? Just never gave up on the carry. Gets his second try. Doubles the lead with the conversion to come. And Kings Worcester having absorbed some pressure from Queen Mary's. Going to find themselves, well, 10-0 up at the break.
Go through the middle of this. The middle of that. Hello.
Away we go, second half, Kings Worcester. 2 tries to the good, couple of conversions missed. Alex Terry, the form man, scorer of both tries. One early in the first half, one late in the first half, and another handoff, this time from Edwards, and then bursting through. Here's Chedley. He's not put it down yet. Someone's going to have to make him. George Davis. He's the man with the ignominy of that job. 15-0 for Kings Worcester, looking like they are going to start the day in the best possible way with a decent victory here against a good Queen Mary's side. Just struggled to get in the game. Oh, someone's just dropped off some factor 30. Thank you very much indeed. That'll give me something to do in the 10 seconds between games. Got some great games coming up for you as well. After this, Epsom College against Trinity Croydon. Trinity, National Cup champions. Best day of their rugby history at Twickenham a couple of Wednesdays ago in the rain. What a turnaround conditions-wise. We're only a couple of miles away from Twickenham Stadium. Monsoon conditions that day when they beat Kirkham Grammar School. Great to see two new teams in the final. Great to get a new winner as well. Doesn't seem that long ago since Trinity's great rivals Whitgift lifted the trophy. Good line out there from Kings. Alex Terry loses his feet though. And then the switch inside to create the space, and there is space as well. How's that for a flat pass? Alex Terry bursts onto it. He's going to get his hat-trick try. Oh, it was the simplest of switches. But all of the Queen's Mary's defenders were heading left. Kings Worcester came back the other way. Flat ball, Terry smashing the line. He looks a great player, doesn't he? 3 tries in this one. Still 4 minutes to go. Although I think he's got to work on his drop goals because they're not great. Hey, we've all got our work-ons, haven't we? He scored 3 tries today. He can do what he wants. And he's going to go off and take a break. And Kings Worcester get us back underway. Queen Mary's chasing the game. Sam Hawes. Strong carry from Seb Briegel. Oh, really good cover tackle as well. Kings Worcester conceding the penalty. They did have a tendency to concede consecutive penalties in the first half, didn't they? 3 minutes for Queen Mary's to make this a more favourable scoreline. I think a victory might be a bit out of the question. Getting a few tries to keep the fans happy watching on the live stream. That's not out of the question at all. Decent burst again. Patient play here from Queen Mary's. Now George Davis, inside pass to Ashley Umpsey. There's a collision in midfield, looked physical, but it's come back Queen Mary's way. Referee happy enough to play on. No knock on, no infringement. It's probably the longest period in the match that Queen Mary's have spent on the ball. Still 2 minutes to go. And another penalty. You know, this might be about 2 minutes of possession coming up for Queen Mary's. Oh, and it's been spilled at the key moment. And you can see already that with the result pretty much decided, neither team in a rush. Still lots of rugby to be played, lots of energy to be conserved. We're still in March, but honestly, this feels like a summer's day. As away goes Sam Hawes. He's going to need support, get support. And Kings Worcester pull away again. 27-0, 5 tries. One minute of the match to go. Sam Bregiel knocks on. Our clock about to hit 14 minutes. The referee happy that there's time for one last attack. Give the fans what they want. I like the cut of your jib, referee. Epsom v Trinity next. Knock-on advantage. But no time to play it out as Kings Worcester get their first victory of the day. 5 tries in the sunshine. They've defeated Queen Mary's 29-0.
Return to Play is the UK's leading sports medicine provider for schools and clubs. We ensure sport is safer than ever by making it easy for you to provide gold standard medical care to your players. Our head injury and concussion care service provides your players with 7-day-a-week access to some of the UK's most experienced concussion doctors, who make sure the correct diagnosis is made and manage each player's recovery until they are fit to return to sport. We also provide you with the education, policy and administrative support you need to confidently manage injuries.
Oh, next, Epsom College and national school champions Trinity. Trinity in the hoops, Epsom in the white. And a very competitive kickoff. It's been knocked on though. Again, Trinity School going straight into the bad books. They've not provided us with a team sheet. The only player I recognise out there is the man in the pink boots, Josh Bellamy, Harlequins Academy. Serious gas. Connor Byrne stood behind the scrum as well, with his socks down by his ankles. Quinn's teammate of Bellamy, Epsom, putting pressure on at the scrum. Here's Bellamy looking to get those feet going early on. Oh, and a little kick pass into space. Oh, Trinity off and running. The chase coming back from George Holmes, but he's not going to get there. That is the first kick pass try we've seen of the day, the first I can remember in the competition, and that is a glorious way to start things. Trinity 5, Epsom 0. Well, talk about defying expectations. What a score that is. Tough conversion. Good strike. But it misses wide of the sticks. Trinity 5, Epsom 0. And if they're putting highlights together for the social media, then surely they're going to pick that try out. What a touch. Crossfield kick is a beauty. So, Epsom 5-0 down. And Trinity right back on the front foot. Oh, Epsom are going to need to get their hands on the ball at some point, and they've managed to turn it over there. Well played, Epsom. Putting on some pace around the outside. Big physical collision once, then twice. Both players doing well. It was Lucas Schmid. Schmid, part of the Quins Academy as well. I look forward to going up against his teammates. Lucas Schmid is the son of Schmid of Rugby School, isn't he? Former Canada international, played at a Rugby World Cup before coming over here and heading up that prep school. Oh, big shot! As he rode up round the head there, no says the ref, and he puts Epsom onside, trailing Trinity by that early score from the crossfield kick. Here's Bellamy again, spots the gap and is pulled down by his shirt, or stopped by his shirt at least, and that's a really important tackle. Bellamy would have been away. Instead, an infringement at the breakdown, and Epsom concede the penalty. Four minutes gone. Trinity getting wrapped up in defence. Huge credit to Epsom. Oh, goodness me, that is so good over the ball. What a great turnover. The tackle, then the jackal, and it's Epsom College ball. That's Schmid. Great power from Schmid, looking for the supporter, and Leo Hales arrives, spills it forward though.
Matt! Jake!
And we'll reset with a scrum. 4.5 minutes gone. On pitch RE1, game 3 of the day. Bearing in mind, this is the Vase competition. The cup is still to come. So theoretically, at least, this is the second tier. The standard is bonkers. Oh my goodness. Great rugby, thoroughly enjoyable. Oh, Byrne steps off the left foot, then the left foot again. Trinity, look at him, injects some pace. Oh my goodness! Bumps the defender off and then gallops clear. And the last ditch tap tackle isn't going to be enough. A try with a bit of everything. But most importantly for Trinity, 5 points. Oh, the power to get rid of the defender. Then the pace to finish it off. Then the wherewithal to get it from the tap tackle too. Two very different but equally destructive tries from Trinity, and they lead 10-0. Conversion successful. Epsom 0, Trinity 12. So Trinity 4 from 4 yesterday. They beat King's Bruton, King's College Wimbledon, Haileybury and Berkhamsted. This would take them 5 from 5. Epsom College had a decent day as well. They got 4 wins, and a really tight one against Ellesmere College. That was 17-14. Other than that, comfortable wins over Wellingborough, Stockport Grammar and Felsted. But a couple of moments of individual brilliance. The difference between the sides at the moment. Oh, there go those afterburners and another tap tackle. Tell you what, Epsom's last gasp defence keeping them in this game. High quality. Here's Byrne. Oh, what a step from Byrne. Double hop on the left peg. That's try number 3.
When are you off on for Easter next week?
Conversion's good. Trinity in control here at half-time. They lead 19-0.
No, when you've got the call, I fucking love rugby. We don't have a call now.
They put me in the whip, one of the ballet dancers saw me on the prince
I'll start fight with the Gordon boys. Let's have a lunch.
Standards officer, I am.
Well, he is human. Josh Bellamy, a little bit too high on the restart, doesn't go 10, and finally a touch for Epsom. They are a good side, and this is not over by any stretch of the imagination. They just need a score and they need some ball. And Trinity have starved them off. Oh, that's a clear out. God, it gets physical towards the end of the week, doesn't it? Love this tournament, love these two teams putting on a show for us here on RE1, and there goes Josh Lyon. Great score from Lyon. Game on. Epsom off the mark. Maybe it's something about that end that brings the best out of the players. (7:19). And Epsom looking to hurry things along here. Again, a very challengeable restart that comes back Epsom's way. That pressure starting to tell. Oh, possession means so much in this sport, doesn't it? Here's Lucas Schmidt. Nice from Schmidt, and then in comes the tackle, rip clear. Who's that gone out off? Couple of changes being made for Trinity. Good line out ball as well, attacking from their own 22. Oh, ball's been coughed up though. Are they getting a little bit loose here? Yeah, they are. This is going to be the second try. Or is it? Oh, they've held it up. That is superb defence. Rhys Day was over the line. Couple of Trinity tacklers managed to get under the ball. Game-changing contributions. Still 5 minutes to go. There's been a change in the tide here, and Epsom College need to take advantage of it. Now watch this blind side. Simple try. George Holmes up the blind side, undefendable. Epsom back in the game at 12:19. And the conversion as well. Oh, we do have a game on our hands. 19-14. Epsom College back from the dead. Oh, and they've got the penalty from the restart as well, Epsom College. Discipline letting Trinity down. 4 minutes of the game to go. Epsom behind on the scoreboard, but in the ascendancy in this second half. Penalty advantage coming for the high tackle. Jude Clark. Now George Holmes. It's got to go wide here. Oh, great gamble on the tackle, paying off. Had to come out to close the passing lane and did. Oh, and a turnover too. I have to get the name of this young red-headed flanker because he was superb in the semi and the final that we saw at Six Ways in Twickenham too. Very talented young player, brilliant over the ball. Now Trinity looked dangerous every time they attacked in the first half. They've been driven off the ball there and had their pockets pinched, and then pinched it back. You go, I go in terms of turnovers. And Trinity Croydon. God, flying into the breakdowns, these teams. Some of these collisions absolutely huge. Now Connor Byrne tries to calm things down with that left-footed step. Oh, catch me if you can. Now space for Trinity to run into. Epsom need to scramble in defence. Oh, the ball's gone forward and it's back with Epsom. One pass too many. When they land, they're glorious. Well, when they don't, you have games like this. Oh, again, gliding round defenders. Beautiful stuff. Josh King, and then the last-ditch tackle, and a monster hit into the touch. I'm telling you, this is the best game of the tournament so far. By some distance, in fact. Hey.
See how good Burnet's defence was.
Epsom need a score. They've got a minute to get it. And they'll have a conversion to win it, should they score. Oh, this is massive. Now watch the blind side. Oh, watch Trinity pinch the ball out of the scrum. Oh, what a moment. Tell you what, both of these teams are going to take some beating. You win this game, surely you're going deep in this competition. Bellamy wrestles his way to the floor, makes valuable meters, and takes time out of the clock. Is that full time? Oh, it is. It's full time, and Trinity have held on, scoreless in the second half. Those 19 points in the first, enough to get them over the line. But as I said, halfway through, that is the best game we've seen in this tournament so far, and I think it'll take some beating. Full time, Epsom College 14, Trinity School 19.
Imagine you spent like 8 minutes playing that.
Grey Court v Hampton then. Grey Court putting boot to ball straight away. Oh, and getting on the end of the kick as well. Grey Court could open the scoring here. Gabriel Kadir on the end of Zuko Rob's kick. Bit of invention up the right flank. Rob with the brains, Kadir with the brawn. Zuko Rob, national karate champion. That would explain why he's got good feet. Great touch from him. Oh, what a start, eh? Now, Hampton School don't have numbers. But what I've got to say is Rebecca Singleton has given me a team list here with some distinguishing features. So I've got to thank her for that. As we go through, I'm not sure I'll be able to identify a lot of them by it. But the effort is massive, and it just sums up the HSBC Rosslyn Park National School Sevens. So here are Hampton School in the Bumblebee jerseys, perennially successful in this competition. And how about that for a finish? Oh my goodness, step off the right foot, then an explosion over the line. Hampton 5, Grey Court 7. So we've got Ollie Goodchild. Red boots. Ollie Goodchild's got on, I know that. Tall, mousy brown hair. Max Cardosi. Medium, dark blonde hair with white boots. Conversion's good, 7-7. Matt Venner. Front row. Strapped wrist, black and red boots. Aaron Tahiro Murphy, he's got his thumb strapped. Hope it's not too serious, Aaron. Nick Liner, messy blonde with white boots. Well, the messy blonde is actually an under 15 as well, playing in the 18s tournament. Oh, brilliant take on the restart. That was Cameron Ott. Oh, up the jumper, here we go. I'm loving this today already. We've had some great rugby. Grey Court School again, putting boot to ball, this time Zuko Rob. Can't turn it into a try, and he's got some defending to do. Sam Ho is in the black scrum cap. You can see him on the wing. And his boots have got the rainbow laces in as well. Yeah, that's definitely him. Give it to Sam. Go on, Sam. Oh, what a handoff from Sam Ho. Woof! Zuko Rob felt that. Fair play to Hampton School. In fact, I think that early Grey Court try was the best thing that could have happened to this game. It really set Hampton alight. Now they chip over the top. Ref happy enough that that one's gone back off Ed Batchelor, and Hampton have won the chase. It's gone forward off Grey Court, so it is advantage Hampton. Only for the knock on though. I think they'll be happy enough just to have the ball back. That is an interesting goose step and a little bit of ballroom dancing there. Theo Povey winning the exchange. Theo Povey. Oh, steps inside Theo Povey, and again, lovely feet from Povey. In fact, those lovely feet are going to take him all the way to the try line, and Grey Court School are going to lead against Hampton for the second time. Grey Court then. First game for them. Next up they'll play Newcastle under Lyme and then Eton College. Hampton School in this Colts competition. It's their one game on pitch RE1, unless of course either team makes the playoffs. They'll play Eton at 12:20, and then Newcastle under Lyme at 1400. Say 1400. It's 2 o'clock. I'm not in the military. Clifton against Windsor boys up next. Oh, lovely footwork this time by Hampton. Oh, and an offload out the back as well. Sam Ho up the wing. It's a great battle between him and Zuko Rob, and Rob wins that exchange, rips him down into touch. 90 seconds of the half to go. Gray Court. Hampton. Oh, coughing the ball up, but luckily getting it back, and referee spotted a knock on, so might be set with a scrum. Hampton with a minute to attempt to equalise before half time. Here is Liner, brother of, son of course. I've seen Lewis here already today. He's got a very expensive North Face coat on, and it looks fantastic, but it was obviously a lot cooler when he left the house, because you do not want the North Face today. V-Hot.
That's so funny.
Scrum to end the half. Chance for the boys at Gray Court to extend the lead. Gaping hole up the blind side as well. Hampton scrum half very cleverly staying out of trouble here, not getting involved with the chaos. Hoping his scrum can do something to slow things down, which they have. Was that forward? No, says the referee. So Finn Phillips, the captain, number 15, he takes it into contact, and then it's taken on by Cameron Ott. Here's Phillips again, taking it right to the line. There's a Grey Court player who stayed down. He looks really uncomfortable as well. He's been pinched though by Hampton. Now we're going to have a foot race. Oh, what a step, puts him on his heels. Has he got the pace to finish the job? Clever kick on rushing teammates. Kick back inside again. Oh, gather it. Can they score it? Hampton going to level before half-time. Yes, they are, and the celebrations tell you everything. Oh, we've had some great tries in this tournament, some great tries in this match. The half started with a kick that led to a great try. That one had two. Right before half-time makes it 14-all. The decision-making by these young players is exemplary. Marauding up the touchline, kick inside, never give up the chase. Another kick to the on-rushing player. Still had some work to do. Bouncing ball, scooped it up, scored it. Conversion's good, 14 each.
Oh, there he is.
Is he here?
Oh. Yeah, no, I know.
What does the second half have in store? Oh, brilliant take over the shoulder from Hampton, and they're away. Oh, Linus going to touch down in the corner. Picked a year young, the under 15. That running style must be genetic, because if you squinted, you'd be mistaken to think it was someone who's played a little bit more rugby in a quartered jersey. What a finish, great power. What a take as well. So much pressure on that restart. Grabs it over the shoulder and he's away. Hampton lead for the first time in the match, 14-19. Unsuccessful with the conversion, but Hampton lead 19-14. I ask, what does this half have in store? And we are giving a resounding answer. With the first kick and the first catch, absolutely sensational rugby. Hope you're enjoying this at home as much as we're enjoying it here. What a start to the day. If we keep having tries like this, we'll have to call it Wizard Wednesday. Knock on then. Now, Grey Court School just need to keep their heads up here, because they're going to be under a period of sustained pressure from Hampton, who whipped that pass off the right hand. Back the other way. Good patient defending though from Grey Court. It's Cameron Ott in the multicoloured scrum cap. He likes to come rushing out, but make sure he's got cover before he does it. Hampton going backwards but keeping hold of the ball. Now they put boot to ball, testing the pace up the right hand side, and Hampton favourites to win this race. Oh, it just goes dead out of the back, and it will be a restart taken by Grey Court School. Four and a half minutes of the match to go. One score between the teams. One score, I mean 5 points, because it was unconverted. But after a sluggish start, Hampton started to settle into this game and started to look really good too. Maybe going to the boot a little bit too quickly. That's a good carry from Cameron Ott. And the offload as well. Now Ollie Lee tries to set the pace out wide away. Zuko Rob. Great strength from Rob. And Zuko Rob's going to go under the sticks. Set up the first try, scored the third. We're all square. Kick to come. Ollie Niss on the drop goal. Wastes no time. Grey Court lead, 21-19.
Sam Warburton's over there.
Oh, well, here we go. Grey Court School. Zuko Rob again. He's some boy, isn't he? Cutting in from that right wing, looking for work. And he is in business. 2 really quick tries. Seizing the initiative back from Hampton, who took the lead at the start of the second half. (26-19). Hampton then having to attack from deep, need a converted score to force the draw. Oh, you miss a tackle like that and it could come here. Oh, the inside ball is a beauty. Oh, the netball pass. Timing is everything here now for Hampton. Oh, and they have timed these passes beautifully. They've mazed their way up the field. Oh, this is glorious. Oh, no. Oh, goodness me. They were about to rewrite the textbook on how to score a sevens try. They were about to frame it and hang it in the Louvre. And then the ball gets knocked on with the try line begging. Oh, Hampton. Oh, goodness me. So good. So good for so long until it wasn't. But here come Grey Court, Zuko Rob on it again. Another knock on. Oh, Hampton School just letting the discipline get the better of them. Our clock's hit 0. Which draws an end to another brilliant game in a brilliant tournament. Congratulations, Grey Court School. They've shown good quality and durability as well. Hampton turned the screw at times, but weren't able to get over the line. 19-26 the full-time score. Clifton versus Windsor up next. Here on day 3 of the Rosslyn Park HSBC National Schools Sevens. Clifton in the quarters, receiving the kickoff. Windsor in green, defending the 22 early on. In the Clifton red zone. 2-on-1 here though. Pass doesn't quite go to hand, and Andy Small. Well, Andy Small does really well. Oh, Andy Small does really, really well. Well, he's going to open the scoring with a miracle try, really. He was on his own try line. He had to turn and burn. And talk about turning defence into attack. Andy Small puts Clifton 5 to the good. The left foot conversion, 7-0. So this in the Colts competition, the boys under 16s.
His son Andy was there. I was like, oh yeah.
These two teams in a group with Ibstock and Eastbourne as well. Clifton 7-0 to the good. They pinched the ball back here as well. Here is the try scorer, Andy Small, back in field and shifted on one more time. Jaden Goldsworthy making the tackle for Windsor. 2 minutes in, Windsor have hardly had a touch. Breeze just starting to pick up here. It's a welcome breeze as well. Now Windsor with the scrum. Brody Lang, the scrum half. Harry Bicknell making his way into the front row.
Hello.
In it comes from Lang. Clifton really getting the shove on, and they've pinched that ball as well. Very competitive at the scrum are Clifton. Oh, Windsor are all offside. An Ollie player gets on his bike, no one outside. Big collision there from Windsor. Now some space up the blind side. Clifton calling for hands. There's space out wide. No, Andy Small's got wheels, and Andy Small is going to turn those wheels and get his second try. Well, clinical, isn't it? 2 touches, 2 tries for Andy Small. A decent nudge as well. Oh, it's just drifted wide. Trying to hang it up on the wind that's blowing from right to left. It's not a massive wind, but it's a lovely summery breeze, taking the edge off the sun, which as you can see is high in the sky, and shadows from right to left from the players as we approach midday, which is, what, half an hour away. Glorious conditions. Now Windsor. Oh, here we go, shifting defenders to one side. It's Mark Venter. Oh, and the handoff from Venter as well. Great recovery tackle from Zach Arver. Have to get it handed off. Kept his wits about him. Made a really important tackle. Venter again. Coughs the ball up now. Turnover ball for Clifton. Tell you where this is going. No, it was Finn Ellis out there this time. Just thought better of trying to go around the outside. Didn't want to get isolated. 2 minutes of the half to go. Clifton, 12 points to the good.
Yeah, and he's touched like a...
Oh, that's a good take at the second opportunity, and Zach Arver pulls the parachute out, takes the jets off. Clifton score their second length of the field try. They create that space on the outside super well, don't they? Good look inside early in this competition. That one's converted as well. 19-0. Tough one this for Windsor. Just not able to create the spaces. They've shown they've got some pace, some power. But Clifton, more than a match for them in defence. Just able to find that space around the outside and attack from deep. Is this going to go 10? Not quite. But they are going to have to do some defending before half-time here, the team leading 19-0. Windsor on halfway. Harry Bicknell thought he was going to receive it, but it's going to be marched into contact by Will Moss. Oh, great change of pace by the big number 8, and he gets the offload away. Casual brilliance by Will Moss. Oh, but then they cough the ball up again, and could be trouble here. And punished off that turnover ball. Now it has to go wide for Clifton, surely. Draw the last man. And set the wheels in motion. Oh, the tap tackle, the desperate tap tackle. Not enough to step in and out. Luckily for Windsor, the pass has gone to ground. Oh, and they've won the turnover. Oh, got away with one there, haven't they? Now Windsor want to score before half-time. We think the clock's gone red, so these will be the last phases. Another penalty. Will Moss. Another dummy in midfield from Will Moss. Got lovely hands, hasn't he? Clifton players just loitering around the passing channels, making width difficult for Windsor. Then they force the pass, which takes us to half-time. Clifton 19, Windsor 0.
The games are won and then
yesterday, but we were over the riff-raff side. It's a
Yeah, yeah, make sure you eat it. Yeah, not enough food. Yeah, especially if they're really good. Yeah, no, sir. There's a picture.
Back underway with the second half. Apologies for the delay in commentary. I've just been dealing with lost property. Amazing. You stand on scaffolding in the middle of the pitch and you get asked about all kinds. But we've got a great game here. Windsor against Clifton. Clifton in the quarters, Windsor in the green. And Windsor in need of a score. However, we have seen more tries on this try line away to our right. So Windsor will be hoping that'll bring them some luck in this second half. They get a quick one here, very much game on, but with turnovers like that, Clifton will be confident of taking this one home. Oh, we've got a yellow card here, 10 metres and a yellow card, and that is for back chat. The referees taking no nonsense. And quite right too. Oh, quick ball again. It is that gas man, Andy Small. It's going to be a hat-trick for Small. That's one of the quickest ones we've had as well. 9 minutes into the game, 3 tries. And all of them exemplary finishes, serious wheels from Andy Small. 24-0.
What do you want? Beverage?
Our ball's been spilt forward there by Windsor. Maybe going a little bit too quick, trying to force something that possibly isn't there. Another penalty coming up for Clifton. 3 minutes of the game to go. They lead 24-0. They're looking for more. Oh, and if it wasn't for a pass slightly behind, they would have got it there. But another opportunity coming from the penalty. There's Andy Small. I'm not sure what that nudge was. Referee bringing Windsor in for a word here. It's going to be another yellow card. They're down to 5 players. Windsor School. So here come Clifton again. Wrestling in the 22. Small. Oh, dummies away. He is so difficult to tackle. Such a slippery customer. He gets his team's 5th, his 4th. To take Clifton up to 29 points. The conversion's good. That's 31. Still 90 seconds to go. Windsor with a few questions to answer after this one. Disciplinary mainly. 2 yellow cards. Oh, he's got a knack for scoring, isn't he? And again, when you're that fast and that strong, it's not surprising. No knock-on spotted by the referee. Spotted by a few people here inside the arena, though. Tough one for Windsor to take this. They have been outplayed, but they'll feel as though they've not got some of the decisions as well, as Oscar Green knocks it on in the tackle. Final 30 seconds of the match. I think both teams will be pleased to hear the final whistle in this one. Because it's a long old day. You don't want to be out in the sun for any longer than you have to. A lot of open fields here as well. Not easy to find shade and find respite. A lot of the teams bring tents, bring gazebos, just ways to keep boys off their feet. But that's one of the challenges, because there's so much to do. A lot of stimulation. They want to run around, see people, do activities. They've got watt bikes in one of the tents just behind the stand. Sorry, just behind the pitch here. And you've got kids playing 3 games, then revving themselves on the watt bikes and having to come out for another game. Crazy. Anyway, Clifton looking for try number 6. They will get try number 6, and it will be player number 6, Austin Rowe. Just to put a cherry on top of a delicious Clifton cake. 36-0, conversion to come. Fully expect it to be 38. And a great opening to the tournament for Clifton. In fact, we have got time to restart the match as well. Our clock's gone red, the one in the stadium's gone red, but a reminder that we are not linked in with the referee's watch, so if there are any stoppages, especially as we get later on in the competition, don't get too excited, because there might be some meat left on the bone. That's a good take from the restart. Can Clifton, or should I say, can Windsor grab one before the end of the game, just to add a bit of sheen to this? Still playing here. Coming up next, St Edwards against Wallington County. Back to the under-18s bowl competition. Oh, that spills out the side, and some brilliant pace around the outside here. Oscar Green is going to take Clifton up over 40. Attacking that short side. 43-0, 45-0, full time. Great statement of intent early on from Clifton College. 7-try victory over Windsor boys. They win it 45-0.
You don't say black anymore.
Wallington kicking off, St Edwards receiving. St Edwards with the yellow sleeves, both similar kits actually. St Edwards of Oxford. Back to the under-18s competition, that carried in by Josh Wilmot there for St Edwards. Dummy there to try and create some space, which he does. It's been left behind though, and then well left by Josh Wilmot when he realised that he was offside. Oh, then it's been coughed up, and Wallington well, in fact, I've got that completely the wrong way round, and it is Wallington who opened the scoring, turning that ball over from St Edwards. Such are the perils of fast turnaround rugby. So St Edwards in the black jerseys with the yellow and blue trim attacking the try line away to your left hand side. Wallington in the slightly lighter blue jerseys with the yellow sleeves. Absolute stinker from me. Oh, goodness me. Wallington striking straight back, though. Juan Cabeza Sisa. Oh, chase back. Try saver. What a tackle. And another as well. Penalty advantage coming here for Wallington, but St Edwards defending brilliantly. Then knocking the ball on, so we will go back for the penalty. But the break from Juan Cabeza Sisa was sensational. Oh, he had to wrestle the ball backwards there. Wasn't a clean catch at all. And St Edwards having to defend their line once again. The step inside there from Zach Khan. Abs Fata. One more pass should do it. Dotted down in the corner. Simi Bejide gets the first score for Wallington. Conversion to come. Quick fire scores here. St Edwards 7, Wallington 5. (7-7), and I'm joined by schoolboy rugby royalty. Hopefully you can't hear that. How are you, Sam?
I'm really well. Absolute pleasure to be here.
I should have known that as soon as the sun came out, you'd arrive.
A lot of people have said that. But isn't it great? 2 years not being here, the sun's shining, so good for the organisers, the parents, players, coaches. It's absolute going to be a great week.
Well, do you remember, I mean, 2 years since we've been here, and the year before that it was all right. The year before that it was snowing at the start of the week.
Honestly, it's bizarre. Like you always have the Surrey Sevens the week before. It's nearly always glorious, and then you come here and it's nearly always raining for at least 2 or 3 days. So this is just magnificent.
This is magnificent as well. Firstly, the break by St Edwards, then the cover tackle by Wallington. Maybe it's been too long since I've seen this level of schoolboy rugby, but we're watching this game now. You were pitch side, I saw, for Trinity versus Epsom. The standard in this Vase competition is absolutely bonkers.
That game was just magnificent, wasn't it? It was like two proper schools going at great players. But it's sort of every year we seem to be saying it's getting better and better and better. The standard of the Sevens is just the fitness, the technique, the handling ability, and how physical. They're doing all of it, and it's so physical as well. Anyone that's sort of watching schoolboy rugby for the first time, I'm sure, will be very, very impressed.
Well, hopefully you are enjoying it at home. That is some tackle in the in-goal area as well. He's taking him all the way out past the dead ball line. So St Edward's turning it on in defence, and there's a great example of that physicality you were talking about. And that's the thing, isn't it? It's a chance for these boys, particularly in the 18s and below as well, because even though it's sevens and it's all about exploiting space, they're still young players and they want to show that they're big and strong, and if they get the opportunity to do that, they're going to take it.
Yeah, and I'm sure that's what the coaches are saying. They, as you say, they want to move the ball, they want to utilise space, but if someone's running at you, you're going to smash them. Yeah. They've also had 2 years of not playing any rugby. I think most of the coaches, teachers are saying how much the kids just love in playing rugby again and knocking lumps out of each other.
Another opportunity here then for St Edward's. They took the lead, but they've been pinned back to 7-all. 90 seconds of the half to go here on pitch RE1. Lovely turnover though. That's that man Juan Cabeza Sisa. Again, he's made some contributions for Wallington early on, hasn't he? Right then, hands in there from St Edward's. They're slowing the ball down. Can they win it back? No, they've conceded the penalty. Let's talk about getting the boys back into it then, because it's been a couple of years, and the girls of course. We've made history with the first under-15 Girls Cup, as that's a risky pass. Will it cost them a try? Oh, Wallington putting themselves under all kinds of pressure. And they're going to get trapped in goal again. And it is St Edward's ball, so they'll have another chance before half-time. Yeah, how hard has it been, or what were the challenges you faced just to get the players playing again? Because obviously you couldn't just go full throttle contact straight away. Or could you? I don't know.
I would have thought that the majority of schools sort of in the year when it was full on COVID and there was no rugby, so everyone was sort of doing their own thing, all variety of different games, and then obviously over the summer most schools have a pre-season and you're getting them back into contact. A few schools started a little bit later than normal, took a couple of weeks to get into things. So as is always with schools and teachers, everyone took it carefully and did it the right way. The last thing any of us wanted was boys getting injured because they weren't prepared properly. So I didn't encounter any issues with any schools sort of rushing people back into contact.
Bhavya Gandhi with a serious clear out there for Wallington. Now we're going to have one last chance to score as the clock goes red. Big kick downfield, and St Edward's are going to win the chase back. It's loose though. And is that going to break up and cause an opportunity at the other end of the pitch? Lovely feet from Ollie Sedgwick wearing number 8. That's that left hand off away as well, using momentum, using strength, still going as well.
It's a war of attrition out there.
Oh, in these conditions as well. These lads do not prepare for the long day, do they? They just go hammer and tongs at it as Freddie Walton gets into the 22. The tackle coming in from Semi Bajide. He's the one who scored in the corner for Wallington. Clock's red. This will be the last chance of the half, and it will be a St Edward's score. It was the step that set it up. Freddie Walton to finish it, and that's a cracking score.
Yeah, sort of the first time either team for the last few minutes have actually just used the ball, kept the ball, not smashed it up. And as you said, it's a lot easier to play sevens when you don't take contact. Again, there might be people that haven't seen a lot of sevens. Like, even though it's only 7 minutes, it is brutal. And if you start taking contact and smashing each other, you just get broken. As you saw then, the Wallington defence was all over the place, and Teddy scored a nice try. And
this is the first game for these boys as well, isn't it? You know, and you've got to manage those periods in between, because they might have to turn out 3 times today. Then if you reach a playoff or a final, then it becomes more games. It's a hell of a lot of work on the body in this heat as well.
It is, and that's the again, sort of the beauty and the brutality of sevens is managing the day. And again, it's been two years since a lot of these players have played sevens. They were probably under 14s or 13, so probably don't even remember it back then.
Yeah.
And so they have to manage the day. They have to get up for it, give it their all. Then they hang around, they walk around, they see all the shops, see mates, and then getting switched on. So psychologically and physically, it's such a tough day, or 2 days.
Yeah.
And then that's the thing, like, when I was at Elton, we had a great day 1. Day 2, we came back, we were broken. It's like a totally different team. So that's why hats off and full credit to the guys that go on to win these competitions, because it's 2 days, especially in this heat, hard ground, physical and mentally really, really tough.
Speaking of walking around, obviously you're a celebrity around here. You probably need a bodyguard, but I assume you've come this morning, you've had a wander around, you've seen some old faces. There's a cracking buzz about the place, isn't there?
There really is, and you see obviously Boise from Brighton, BT, Wilco, but then there's people here, there's friends just from rugby who've got kids maybe not even playing, but friends of friends that are like, day out, sun's out. So I've seen 3 old mates that have got, I'm like, you got kids here? No, but we knew it's going to be a fun day. And I think it, like, fair play to the organisers with all the tents and the food and the bars. It's actually getting into the calendar of a good, like, week out. So it's great to see everyone.
Yeah, I think so. Oh, good take from the restart as well. Straight on it. That's Zach Khan. Now St Edwards with the first opportunity to attack, having taken the lead just before half-time with a good score. Turn of pace there again. Back into that contact zone, but when it can create an opportunity like this, seems like he's done the right thing. Final pass does it. Really good score. One thing I've been really impressed by, and again, I can't remember whether it's always been like this or whether they are improving, is the decision making and the identification of space.
I think that that's probably a result of COVID.
Okay.
And not being, there was no contact for pretty a whole year. So all you could do is play touch games, overload games. So you were just doing loads and loads of decision making, loads of touch. So it must have had a knock-on effect. I was at Tunbridge at the time, and all we did was just play touch, overload. So they're just constantly making decisions, playing games, which just translates into sevens absolutely perfectly. As you see, the last 2 tries that Eddie's have scored, 3 on 2s, 2 on 1s, make the right decision, put the person into space. So as you said, I think it might be a result of the year that we've had. People haven't had to worry about winning games, line out scrums, just loads and loads of pass and catch and decision making.
What that must mean though is after doing all that stuff and becoming better players and enjoying their rugby, which Edwards is certainly doing now, back into the 22. Got another chance here. Has he played with that on the floor? Yes, says the referee. Penalty advantage coming here for St Edwards. I've seen better goose steps than that, but I appreciate the attempt. Oh, what about this then from Freddie Walton? Oh, he looks electric, and he's going to get away again. Individual effort. Still 5 minutes to go, but 2 tries early in the second half from St Edwards to make it comfortable. But just going back to that point you made about, you know, essentially making better players and boys being happy. Oh, goodness me. Happy to play rugby, but not happy to visit the barbers. You can't see this on the camera, but one of the worst lids I've ever seen.
That is absolutely atrocious. Atrocious.
I mean, I know it's deliberate, and this is quite a lazy trope from me, but it genuinely looks like he's shaved the front and then the battery's gone on the Clippers and he's just thought leave it. Oh wow, that's one of the worst I've seen. Anyway, as long as he's happy, that's all that matters.
Exactly. We're old. It might be the sort of current on trend, maybe.
God, it may be. But what I was going to say was, after you've done all of those things, oh, this is some restart. Go on, challenge that. The opportunity to come and play rugby and win some games must feel so good for these lads.
Yeah, absolutely, and they absolutely love it. You see that around the school, and when they're on the pitch, you see they're like, well, it's so hard for them. But when they're getting off it, I think they're used to it now, and they're like, they've had a year of playing. I think it's us as commentators, coaches, parents. I think we all enjoy it more than the kids are. Maybe it's just sort of an escape from the reality of the last couple of years to actually get out and watch some rugby, which is just, and the quality that we're seeing, it's just fantastic.
I'll never take it for granted again. Honestly, I will never take it for granted again. Professionally, in the last week, I've seen, well, I've worked at, oh, here we go. Lovely break. Is he going to try and beat the final man? In fact, he's going to cruise around him. That is a superb score. Ollie Sedgwick. Well, he must have had serious jets to finish that, but he never looked like he got out of third gear.
They've got a lot of good players, haven't they, Eddie? I think it seems to me at the moment they're just sort of not fully a team of individuals, because they're putting some nice stuff together, but they're just not doing it quite consistently enough. They've got the players, they just almost got to just trust the system a little bit more, and they could be a threat to anyone with some of the talent they've got out there.
But yeah, so professionally, I've commentated on Georgia v Spain, massive international, and then under 11s and under 13s here, literally kids rugby to elite international rugby, and I've loved every game equally. I will never ever take it for granted again. I love it here. Absolutely brilliant.
It does help that it's beautiful and we're not in gloves, hats, coats, which can be the case here.
Yeah, it was snowing in Tbilisi on Sunday. Thankfully, I was doing it from a studio in East London. But yeah, it's nice to not have to. I've got one of those electric gilets that you put a battery pack in and it heats your chest. And I swear it saved my life over the last couple of years. But this is very different.
Well, I fully agree. Like when you do like the finals day on the Wednesday when it's four games, and I'd never known cold like it. You don't move. Like Rachel Burford did it last Wednesday. I spoke to her. I said, "Wrap up, because you will get cold."
Juan Cabeza Sisa. Oh, he's lost the ball. It's a great chase back. Superb defence. And how often do we see it in sevens where you give up on the chase to conserve your energy? But Hamza Ali there, he's chased all the way back and he's made a great tackle.
As a coach, that's so lovely to see. Like, you're 29-7 up, the game's done, but he's chased back, nailed the man on the try line, saved a tackle. Like, that shows real good culture that they've got at that school and the boys have got.
Yeah, and the reaction from his teammates as well, it really matters to them. And then offloading in their own 22 as well. Oh, that's great. Really great. They're looking for a high tackle. Referee disagrees and it's been turned over. At this level, referees are out there on their own. They don't have the benefit of ARs.
And no disrespect, some of them aren't nearly as fit as these players are, because these players are like superhuman, some of them, and these poor old refs have got to try and keep up.
And also as well, the work that some of them are doing. I spoke to one of the young referees yesterday as we've got another monster collision. Fair play to Wallington here. They're still moving the ball around though, and they're going to, well, at least I think they're going to score. Oh, he's touched it down on the wrong line, but he's got up and scored it. Oh, sweet relief. So there are two lines there. Joseph McCarter scored. The reason being, in the under-13s, they weren't supposed to be playing the full length of the pitch, but nobody explained that to the players or the referees. So there's just this mystery line in front of the try line that's been there all week now. But yeah,
I can't believe they can't whitewash, greenwash it or something, because it's blatant there. I'm not surprised that I thought that was a try. So when you're knackered and run 80 yards, you see a white line, you're going to put the ball down.
31-14, the full-time score. Edwards march on, and we'll be back with the next game in a second.
Return to Play is the UK's leading sports medicine provider for schools and clubs. We ensure sport is safer than ever by making it easy for you to provide gold standard medical care to your players. Our head injury and concussion care service provides your players with 7-day-a-week access to some of the UK's most experienced concussion doctors, who make sure the correct diagnosis is made and manage each player's recovery until they are fit to return to sport. We also provide you with the education, policy and administrative support you need to confidently manage injuries, giving you and your players' parents peace of mind. Using our innovative R2P injury management system, injuries can be quickly recorded, parents and staff automatically notified, doctor appointments booked, players' recovery tracked, and injury analysis downloaded. Our system even integrates with other school systems, saving you admin time. Our full sports medicine service is tailored to your organisation.
RGS Newcastle versus Marlborough College. RGS in the hoops, Marlborough in the blue. Here in gloriously sunny Rosslyn Park for the HSBC Rosslyn Park National School Sevens. It's Wednesday. That is an interesting dummy there with two players in front of you, but got to attack from all angles in this wild game. Now, is there some space up the blind side? Are we going to see some gas here? Good offloading, you know. Oh! Taste that shoulder. Did say it was physical, didn't you, Sam?
Yeah, the game's been going for just about a minute. There's been 4 massive hits already. I think both teams, the last 2 games we've seen, just want to probably move, both coaches would probably say, just move the ball a little bit more, rather than taking these massive hits. Because kids these days, they don't miss tackles.
No.
And they don't just make tackles, they smash it. And it hurts after a while, and you get tired. You've just got to let the ball do the work a little bit more, but with a bit more precision as well. That's
a really good pickup off a loose pass. Over on the far side, been turned over though. And that puts Marlborough College into the ascendancy. And some good footwork, the extra roll gives away the penalty though. And another 10 metres as well. So Adam Taylor taps and goes, takes them up over halfway. Think maybe that could have gone one more, but if he sells the dummy, then he's made the right decision. Not on that occasion, but it is still with RGS. Shaping to kick there was John Keogh, but instead carried forward by Freddie Nichols. Now Matt Haynes, he's left that one behind. Talk to me about the quality. We've not seen it yet in this game, but the young players now over the ball with the jackling. Oh my goodness, they're good.
Really good. And again, I just think it's the skill technique improvement again over COVID. So obviously you could do like full-on contact, but you could work on the jackling skills, losing the pad. So a lot of just skill technique would have been done for a year on the jackal. And as you said, there's normally 1 or 2 in a team, but now everyone can do it, and all ages. Like you just see the 13, 14-year-olds over the ball. Again, that's why you don't want to be taking contact in the sevens, because players are so good at getting over the ball and stealing it.
It's also a place where you can get a massive win. If you get a jackal turnover, it feels huge, and it's something you can celebrate with your teammates. Oh, lovely feet. Really nice step inside. Lanray Ali. That is a brilliant try. The ability to get away from the first defender and then finish with start. And again, though, looks like he's keeping some pace in the tank. He's got gas to burn.
Yeah, again, you can defend everything apart from pace. Like if someone's quicker than you, there's nothing you do, and he's got a step as well to go with it. So there's not much the defender could do about that. So yeah, looking at him through the tournament could be quite exciting. But yeah, the jackal, it's a point of difference. And obviously in sevens, there's more opportunity because you don't have people clearing out if the support's not there. So yeah, I think that especially, I dare say, in the top end games, that could well be the difference between who wins it, who gets to the final, probably what's going to happen in the breakdown area.
Well, Marlborough College so far in the competition, they've gone pretty well. Wins against Christ College, wins against Bradford Grammar. Then they put 50 on both the College of Richard Collier and Eastbourne College. 7-0 to the good here, and RGS Newcastle, though, looking to strike straight back, however, coughed the ball up. Again, felt like it could have gone wide, but they take it back into the contact zone. RGS Newcastle, they had an absolute screamer against Bromsgrove to draw the curtain down yesterday. Big wins over Coleg Gwent, St John Birchman's College, the team have joined us from Belgium, and then Durham Cathedral Schools Foundation. They didn't concede a try in the first 3 games. Then they beat Bromsgrove 29-19, and it was a 10-point game, but they scored late to make it look comfortable. That was a real back and forth. And when we get to this stage of the competition, well, they're all close, they're all tight, aren't they?
Oh yeah, this second day, you look at the pause and you have to pinch yourself that it's the Vase that you've got. You've got Trinity playing Epsom. It seems there's a sort of get on my soapbox here, but it's a bit bizarre that like the national winners are playing in the Vase, and Epsom are a perennial sort of Surrey Sevens finalists, semi-finalists, both in the Vase. I think if you were Ravenswood, you probably wouldn't be too happy about that.
Well, I'll just stand here and commentate on the games and thoroughly enjoy the action on pitch RE1, and I hope you're all enjoying it wherever you're watching around the world. Tell you what's great as well is the crowd that's starting to murmur around at lunchtime as well. We've got other teams, we've got parents. They're only small stands, but they've put some shaded stands over there on the far side as well, just trying to encourage people to come and watch the rugby on these show pitches. Over there as well, we've got various bars and food outlets. There's always a queue there and a bit of buzz. Tell you what, the Welsh Exiles have popped themselves over there as well. I'm not suggesting that the Welsh boys want to be around the food and drink, but they're on the search for talent, as are the Irish as well, and Ealing Trailfinders Academy. And surely, yeah, if you're looking to build into academy and senior rugby, you've got to be here. You're going to see all of the players here in the schoolboy game.
Absolutely. I got a message from Mark Dean, who's heavily involved with the Samurai Sevens. He was like, can you keep an eye out? Send me any names of people. And you know what? Like at St Benedict's, we've got a couple of boys that sort of not involved with academies, that sort of go under the radar. Sort of people are looking at like the Wellingtons, the Whitgifts, the Brighton colleges. So there are schools, there's individuals that are so good, and they might not know, how do I get into sort of the sevens scene? How do I get into these academies? And this tournament is fantastic, and that's why, as I said, you've got the Exiles, you've got people from sevens tournaments that are having a little look around, and it's a great way for 18, 19-year-olds to stay in the game, maybe travel the world. Like the sevens all over the place if you're involved with Samurai. So it's, as you said, it's a great feeding ground, and you just see so much talent. But as you said, those stands are starting to fill. By this afternoon, this pitch will be rammed, and there'll be some real quality rugby that we're seeing out there. And
also, with regards to the competition itself, mentioned the team who came over from Belgium. They had a hard time, but it gives them a good idea of where they are and what they have to aspire to. Also, we've got teams down from Scotland and Wales, and I spoke to Burnsy about it yesterday, because he's coaching the youngsters at Rokeby, and he was here as a player as well, and you know, involved in it from all angles. But he told me what it was like as a youngster, whereas, you know, you do your regular circuit, you play the same teams every year, and you hear these fables about these other schools and these other players, and then you put them in this massive melting pot and it becomes a reality. And these are such cherished days for these young players, and they might not realise it until they're our age, or they might not realise it till they go to uni, or they start to work, or maybe they meet someone who played in the same tournament at the same time. But it's just an incredible experience, isn't it?
Yeah, I remember, and I remember coming here, and it was always the thing that you looked forward to as a youngster coming here. Probably getting scared about the Welsh boys because they all look massive, they've all got mullets and like look like men, and you're like, oh my god, how am I going to play against them? But they're, as you know, they're just human like the rest of us. And it's just, as you said, there's teams that in the past have come over from Kenya, and I think some have come from Hong Kong, and it's just fantastic that the organisers are always looking at ways for it to grow, for it to improve, for the players, for the spectators. They want this to be the best sort of sevens tournament in the world, and it's probably not far off.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, you've got the You've got the various Sevens tours, the travelling circuses that go around the country. Then you've got the World Series as well, and it's great to see England taking that a bit more seriously now and giving some opportunities to players in that mix that maybe haven't been fancied elsewhere. I know some Championship players and some Buck Super Rugby players have been given full-time contacts there, and it's just nice when because it's the sport that when it gets the recognition it deserves, and when people watch it they think, oh god, yeah, Sevens is good. Anyway, we're back underway here. We've had an injury delay at the end of the first half, and RGS Newcastle looking for their first score. Might come here, a little injection of energy, injection of footwork, and a fantastic finish from Ewan Veneris, and that gives them the opportunity to level the game, and that is some finish.
Yeah, he did well there. Didn't look like he had anything on, but a couple of stecks. Quite a big lad as well, and a good turn of pace. So, as you said, it's game on, and it seems as if Marlborough has sort of been full in control, but the scoreboard's not saying that. So, yeah, RGS Newcastle, who are a very good rugby school, still very, very much in this tie.
Kicked the conversion as well. And they've gone short with the restart that they've pinched. Oh, the referee saying they can't go. Unlucky Newcastle. Good bit of ingenuity there.
Yeah, love that. Love players that are always thinking, what's on, let's go, they're not alive. And that's what Sevens is about as well. Getting the ball, looking for space, and being a little bit clever and sort of doing something that people might not be expecting.
Oh, then that happens.
Coach killer.
Strange old game, isn't it?
And again, restart's so important in Sevens. So important. If you can get the ball back, suddenly you're on the front foot again. Oh, that's lovely play.
Crazy, isn't it? Games can change so quickly. That's a really good bit of individual skill. Byron Lloyd-Gilmore, he had a great day yesterday and another great day today. 1 second, we're talking about RGS Newcastle pinching the ball back from the kickoff to give themselves a chance before half-time. Then the mistake leads to a great individual try.
Again, as you were saying about Sevens being such a great game, it happens so quickly. You could score 2 tries in a minute, and suddenly you take it, and it might be a bounce of the ball, it might be a bad referee's decision, it might be one missed tackle, but suddenly you could be 2 tries up or 2 tries down in a blink. But that was a beautiful try. He looks like a really balanced rugby player. They've obviously got a strong squad there, Marlborough, because he scored the try and then he's gone off straight away. So they are confident in their squad, which you need to be over a 2-day tournament, and another kick-off out on the full.
Well, one mistake from the kick-off led to a try. Marlborough very kindly given RGS Newcastle a free gift. Oh, the pass over the top. You talked about 2 tries in a minute. That could be exactly what happens here. There's the offload. RGS Newcastle with some defending to do. Cover tackle is a good one. That's not the try line. He's reached a big scooping handover, seeing a white line. But it is that false line, that false flag. We need to do something about that.
But again, what great cover tackle from RGS, and not just the tackle. Someone got back to tackle, and then as we were talking about, someone got over and got the jackal, and they're going into half-time, 1 scored down. Outstanding work in defence there from RGS.
Well, we talked about people who haven't been fancied and who've taken different routes in, and I've just had a message from the guys at Northumbria University Rugby Union Club. They're tuning in, of course, pretty local to RGS Newcastle. And that Buck Super Rugby competition is continuing. If you are watching the rugby today and you're enjoying it, and then the game finishes and you haven't had enough of it, then there is a Cardiff University versus Cardiff Met in the quarter-final. That is going to be an absolute screamer. That's being live streamed. I think kick-off is at 7 o'clock. Do you know they've sold 2,000 tickets to that? Have you ever been to King Coyd's, the Cardiff Met University ground? The stand is smaller than the stands here, but they're packing 2,000 in for a Cardiff derby. It's going to be chaos.
They've sold 2,000 tickets.
Yeah.
There will be a hell of a lot more people there than 2,000, because there's a lot of students that ain't paying and will be getting in. And that will be some atmosphere down there tonight. What time's kick-off?
At 7 o'clock.
So they've had all afternoon in the sun on the beers. Wow, that's going to be some entertainment down there.
I didn't even think about the sun. Wild Wednesdays in the Welsh capital.
Isn't Bucks, like we're talking about, this is a great competition. I think the Bucks League now and the university rugby, again, the standard that has gone to is absolutely outstanding.
Don't get me started on it. Because I'll be sending all our viewers to sleep, because I'm completely in love with that league. I think it's brilliant. But I also think this is brilliant, and this has been one of the standout games of the day so far. RGS Newcastle kicking off a converted score behind against Marlborough College. Well, Marlborough putting a bit more width on it in the half, and it's bringing them some joy up the right hand side. There's the pick and go. Yeah, difficult to control that ball when it's bouncing around, especially when the pressure comes on from the defensive side.
Yeah, Marlborough did really well there. They spread the ball wide, they took contact, but they retained the ball, won it, and then the scrum half has just run straight back into contact. And as we know, most defences are going to steal that ball and lost the ball. So you've got to, it's a golden rule, sort of, from a breakdown, you've got to move the ball away or you have to score. You can't just run into contact because you've got two people on the floor, the rest of them are all out wide.
RGS Newcastle's turn, first minute of the second half. Charlie Turnbull loses his footing. Marlborough over the ball, but then driven off it. Real contest for that. Jamie Dickens, now Freddie Nichols. Oof. Penalty was already given, but then thought it might have been a bit of afters there. Lanray Ali, remember his try in the first half. RGS Newcastle throwing the offloads, just assuming that teammates are going to be there and they're not, and they've lost 30 metres. Genuine contest for the ball. Okay, no one there for the offload. Interestingly, no sweeper in for Marlborough.
No, and I've seen a few teams most teams normally defend with a sweeper at sort of under 18 level, but there's been a few today on this pitch that haven't, and no teams recognise that. And it's defences are so good, it's hard enough to beat 6 men, so to beat 7 up, sometimes put it through and chase and put the opposition under pressure, because RGS are just under so much pressure here and taking tackle after tackle.
Well, what is going to happen is both teams are going to tire, and if one team makes a mistake, it's going to result in a try, and obviously RGS are hoping it's going to be Marlborough are hoping it's going to be RGS, but in this part of the pitch, if you cough the ball up, very often it's curtains. Finally some metres, and then that offload goes to hand, and Jamie Dickens pumps the tyres, but the cover tackle comes across Charlie Brook and then goes forward. There's the mistake, but with the advantage. That's a strange kick when you had advantage and you chase it up on your own, but 4 minutes to go, which is an eternity in sevens.
They're out on their feet, some of them, aren't they?
Oh, I'm not surprised. There's one of the players has just taken a knee down here. Oh, there's the dummy! Oh, they're going to go under the sticks. And finally the Marlborough defence yields. Done so much good work, but a mixture of quality and exhaustion, and even though it's under the sticks, this is an important kick.
Like, that passage of play was probably 3 minutes long. Like, RGS kept the ball, fair play to them, under a lot of pressure, made the break. Marlborough did the hard work, got back, got the ball. The RGS defence was all over the place, and Ellis probably just exhausted and thought, I'm whacking it, giving them ball back, and they've run the length. Fair play RGS and their patience and actually picking off the defenders who were all over the place just because they were so tired. Game on.
Very much so. This needs to go over. This does go over. 14-14. Frustrating one for Marlborough there, though, because when they booted it away, they had the advantage.
Yeah, so there's kicking it for a reason, and there's kicking it because you just think, oh, what else shall I do? And it seemed as if it was one of those, rather than actually, it wasn't thought, right, there's no one at home, I'm going to kick and go and get that ball. It was just sort of, I'm just going to relieve pressure here.
Yeah.
And it actually brought the pressure back on them.
Particularly when you're not on the wavelength, because there's no kick chase, is there? If you, and, oh, that's going to go straight out. Oh, neither team has restarted well.
No, as you say about the kicking, there's nothing wrong with kicking in sevens.
Yep.
As long as it's done for a reason and a purpose, and you've seen there's no sweeper, right, I'm going to chip it head and I'm going to regather, or we've got 4 people going after it. There's nothing wrong with it. unless the opposition have a sweeper, then you don't kick. Let's see what can happen here. He's a lovely player, 10.
Oh, really nice, isn't he? He just drifts around the defenders. RGS Newcastle managing to make the tackle that time. Now we're going to see some width on it here from Marlborough. That's really nice play from Venerous. We're in number 1, just closing that passing channel. He's knocked it on there, but that previous intervention potentially try saving, just rushing out and shutting off that channel.
Yeah, so it's worked there, and it will probably work a few times, but that's just the danger. Like, if that ball goes over his head, that's try time. But that's risk reward. As a coach, sort of, you empower the players. If you're going to go and do that and it comes off, fair play. If it doesn't, he's getting it.
No mercy for the youngsters. He's getting it. Right, scrum down. Marlborough ball. Getting to the point where a score here could well be decisive. Into the final minute of the match. But a good game, really, isn't it? Two well-matched teams.
It has, and it just seems as keep thinking that one of the teams just going to take a stranglehold on it, and they haven't really. Neither of them have taken the sort of game by the neck and said, right, we're going to win this. So it could still go either way. Both got very good players.
Oh, that's in the bread basket, and another important tackle, but also a good offload. Jamie Cook pins his ears back and offloads it to Freddie Nichols. That's not the number 10 he was looking for. Oh, it's getting tight. Do you know what? Even the supporters are tense on the sideline of both of these teams. RGS Newcastle. Final few seconds of the game. Oh, it's gone backwards, says the referee. Well, well, well. Heart in mouth time. Tom Cressy spills the ball, but now RGS Newcastle are away. It's a foot race for the line to win the match. The crowd already believe. Oh, Dad's jumping up and down. It's a joy to see Matt Haynes under the sticks. And RGS Newcastle have come from behind to win it with the last play.
Fair play to the lad then, Haynes, is it? Number 14. Yeah. Good step, good handoff, and then the wheels to go probably 60 metres. But as we said in that first half, a drop ball, referee's decision. Like, I think everyone thought that had gone forward, but the ref seen it as not going forward. They picked it up and they've gone and scored. And so again, I keep going on about the brutality of sevens. It is brutal. I think anything going against, but it's the beauty of it as well, as all these parents, mums and dads right in front of us, all jumping up for joy.
But it's an emotionally brutal game as well as a physically brutal one. Marlborough College in it for so long. They get it snatched at the death. RGS Newcastle 19, Marlborough College 14.
Kitty, how are you?
Specific needs, designed to best support your sports programme and medical setup. It includes our head injury and concussion care service, plus weekly sports doctor clinics, access to physiotherapists, matchday medical support and more. Return to Play are partnered with over 60 of the UK's leading schools and clubs. Get in touch to find out more.
Oakham v Uppingham. Smells like a derby to me.
Yeah, I don't think there's any love lost between these two teams, are there? I haven't really had much to do with either, but I know that, I don't think they're that friendly.
Oh, some lovely movement on the ball early on. Oh, that short ball is beautiful, but then the bounce of the ball beats them. Trying to do some ID here, because the teams have come on. And I know that Oakham play in white, black and red, so that's Uppingham on the ball now, isn't it, in the white jerseys.
I was going to ask you.
Yeah, Oakham in... Oh, what a tackle. Oh, and another one. Smash. Oh. Yeah, that's a derby, isn't it?
As you said, one massive tackle, then another massive tackle. Great to see this physicality.
Yeah, both on the same poor lad as well. He's just absorbed 2 collisions. Right, Oakham in the black and red on the ball. Uppingham in the white, which I must admit is a much more sensible jersey colour in these conditions, but probably not in December when you've got to wash the kits afterwards. Oh, a little crossfield kick now. That's identifying space. What's the bounce going to be like? It's into the bread basket. That is how you score a try.
Isn't that fantastic? As we said about, there's nothing wrong with kicking in sevens if it's done for a reason. They've seen the defence push up. Fair play to the attacker. He's held his width. Nice little kick across. Took it with ease.
Really nice score. Oakham take the advantage. 2 minutes gone. First time they've had their hands on the ball, really.
Yep. Won the ball from turnover, kept it really well. And again, I think that may be another thing that sort of has come about in the year of with no contact. A lot of, because coaches, you had to make up games, you had to try and keep it interesting. So you do lots of kicking games, kicking to score. I think we see in the Marcus Smith for Queens, these short kicking game. So they're seeing that actually kicking is an attacking weapon, it's not seen as a defensive weapon. And maybe over the course of the days we may see a few more tries, especially if teams aren't playing with a sweeper. Yeah,
well, we saw that fantastic one, Josh Bellamy, speaking of Marcus Smith, of course, Bellamy, one of the Quins youngsters, with a beautiful crossfield kick. And there was a 5-point differential in that Trinity game, wasn't there? So if that's the game breaker, that one piece of brilliance, then why not take the chance? And as you say, it's empowering the players, isn't it, to make those decisions, and they're not always going to come off, but when they do, boy oh boy are they worth it. Offside penalty here, and Oakham a little bit sloppy on the ball, but with the ball in a good part of the field. Oh, well, he's just fallen off the hit there to create the space. It was a good defensive read by Jack Leggett. Not quite the execution, however, Uppingham get away with it.
But yeah, as you say, like that kick there, it may have bounced into touch and it might not have led to the try, but it's the right thing. As I said, if you're trying the right thing, then coaches don't mind, players don't mind. It's like, it was the right idea. If it doesn't quite come off, then so what? We're going to make certain mistakes, but as you said, as long as they're not just kicking it because I'm not sure what, I don't know why. As long as you ask him, why did you do that? And he says, oh, because I saw this space, or because I thought that. You're like, okay, fair enough. It's when they say, well, I don't know, that you're a bit like...
Yeah, think about it. Make good decisions. Again, Oakham taking it to the line. Now they've got acres of space out left. If the ball gets there quickly, there's a 4-on-2 here. Drift defence required from Uppingham, but you can't drift against gas like that. Down it goes, second try.
Made it look easy, didn't they? Sort of took it one way, breakdown. Fair play to the rest of the team. They had good depth, which is vital in sevens, so they give themselves some time, move the ball. Nice try in the corner. Playing some nice stuff.
Yeah, being quite clinical as well. And again, even when you're on top in a game and you're going to win by maybe 4 or 5 scores, not saying that's going to happen, but there are opportunities to do that early in the competition. You need to be clinical and you need to keep those processes consistent, because if you haven't done that and you've been a bit sloppy, then you might get sloppy in one of those closer games later in the day when you're a bit more tired, when it counts.
And again, it's also, like, as we said, about managing the day. You want to get, as we said, we know that Uppingham could get the score here and it's suddenly game back on. But if you get 3 tries up, you then want to be able to get the subs on, You want to rest your sort of star players. Like, everyone's got good squads, but everyone's got a couple of stars that you want to look after. You don't want to be taking contact, you just want to keep the ball moving. So yeah, it's about managing the day, and I think that that's what the real sort of top 4 or 5 teams do over these competitions. They just look, for want of a better word, professional about what they're doing.
Well, Oakham look professional about this. They've won the ball back from the restart. Great supporting line. And that's the 3rd try. Uppingham up against it.
And when good sevens is done well, they make it look so easy, don't they? It's not as easy as these guys are making it look, but when you just keep the ball moving, you have support, you have people in depth, don't run into people, sevens is an easy game. It's hard when you start taking contact, smashing into people, trying to do the miracle offload, lose the ball, then you've got to defend again. So you just want to keep the ball moving, stay out of trouble, and then defend as a group, as a line, stay connected. And it can be fairly easy, but it's a lot easier to say it from up here than out there.
Well, what's coming up here is a part of the game that Oakham have done really well in this game so far. We're coming up to half-time. Watch, well, if he goes the same tact again, try and watch the height of this restart, just to give his chasers the chance to get there. They won the ball back and it directly led to a try. A little bit deeper this time, but still puts Uppingham on the 22. They can make the tackle and then try and get over the ball. There's just no opportunity to be lazy in the game now, is there? Everything's a contest.
Oh yeah, you can't rest. You can't rest. You've got to be constantly working. Like,
yeah, everything's a chance for just a marginal gain, isn't it?
Yep. Like 2 yards sort of being too flat, 2 yards being too wide. Suddenly, a good player's going to step and go through. You've got to be constantly working, talking to each other, and helping your mates out. If you talk, it makes it a lot easier.
Okay.
But as you said, the restarts are so important. But again, for those people that are watching this, they may not recognise or realise how much time these kids spend practicing.
Yeah.
They put this doesn't just happen by fluke. They spend lots of time out there practicing because they know how important they are and how important this tournament is for them. They want to do well in this, and if that's going to make the difference, they're willing to put that time in.
Now Uppingham, can they get a score before half-time? They've got a penalty for offside, so 40 metres to go, and then he was through them, but the ref said he hasn't taken the penalty from the mark. That's a hard one. Still, they've got another chance here. 17 points down. Bullet pass out to the left-hand side. Oakham defending their 22. Done a huge amount of defending, have they? Everyone stacked to the left for Uppingham.
Missionary work.
They go up the middle still. Infringements creeping in here for Oakham.
As you said there, like the ball's in the middle of the pitch there, and Uppingham had all their players on the left, which makes it so easy to defend.
Yeah.
Because you're only having to defend half of the pitch, which is pretty easy to do. And I think that what Oakham have done really well, they've kept their width, which obviously makes it harder to defend. Uppingham need to sort of spread the ball a bit. Like that Oakham team, they've got some big boys in there, you're not going to run through them, so I think they've just got to play a little bit with a little bit more width and actually let the ball do a little bit of work, because they're not just going to run through this Oakham team.
Well, Oakham 17-0 up at half-time, 3 tries and 1 conversion here in the sunshine. I know we keep talking about it, but we've got people tuning in all the time. I'm just really... I didn't realise I'd missed the buzz of the Rosslyn Park Sevens, but I have. Just the constant bustle and excitement of, you know, even us here. We're on a scaffold tower that's maybe 10 foot up, and people will poke their heads up as if to say, "Oh, what's going on there?" And then we've got the Army and the Marines here, perhaps thinking about recruitment, because obviously there'll be lots of lads who are interested in a career in military. And then there are some charities and return to play stuff, and I think there's some of the anti-doping guys here as well. Just. And it feels almost like I know it's a rugby event, but it feels like a multi-sport event, doesn't it? It feels like just exposing these youngsters to something that's completely different, and whether they pursue their sport afterwards or don't, just stands them in good stead for the big wide world, for new people.
Yeah, and like we obviously know lots of people here, but the kids know like the other school kids, and they're all sort of. The hardest thing about coaching is getting the right kids. We're on at 1. Warm-up starts at 12:40. Make sure you're back here. And like you haven't mentioned, like there's kit stalls everywhere. There's normally like a samurai, and there's see Halbra. So they're all in there trying to buy stuff or like get bargains. And suddenly you're like, where is everyone? We're warming up. We've got a big game, and they're all sort of walking around. Especially when it's sunny like that, they just meander. Then they stop and watch a game because there's a great game going on. It's like, boys, you've got to get organised there.
And then one of them appears with a great big rugby ball, and you're like, what have you got that for?
Well, mine used to come out with great big hot dogs. Like, we're on in literally 1 minute, and you got someone eating a big burger. But no, as you said, it is fantastic, and there's like I wasn't down to be coming. And, I spoke to like the director of sport, head of rugby at Spain. I was like, any chance? But I wasn't that fussed.
Yeah.
I was like, actually, okay, fine, I get it. I've got to do work elsewhere. That's fine. But then when I drove in this morning, like you see someone you know straight away.
Yeah.
See you up here.
Yeah.
Like I don't, the smile I don't think has not been on my face, and I don't think it will be probably for the rest of the week because I'm back tomorrow. So I'm so
brilliant.
happy.
And then. Oh, Joe Burns is here as well. Honestly, it's a gathering of the masses. You well, mate?
Burns is the man, isn't he?
Oh, he is.
Burns is the man.
He loves it. So we think yesterday he became the first person to play, coach and commentate on Rosslyn Park 7. Actually, no, you'd have done that, wouldn't you? Oh, mate, Sam beat you to it. I gave you the accolade yesterday. Anyway, we're back underway here. Uppingham on the front foot, needing the first score in the second half and just spilling that one into touch. Yeah, did you play in this tournament?
Yes, many. 91, 92.
Crikey.
But again, it was way different. Well, obviously, there were so many teams back then, but look at the way it is now. It's totally different. Like, this is just fantastic. Like HSBC have been amazing sponsors. Probably couldn't happen without them. It's just it's totally different to the way it used to be. But again, even back then, it was the sort of highlight of the year. Getting 2 days out of school, hopefully, to play rugby.
Here's a score coming up. Oh, the dummy sold the defender. It didn't sell him a huge amount, but just enough to put the hammer down and accelerate away. That's a brilliant individual score.
Oakham look like the sort of side that you wouldn't want to play against. They're going to. Is this their first game of the day? I'm not sure, but they're looking tasty. They've got pace. They've got some ball players. They've got some size. I would have thought they're going to be in the mix if they haven't already lost the game. I'm not sure if they have. It must have been a good team to beat them.
I'm just going to look at the results now. So they went well yesterday. They had a couple of tight ones. They had a 12-5 against Colston's. They had a 31-19 with a late score against Plymouth College. Yeah, we've just seen one of those big rugby balls now. Honestly, that's the size. It's the size of a large toddler, isn't it?
What is he going to do with that?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It's going to be great fun today. Then what happens? Hey ho. So yeah, they won all their games. But that said, Uppingham won all their games as well. They beat Gresham's. They beat Prior Park. They put 50 on Colleton Grammar, and then they beat Bishop Wordsworth. So they. But it's whole day the day 2 thing as well, isn't it? Obviously, all your games on day 2 are against top sides, but with 4 games already in your joints.
Yeah, and as I say, you don't know what's happened with injuries. As I said, a few years ago, we came here with Elton College, and we were really strong. And, we thought we could do some damage. Day 1, 4 of my best players all injured. So you come back the next day and sort of it just makes a massive difference. You don't know what's happened on day 1 with these teams. As I said, Oakham look far stronger than Uppingham here. Yeah. But as I said, and schools are funny as well. Sometimes they might not let the boys out for 2 days, bizarrely or not. They may have had to be down a few of their key players.
Oh, there's a tackle off the ball. He lined him up. I think he's going to card him for this, which laws of the game. There's an apology there. It was an off-the-ball tackle, or before the ball arrived tackle. It's a derby.
Yeah, I have to admit, like, what's this? The fourth game I've seen. I've been impressed with the refereeing.
Yeah.
I really have, and like, they're gonna make mistakes, and it might be the difference between a win or a loss in certain games. But they're human. It's hot. It's quick, and these kids are very good as well. Like, some of these kids will go on and be professional rugby players, and these referees are not used to that. But they're doing really well, and they seem, which is even more importantly, to have an empathy for the game.
Yes.
They're not like that was a yellow card, maybe not, but like sometimes you see that they want to give yellow cards out willy-nilly, and you don't want that because that ruins the game.
Well,
I think it's been good.
I was speaking to a young referee yesterday. We talk about the workload on the players. Admittedly, refereeing is very much a non-contact sport, but he did 11 games yesterday, and that is a phenomenal work rate. The London Society pull out all the stops to make sure all the games are refereed. 330 refs over the week all come out. And you talk about the empathy. We had the girls under 15 semi-finals yesterday, and it wasn't as fluid as the boys competition. The standard was good, but obviously a lot of those players still quite new to the game. They were trying, and yes, he whistled it, but he didn't over whistle it, because you could have done something at every breakdown. It would have ruined it as a spectacle. But I just thought he was really sympathetic with the way that he refereed the game, and that's important. I mean, obviously at this level, good under 18s teams, you need an official who's in charge of the game, but I think empathy is a really good word to describe what you need.
But even at under 18 level, like sort of watching the final last week between Trinity and
Kirkham, yeah.
And being in that situation before, and you sort of get a ref that's the RFU, it might be a full-time ref, but he's never ref schoolboy, or hasn't ref schoolboy rugby for like 2 or 3 years maybe, and sort of pinging things that the boys are probably not used to, or being, maybe because they're thinking, oh, they're still 17, 16-year-old boys. Some of them aren't going to go on and may never play rugby after that game. And again, it's sort of that they are going to get things wrong. They are 16, 17. It's a big occasion. It's that the refs really do have to understand that these are still kids. Yes, you have to obviously referee the rules of the game, but a little bit of sympathy and empathy is required, and I think they're getting it right from what I'm seeing walking around here today.
Looks like it. Looks like Oakham are getting it right as well. They've just gone in for try number 5 with a minute to go. Hard to believe that final was in this part of the world a couple of weeks ago, given the conditions they had there that day and the conditions we've got here today.
But it was a one-off, wasn't it? Like the first 2, Monday and Tuesday, were lovely. Thursday and Friday, Wednesday was brutal, and I didn't see all of the game, but I thought Trinity managed the game really, really well. They seemed to play the conditions much better than Kirkham. They were like you almost didn't want the ball when it was that wet, that cold, and I thought that they handled it really well and thoroughly deserved the win.
Well, are you taking any credit for that? Well, because only because Kenchi's in charge of them. You coached him. He was on your coaching staff.
I'm not taking any credit. The only credit I take was the kid called David Bampo that played for Trinity.
Yeah.
He was one of mine at Elton College.
Oh, was he really?
He's an Elton College boy. He's a lovely boy.
He's the young prop, isn't he?
Yeah, and bizarre, he actually sent me an email back in sort of December, just sort of thanking me for sort of getting on the rugby route. And I actually didn't know he'd gone to Trinity, but it's great to see him doing so well. And I think Trinity have been getting things right and been getting stronger and stronger year on year. So fair play to them. They did. They thoroughly deserved that win.
Yeah, and nice to have a new name on that trophy as well. Good to know that competition is alive and well. I wonder if we'll have a new name on this trophy this year too. Is that going to bring us to the end of this game? No, still time left on the clock. Ours has gone red. But this will be victory for Oakham against their local rivals Uppingham.
Been impressive, haven't they?
Yeah.
Sort of quietly impressive. Sort of just gone about their business when they've had a chance, they've taken it. They look impressive. Who's up next?
That's a good question. Who is up next? We have got Bishop Stortford against Ellesmere in the Colts. Actually, no, there's going to be a short break, actually. There's a walkover, so we'll be back with another game in about 20 minutes. Oh no, I'm being corrected live here, so I'm going to shut my mouth, and at the end of this game I will tell you the next game here on pitch RE1. Of course there's not going to be a break in proceedings. The cameras are here, the commentators are here, the sun's here, the shots are here. Crikey, that's a big shot. I'm not sure of the legalities of it either.
See, that's a big shot, isn't it? But
It's a red card.
Oh, really? My eyes aren't that good anymore.
I thought he was reaching into his pocket for his dagger, but he was reaching into his sock for his red card. Oh, and it was the last act as well. Well, that's a shame to end a good game on a note like that, but the referee was right in the right position, must have taken the right decision, and Oakham win 29 points to 0.
Toby, Wolsey's coming.
Away we go. Teams move from pitch RE6 to RE1. We've got him in front of the cameras here. Ibstock Place against Windsor boys. What it does mean is they've got the chance to play. What it doesn't mean is we've got team sheets for them. Joe Burns is here. Great to have you on board, Burnsy. I'm going to hand the mic over to you while I find the Windsor team sheet. It definitely exists. Bear with.
Well, good to be back. Yesterday was pretty awesome, and I know that the action's been fantastic here on RE1. Big games, and even bigger games ahead. The under-18s Vase shaping up to be real competitive. RGS Newcastle just caught the end of that game, and I know there was a ding-dong between Trinity and Epsom. So the Schools Cup winners, Trinity just edging out the local boys from Epsom. So plenty to look forward to as we go on. But it's good to see the under-16s on the main pitch, on the show pitch. This is going to be exciting for them, with Windsor boys putting in on the scrum. Ball's available there, but it's Windsor boys who are going to look to attack down this left flank. Good defence from Ibstock. Just manage the winger out into touch, using that extra defender, which is the white paint.
That game you talked about, Epsom versus Trinity, genuinely one of the best games of sevens I've ever seen in my life. It was so good.
So, yeah, Epsom, they went 3 down, then 3-1, 3-2,
yeah,
and there was tooth and nail to the very end.
To the very, very end, yeah. Trinity scored with a kick pass off pretty much the first phase of the game, and that just set the tone. Had everything, honestly, brilliant game.
Beautiful show and go there on the arc, sliding through the gap between the winger and the centre. Oh, and it looked like he had the finish, but the referee has called him in touch. I'm not sure if he realises he's jogging away to the halfway. No, he's just dropping back into the sweeper role, obviously anticipating the kick from Windsor boys. lot of backfield to play with, so he's going to have to be sharp if they run it, though, to sink back into the line.
Well, Ibstock Place have got a giant at the front of the line out. Did you see that? Just waving his hands around, trying to put him off. Right, Windsor boys.
Well, even though Ibstock numerically down, good press from them to put the pressure on. Windsor boys are really having to fight for each and every metre at the moment. Go a bit more direct through the middle, stripped in the tackle. Here's some transition, and Ibstock, look at their back, shaping up, putting some width on themselves. They want to spread this Windsor boys team, drop it on the toe. This is going to be beautiful. What a way to open your account on the main show pitch at the Rosslyn Park Sevens. Crossfield kick coasting in under the post. Welcome to RE1 Ibstock.
These boys can play. Goodness me. Well, Windsor Boys School, they played against Clifton College earlier on. Had a bit of a tough time. Lost 40-0. Ibstock Place, they lost their first game against Eastbourne 7-34 as well. So to come back out, dust themselves off and play some ball. They thought they'd gone in the corner. That was denied by the touchline. But we love a try that comes from a kick here, don't we?
We love a crossfield. That's a good kick-off. Unlucky. Just lost it in the sun, the chaser there. If he managed to snaffle it, then would have been in and behind the Windsor boys. Spoken yesterday at length about the kick-off being probably the most dominant set piece in sevens. You know, the line out is almost a gimme. It's not like you've got multiple jumpers there disrupting the scrum. You should really be winning it. I say that, and Windsor have just lost possession, but the kick-off is competitive. It's something that you can get against the head, so to speak. It's Ibstock who are capitalising on the errors of Windsor boys at the moment.
They look fantastic. Absolutely.
You go really alert, numbers pouring round, blue jerseys, but a big shot. Hammers Ibstock to the floor. Great pick-up, great vision. And he's got the wheels to dance around behind for the second.
Harry Bicknell with the shot. I mean, it resulted in a score for Ibstock Place, but certainly dishing it Windsor boys. How good's this, by the way? All these people lining the boards. We've got a few spectators over here. Starting to feel like Rosslyn Park, isn't it?
It sure is. You know, the under-16s is a really interesting competition because, you know, the under-18s, they've matured almost. I know they're still at school and they've got great things to come at university or academies or just, you know, playing social club rugby, whatever they will. But some of these boys have been on the competition circuit. They know the drill. And we as commentators, spectators, we know a bit about them. But these under-16s, even though the tournament is starting earlier and earlier, we had under-11 boys for the first time on Monday at the Rosslyn Park National School Sevens. But these under-16s, these are the ones who are really fertile for more development. This is their big stage for the year. And hopefully, well, I'm sure we're going to see some gems.
Oh, Windsor boys, it's that Harry Bicknell again with a big carry down the channel. Look at Ibstock Place though, look how competitive they are.
Well, it's their second strip of the game and it's put Windsor boys on the back foot. Beautiful pick-up, really, really good play. Hammers down, oh, just ran out of pitch, didn't he? Pirouetted out of the tackle, and were it not for a few more bristles on the groundsman's brush, he could have been soaring down the touchline.
Will Moss on the inside really wanted that. He's a big thick-set number 8. He's got lovely hands and he can glide into space as well. He'd have backed himself if the offload had come that way, but it's all about Ibstock Place with, what, 30 seconds to go until half-time, in search of a third.
Chance for Windsor boys to finish with a score, though. Interesting kick behind, turning the defence. Windsor looking tired, not many men behind this receiver, and it's a ragged old kick into centre field. Loads of pitch to attack from this. A deeply unsatisfying kick game of tennis ends with a slice off the left boot out and over the stand, but good start by Ibstock.
Really enjoyed that half. High energy. What's the time now? We're coming up to 1 o'clock local time for the worldwide audience in various time zones. The sun is baking down on the pitch. It was hard yesterday, it's even harder today. A lot of these lads, not in the 16s, but in the 18s Vase, they're coming back for a second day, but you can just see the conditions starting to take their toll on these young men. They're out on their feet. It's a massive pitch here on RE1.
Speaking of out on the feet, I've only just got here, Dave, and who do you think you are, Josh Stone? You're up here in the commentary booth, no shoes on, barefoot, on the commentary plinth.
Yeah, rolled up my jeans as well, free the ankle, free the mind.
Yeah, you feeling connected to the ground here at Rosslyn Park, are you?
I certainly am. Well, I feel as though I've spent every waking hour here since Monday morning. So
you lucky boy, you lucky boy. Tell you what, people who are tuning into the stream, get yourselves down here. It is utterly glorious. Glorious is the only word you can use to describe the conditions that we're enjoying, but also the rugby that's out here. You've got 16s, 18s. It is a jamboree of schoolboy rugby, and the grub ain't bad. There's a few drinks flying around and a lot of interesting people. There's a few famous people as well. Do you heard who's in town?
Who have you seen today? Tell you who I've seen.
I'll tell you mine.
Okay.
See if you can do better.
Okay, go on. Who's yours?
Sam Warburton.
Oh, really?
Oh,
that's quite good.
Looks like I've won.
Yeah, you have. Yeah. Oh, he slots straight into the All-Star 7. I haven't seen 7 players or former players yet, so my All-Star 7 that I haven't seen but you've seen, so let's make it a commentary one. I've seen Topsy Ojo,
Anthony Watson,
Sam Warburton,
Lewis Ludlam,
oh God, that must happen to him so much, and it must happen to Lewis Ludlam so much as well.
And throw Liner into the mix.
Yeah, so oh God, yeah. So the 2 Lewises, Sam Warburton, Anthony and Topsy. That's a decent 5 to start with, isn't it?
Good take eventually. Bit of hesitation from Windsor boys, but now they're flying it through the hands, seeking the edges, and this is more like it. Lovely show, and drops it on the toe. It's a foot race. 2 green jerseys of Windsor are going to get there first. Great control, drops on it. And what a start to the second half from the Windsor boys.
What did I tell you about Will Moss? The boy can ball. Glides into space, then drops it on the toe. He wasn't going to win the foot race. In fact, he's going to take the conversion as well. Total full court footballer, and you love to see it.
I was going to make a remark about how old school his double knee Vulcan strapping was, but I thought, you know, it's not my place to say, but someone's written on this team sheet next to his name that he is genetically 90% neoprene strapping. Well, the bionic man of Windsor's done the business to get them back into this game.
Yeah, non-matching neoprene straps on the knees as well. That's super old school and I love it.
It looks like a sort of ancestral hand-me-down maybe from his grandfather, the one on his left.
So you and Warbs had a little chat this morning, did you?
Let's get him up. Let's get Warbs up. If any of you see him, tell him that we want him.
So I saw on Twitter yesterday your mate Nick Mullins faffing tweets.
Mate, I got a favourite from Gus Creevy. That's a
you
man.
Did not.
That's a man we'd love to have up here.
All right. What do you got there, mate? Pie, of course you have. Of course you got a pie. Ollie Robinson there. Captain of England students, was he?
Captain of English students. He was Bucks Super Rugby Player of the Season in 2018. In a team that contained the likes of Will Muir, George Thoka, who are applying their trade in the Premiership now. So,
was that Josh Hodge in that team, or was he the year after? He's the year after, wasn't he?
Year after. Here we go. Windsor boys, they've got wind in their sails, and Will Moss on the ball. Doesn't find the pass this time, but Windsor boys will recover in the hands of Mark Venter. Penalty advantage. This game finally balanced at the moment. Not 10. Is that going to be a yellow card? Sure will. It's going to make for a tricky 2 minutes for Ibstock Place, who, I'll tell you what, Dave, they probably could have walked here today. They are based by Richmond Park Gate. Here goes Will Moss. Found the right man, and Moss in support. That's going to be another yellow there. A lazy left limb.
Oh, he's got penalty try.
Penalty try, wow. Well, the referee backing the 90% neoprene man Will Moss to have finished it from there. So
that's a big decision, you know, 40 metres out.
that is big. So Ibstock Place reduced to 5 men, back on level terms after the penalty try. How Seven's concern in a minute.
Well, after that start, when we thought Ibstock Place had scored and they got into touch, but then they scored that absolute cracker, that crossfield kick.
Great pickup right off the bootstraps there. Interesting to see how Ibstock will manage this. That is the right play. Vacant backfield. Windsor playing 7 up, but if that keeps rolling, oh, that is a tough return for Ibstock. It was a fantastic kick, great option, given the circumstances of them playing with 5. And they're just beaten by an awkward bounce over the dead ball line. All the way back we come.
There is a breeze. And Ibstock Place are kicking with it.
Well, Windsor boys simply have to score here. It's going to be 3, of course, in the scrum from Ibstock. That's going to leave them with only 2 out of the scrum. Unless the first yellow card has been served. There's a bit of gesturing.
Well, there's 5 on the park at the moment. Player coming back on now. So still a player down. Still should be a great opportunity to score.
It'll be up to Windsor boys to keep their composure though here. Will Moss positioned at first receiver. He's shown a great deal of composure and control so far in this match. We got Charlie McCreenor out on the right, Dingerling wearing the number 18 jersey, but looks like Moss is going to do it all on his own. Dances through a few, but just dragged down. They're going narrow. Oh, goodness me. Oh, gets the wrong line initially.
They've got to do something about that. They have to, because later in the competition, that's going to cost somebody a valuable try.
Yeah, so there's a little bit of line confusion here from the under-13s tournament that was played on Monday. It is a different colour, but still, in the heat of battle, when you've only got eyes fixed on the paint, it's easy to get confused. Fortunately, on that occasion, Windsor boys with the momentum to roll one and then find the right line to plant it. Windsor boys back from 2 tries down. They were trailing 12-0, but it's been a huge turnaround. Really, Will Moss, the catalyst for a lot of their good work so far, but also Ibstock Place, the architects of their own downfall. 2 yellow cards, a penalty try, but still hope for the boys in blue. They get some possession, something they've been starved of in this second half. They've shown that they've got the ball skills to move this team around, move this Windsor team around and unleash some of their deadly finishes. And oh, was that the opportunity? Was that the chance?
Tough for Ibstock Place. Just run out of steam, didn't they? Maybe they thought it was 1 at 12-0. Maybe Windsor Boys School just found a little bit of something. Maybe they got the energy from Will Moss, the neoprene man. Stood on the blind side here. Watch out, boys.
Sucking in a bit of diesel as well, I tell you, but situated sort of in that QB role at the moment. Kicked out by the scrum half, and Windsor boys have mounted a very spirited comeback, trailing 12-0 to Ibstock, who performed with the hand, the invention, and a lovely crossfield kick try. But those 2 yellow cards and the penalty try proved terminal for them in the second half, and the Windsor boys have come out on top, 17 points to 12. Gordons v Oundle in the bowl, and we are away with Gordons kicking off in the deep green and black hoops. Oundle in the distinctive red. Well, the referee laying down the law at the breakdown early in this match, and Gordons will have a set play from the tap. Remember, these boys in their 1-8 final here in the ball. Good show with the one hand, and Gordons finding their rhythm early, but stopped in their tracks by a big hit and shift from an Oundle defender. Gordon's playing with fluidity, seeking the edges, and a lovely offload low from Nathaniel Cotton. But it just died in the air when the pickup was there to be made. It would have been a home run into the corner. Fiercely contested so far. First scrum of the match. And Gordons with a huge shove to disrupt and present themselves with an opportunity on transition ball. They fly it out to the wing, and it's a finish in the right corner by Nathaniel Cotton. The man they call Prince Charming opens up the scoring. Well, the good defence around Oundle forced Gordon into the corner, and it means that that conversion is too tricky to slot. So just 5 points the damage from that play. Gordon's starting in fine form, though we're yet to see Oundle truly attack. Will they get a chance in this kickoff? It goes long, just to the outskirts of the 22, and Oundle in possession. First signs of footwork in the middle, out the back door, Sonny Bill to free up the right. Good tackling needed. 21 on the ball, again using that fend and the offload. And justice lodged in the tackle. Gordons will attack from deep on the transition. Nice offload to keep the ball alive. If they can keep this pill alive, they will surely go. Not a massive fend, but along with the big fend was a big right foot on the touchline. Ollie Wiseman. That's the issue when you got size 15 boots, or so they seem from up here. A big boy in the number 8 jersey. There we go. You don't go high on that man, do you? But on that occasion, just enough of a nuisance to take him off track and into touch. Sadly, I don't have an Oundle team sheet to give credit to the young man who did force him into touch there. And not going to plan that line out off the training ground, looking to go over the top, circumvent the jumpers and find an on-rushing back, but Oundle do well to come away with it, and they find some extra yards, but they do so illegally, held in the tackle. Get up, didn't have a ball release, and that's why Gordons are attacking now up at the halfway line. Good contest at the breakdown again, and Oundle come away with it. They're fighting for everything. The call is maul, and the result is a Gordon scrum. Gordon's coming into this match on pretty good form. Defeated Church's College, the Leys School and Maidstone Grammar yesterday to send themselves through to the elimination of the Vase, but missing out by 3 to the Simon Langton Grammar School for boys before St Olave's Kent were accounted for earlier today, and Max Webber slices one off the left infield, and his chase is so hungry that it means Cotton's right on the spots to gobble up the loose ball, make it a brace, and put Gordon's in control in the first half.
Yeah, let's watch the game.
Well, the kick wasn't the best, but this hard ground is tricky to master the bounce, and that was it. That was the desire right there. Poor kick from Webber, but the chase, you have to tip your hat and force the error. And Cotton will dine out on that sort of error all day. Oundle looking for a bit of fluidity in attack. They haven't quite hit their straps. As Adam Sisk rushes through to force a tackle back to the 22. Good low chop, and Gordon's early on the ball, but blasted out of the way from the Oundle. Again, this dogged defence. Gordon's hunting in packs.
I reckon we come down tomorrow in our stuff and just have a sick time.
The big number 8 goes direct through the edge.
Look how nice, look at the size of this pitch compared to what you can play.
I wish you got to watch the first one.
Gordon's repelled, but rushing round to the left. They've got an overlap. Oh, and that is brilliant defence. It definitely should have gone from Max Webber.
Are they getting their photo with someone?
He thought he could do it all by himself, but look at that brilliant tackle, the wrap and swing into touch, but a high tackle in the act. It looks like it's a penalty try. So difficult when a player's stooping low, looking to go around you, to not seatbelt them, but on that occasion, unable to avoid it, and Gordon to get a penalty try. They end the half on a high, and Oundle will start the second half with just 6.
Yeah, we'll be going here.
Enjoyed it there. We've got next year as well.
We don't walk around with the food now.
Just here, so here.
No.
Joey, Sam walks in there. Where? Just here. In there.
Oundle with the ball and up against it. And causing more problems to themselves. Runners in front of the kicker. And a free pass for this Gordon side, who've shown themselves to be really very deadly in attack. Up to the 10-metre, taken by Dodd that time. The double try scorer on the ball, Cotton. Bit of a loose pass, puts his teammate under pressure. Aldal wanted to go quickly, but denied after one of the replacements had touched the ball.
Both got 2 guys down the first. I thought we could go through the ringer a bit. You were on before us. Well, to be honest, 2 postal stamp pictures. We've not got any size.
Gordon's take it from the line out. Here they come again in attack. All we've seen is them attack today. And into the hands of one of the new men on the field, Ikla Shohan. And that's what fresh legs, fresh, fast legs can do when you get it to the edge. Brilliant, simple sevens from Gordon's. This is probably feeling like it's a long 5.5 minutes ahead for Oundle School. Had some good results yesterday, Oundle. Hammered Exeter School 43-0, Wimbledon College 52-7. There's only losses to Chislehurst and Sidcup Grammar School and Royal Hospital School. It meant that they find themselves in the bowl competition. Good win against St Olav's Grammar School, Kent. Earlier today, 26-19, but they are really being tested by an impressive Gordon's outfit at the moment. Again, they come away with possession. They've been so good at getting their hands on the ball every time. Intercept, here come Oundle. What can they do with it? They go direct through the middle. But turned over. Oundle, fresh legs on the field, looking to make an impact, and they do so. Whipped pass, the bounce is good, and Oundle on the outside, lovely offload. Can they finish it? The scramble is good from Gordon's, but it's not enough to repel Oundle.
You coached me with the 18. How are you?
They get across for their first try of the match. Well worked, lovely hands, good support. No arguments with that one. Take a look at this again, the step back inside. Brilliant footwork to seduce both those defenders to clutch in. This is the offload. So the man coming back on the inside, had the wheels to move through the space. And Arundel, well judged kickoff. Oh, must have gone 9 3/4 meters. Desperately unlucky. They had to gamble on catching that. They have to push the envelope in order to get some more possession. Gordons have enjoyed so much of it. But that offload knocked on will give Oundle another chance to launch an attack, this time from a scrum. Two minutes remaining. Can Oundle pierce this Gordon's defence one last time? They'll need to win the scrum, which is proving very, very difficult. Three mountainous men there in Gordon's jerseys. Slightly more diminutive Oundle front row, diminutive but mobile, a lad. Sort of up against it on the shove. They do brilliantly to get it out. What a beautiful pass. They fling it to the edge, cut back inside. And this is the try scorer causing more problems. Again, the offload one-handed. Doesn't find the man initially, but then they put the superchargers on. Through the holes of three players. They need to work it right where they've got numbers. Gordons have stayed connected, they've stayed organised, and they've got the turnover. This is Robert Harrison, and this is the full stop on a Gordon's victory right here at the HSBC Rosslyn Park National School Sevens. Robert Harrison, he made the hit, he made the pickup, and the big South African had enough fuel in the tank to finish the job too.
Yeah, very well. How's he?
Well, this was a marvellous break, and you just felt Oundle were doing everything that was right. They were looking to move it out to the flank, and it was a brilliant decision from Robert Harrison, because they are one pass away from being unlocked again and making for a sticky close to the match for Oundle. So Gordon, get us underway. Final play of the match. Oundle looking for positives to end the day with on RE1, and they do so with a powerful run down the right hand side. Again, that ruck contest is really gritty, but Oundle got plenty of fight in. The big hole puts the afterburners on, needs the support. Oh, it evades both men in maroon jerseys. They deserve the score to end, but the inaccuracy denied them, and it is Gordons who come out handsome winners on pitch RE1. Final score, Gordons 33, Oundle 7.
Return to Play is the UK's leading sports medicine provider for schools and clubs. We ensure sport is safer than ever by making it easier
Stowe
for you
in
to provide.
yellow. We're going to have a set piece to start us off as well. It's the Grammar School Leeds who are here by virtue of one of the toughest of victories yesterday against the Bristol Grammar School went to the wire, the absolute wire, but Stowe are opening them up early with some gas through the middle and some even faster support. Wow, a statement try to kick us off and Stowe go ahead.
So they're the ones who are basically in the team and playing. Nine have been picked.
I think we need to point around. It's like trying to make small talk.
Whilst they were still doing it, can't let it drain out.
So Stowe kick us off into the hands of Leeds. Big confrontational style to the manner in which Leeds play, using their big, strong players to suck defenders in, but their offloading game is good. Once they've done the nitty-gritty through the middle, they like to get it out wide, but Stowe, at the moment, as has been their way so far this tournament, are in the mood. 42-0 against Sir Joseph Williamson's mathematical school, 50 points to 7 against Loughborough Grammar, 38-7 against Northampton, 47-10 against the Dollar Academy, and 47-0 against Solihull today. Solihull put some teams to the sword yesterday, so that's kind of the measure of where Stowe are at, and I like the look of them. Fast, flighty, and with the vision to spot little glints of light down the short side there. The grammar school at Leeds shell-shocked early in this, with Stowe too elusive to drag down, and 2 tries to the good. Yep, Stowe looking very good. I mentioned, they've just racked up mountains of points. A 42, a 50, a 38, a 47 and a 47. And in amongst all that, they've only conceded 24 points. That's 4 tries by my reckoning. So the defence is as stingy as the attack is greedy. Good tackle there to chop Oliver Aston. Oliver Aston, one of the key figures in the victory over the Bristol Grammar School yesterday. That's Tom Peach getting met and put down. And Leeds at the moment finding meters very, very hard to come by. Stowe not committing many to the rucks, leaving all 7 up top. Got a shallow sweeper in at the moment, and a penalty at the breakdown. That's where Leeds are going to get plenty of profit. Big runner in Tom Peach on the shoulder, offering up the opportunity to dummy and dart through the gap. And Leeds holding on to possession nicely here. That's that man Aston. Strong, but can spot a gap as well. Turnover good from Stowe. They're going to go quickly here. Beautifully whipped left-hand pass. It's just a wiry strength and aliveness to fly through the gap. And a bit of telepathy as well for his number 9 to be on his shoulder and dance around the post, across the line. And Stowe are looking red hot here. Stowe send a steep one into the sky, and more chasing pressure forces an error from Leeds. Dancing feet, a pumping fens, And a reluctance to go to the ground means Leeds are working hard. They're over the ball and winning that. Yes, they are. Big penalty for them to win there. They need to play some rugby outside of their 22. Not back 10 from Stowe. And again, Leeds look to put some tempo, some energy in on the ball. Aston, that's what he does. A hitch kick to go through and the offload, all juggled and held. Leeds have the numbers. Can they finish the job? Well, they don't use them and they meet a tackle in the middle of the field. Peach on the ball, distributing to his winger. He'll streak away, and do you know what? He'll do a bit more than that. He gets under the post. He knows just how crucial these kicks can be. It's 7 to the grammar school at Leeds. And just the response them in this game needed. You thought for a moment that the opportunity was gone when Leeds opted to go back inside, but that was smart hands, great execution of the overlap. And a consummate, an aware finish to steal in behind the post to make the conversion easy. Oh, well, that is the trickiest of kickoffs to receive. Pins tight on the touchline, caught in two minds. He went to take it and eventually knocking it out of touch. And this is a purple patch for the grammar school at Leeds to capitalise on. The line out is neat, and Aston is calling the shots in the middle, drops it on the boot. Not sure that was the option with a sweeper in there at the back. And the broken play that we've seen Stowe triumphing so far in this opening 7 minutes is here and ready to be attacked. That pass is a peach from Stowe. But not in the referee's opinion. That one's gone forward and it signals the end of the first half. Entertaining stuff. Stowe coming out at a lick, but the grammar school at Leeds finding their feet and finding a score to keep them well in this conversation here on pitch RE1 of the HSBC National School Sevens at Rosslyn Park. Well, the good news is there's 7 minutes more of this very, very entertaining matchup between Stowe in the yellow and blue hoops and the grammar school at Leeds in grey and dark blue. And having been called back after a premature kick-off, Stowe get it a bit wrong and they hand possession to the grammar school at Leeds, who'll tap from the halfway line. Peach on the switch. Big, uncompromising, but with good soft hands to smuggle away an offload. I tell you what, there's an option here on the left if they can get it to the try scorer, Sam Longfellow. Instead he steps in at scrum half. Leeds have a bit more about them. They really came under pressure so early in the first half from Stowe. Oh, with the referee's whistle blown, there's a tiny bit of afters, but nothing to write home about. Just a touch flag, the collateral damage as a result of some passions flying high. And why not? Best tournament in the country, most exciting day in the calendar. The HSBC National Schools Sevens at Rosslyn Park. And it's a tournament that is going to be treated to a length of the field try straight from the line out. A wounder to the boys from Leeds. But a real settler for this talented Stowe side, who found themselves under pressure for the last few minutes of this match. But a touch of class frees up an easy run in for one of their flyers. They re-establish their cushion.
Okay, Lisa, you want gin tonic?
I've been on this bloody diet.
Leeds need a response, and a penalty is the ideal way to do so, and a yellow card as well. Stowe reduced to 6. Can Leeds use this numerical advantage early in the passage? Try and maximise the pressure that they're putting under their opposition. Fearsome stuff at the breakdown, trying to affect the rip. Peach, he's got the strength and the height to gather that one and then repel the attacker. Aston, another strong man with good hands. They're fighting for every metre, but now they've got an opportunity on the right flank. A step inside, but what a well-timed tackle from Stowe. They're on the ball, they just missed the turnover, lack of precision. Tabbed through, and even Peach is too short for that. A cruel, cruel bounce. Oh my goodness. And the cruelest of tries to concede. The idea was right, the execution seemed to be perfect. But the pesky roll of the rugby ball undoing the tallest man on the pitch, Tom Peach. And Stowe, surely with that try, even though they're a man down, have put this contest beyond doubt. Two and a half minutes left of this one, and the score may be 29-7 to Stowe, but it really hasn't been a 29-7 game for Leeds. They have been in it, they have fought, they've almost fashioned opportunities, they've just been unable to harvest them in the way that this team in yellow have done since the first whistle. Stowe are a force to be reckoned with. More tries, more points. This school are making a statement. Oh, a majestic take, one arm flung into the sky, and It's almost like his hand's covered in Pritt stick there. Just glues on, and here comes Stowe again. Leeds are looking tired. They've been run ragged by the rangy running of Stowe. A one-handed offload inside. That's well fought for, though, by Leeds. They regain possession. A penalty and 50 seconds on the clock. These boys won't give up. Aston, Lassoud in his own 22. The kick this time going straight to hand. No bouncing, no trickery to rule them out of regathering possession. Well, space found, but there's 3 yellow jerseys around him on the floor. Inaccuracy, they go beyond the ball, and the referee awards a penalty to the grammar school at Leeds. I think everyone here at RE1 willing the men in grey and blue to kick on and get a score. They deserve another one. But goodness me, this Stowe team are like a pack of dogs. Offside. Infringements mounting up. Jack Harris on the ball. Jack Harris still on the ball. Jack Harris stepping in. He hasn't been stopped yet until now. 4 meters shy. Peach on the switch. Aston darting through the hole. It was penalty advantage for the high tackle. But Oliver Aston, well, he's doubled over on the hoardings after that. Been a huge performance from him, huge performance from the grammar school at Leeds, but ultimately beaten by an imperious Stowe School 7 side. 6 tries to the men in yellow, and a marker made to all the other sides in this competition.
Return to Play is the UK's leading sports medicine provider for schools and clubs. We ensure sport is safer than ever by making it easy for you to provide gold standard medical care to your players. Our head injury and concussion care service provides your players with 7-day-a-week access to some of the UK's most experienced concussion doctors, who make sure the correct diagnosis is made and manage each player's recovery until they are fit to return to sport. We also provide you with the education, policy, and administrative support you need to confidently manage injuries, giving you and your players' parents peace of mind. Using our innovative R2P injury management system, injuries can be quickly recorded, parents and staff automatically notified, doctor appointments booked, players' recovery tracked, and injury analysis downloaded. Our system even integrates with other school systems, saving you admin time. Our full sports medicine service is tailored to your organisation's specific needs, designed to best support your sports programme and medical setup. It includes our head injury and concussion care service, plus weekly sports doctor clinics, access to physiotherapists, matchday medical support, and more. Return to Play are partnered with over 60 of the UK's leading schools and clubs. Get in touch to
More Vase action on pitch RE1 at the HSBC National Schools 7s at Rosslyn Park. And what a juicy one we've got for you. Royal Hostel School in green, receiving it right from the kickoff. About to score against the Simon Langton Grammar School, if they can just wrestle their way across the line. Held up. Desperate stuff. By the Simon Langton Grammar School boys. They opened up their competition with a 14-all draw against the London Oratory, but then it has been nothing but good stuff from them. 40-0 against King's School Macclesfield, 43-0 against Ryde, 10-7 against Gordons, who we saw Only moments ago, impressively here on RE1. Have suffered a loss today against Magdalen College. 14 points to 17, just squeaked out by 3. And the Royal Hospital School, who just dropped it there with the line only a few metres away. They're a school that have only tasted victory so far at this Rosslyn Park Sevens, and they're on the board early. Pressure right from the get-go, capturing the kickoff, their kickoff. And they are yet to let their opposition out of their 22, and they come away with the try. The Royal Hospital School should be a little bit fresher as well. They did have a walkover on the first day against the Perth School before taking down the Windsor Boys School, Shrewsbury School, Oundle and Magdalen College 31-19 earlier this morning in the group. Goodness me, that's such a difficult kickoff to find yourself under if you're on the Simon Langton Grammar School boys team. But they have come away with it, and they spotted room in the backfield, and they've got searing pace as well to gather the kick. Number 94 going all the way for their first 5-pointer. But desperate defence from Royal Hospital School. There's confusion on where the line is once again, and still short Simon Langton. The ball bobbling. The ball somehow negotiated away from the try line. It looked for all money that was going to be one of the tries of the day. But the cover defence, Royal Hospital School just did not give up. Royal Hospital School attacking from deep. We've only seen them at close quarters so far, and under that defensive pressure from the opposition, it's a wild Sonny Bill out the back door to no one. And Simon Langton couldn't really wish for a better piece of set-piece play to launch a try-scoring effort. Oh, the ball came flying out, and I tell you what, Simon Langton looked lucky to get away with it. It looked like an easy scoop and distribute, but an extra shove from Royal Hospital School forced the fumble. Clearly didn't go backwards if the referee's awarding it to Simon Langton again. They'll know there's a lot of strength in that front row, and Royal Hospital come away with it. Direct inside centre line from the number 12. But the defence being so strong means it's a penalty turnover, and Simon Langton will try and skirt round the outside. Almost running out of pitch. Good hands, good footwork to stay in field. Held up in the tackle, and a more called. Royal Hospital School come away with it. But they're under pressure right here. The scrum's solid, but they want to play a lot more rugby down on the right-hand side of the pitch, I can tell you that. Well, Royal Hospital utterly comfortable in the set piece, but now they've lost it. Simon Langton go in search of a gap ghosting through the outside on the right, and then the offload was forced and into the hands of a Royal Hospital boy. And while they're doing fantastically to defend, they are manacled in their 22 at the moment. Oh, the intercept, the big looping long pass to find that space out wide to the left, and will Royal Hospital School punish it? Look at the leg drive on the number 13, inside ball dummy, and wow, it was red, and then he was grappled to the floor, but he's up and he's back. This one isn't a game of meters, it's a game of inches, and that could be an emotional wounder for the Simon Langton Grammar School. They've been camped in the Royal Hospital School 22 for so long. It looked like it was a dominant tackle, but there was just that extra bit of strength, followed by a speed boost to get Royal Hospital School across the line. That man there, the number 7, responsible for that game-breaking try. Half-time called, Royal Hospital School in control.
No matter what they just said, Simon Langton win back the kickoff, crucially so, because they need a score to open up this half. They've had a lot of possession, but have lacked the penetration so far. Mix up and some bit of crossing yields a penalty to Royal Hospital. They draw play back into the middle. They are so strong, aren't they? One-on-one on those challenges. You have to make the hit, you have to stick it, otherwise they get in behind you. And then they got the fast hands to free up players like that. Flying number 11. Try number 3 for the men in green. It's looking good for the Royal Hospital Schoolboys. Fucking nice stuff. I felt like John actually said they're playing better sevens. You're nervous to ask. Huh? You're nervous to ask.
Oh wow, you will not see many better conversions like that all day on any pitch. Right out of the sweet spot, curling in just inside the right hand upright. You know, you see some beautiful tries out here, but you gotta love a good conversion from the drop kick. They're the ones that probably stick out most for some of these players. And that kickoff is supreme. Well taken as well. Royal Hospital back on the ball, back in command. Their kickoffs really have been excellent. They put the Simon Langton School under so much pressure. This guy's been a menace in the middle, as has this one. Second try in the match. Knocked forward in an intercept attempt. I wonder if there's any advantage being played. Not rolling away, they still get the decision. This looks like it's going to be a try. Good footwork, getting outside. Those stray arms that are hanging out, so difficult when you're rushing across, you're outnumbered. And you're up against a man with footwork and strength like that. Royal Hospital School beginning to move through the gears, as they have done all competition. Try number 4. Bang, left foot, bang, left foot. Guess what's coming? Left foot. As they say, it's one thing knowing what's coming, it's another knowing how to stop it. Another fabulous conversion. These conversions may seem relatively insignificant in a game like this with the scoreline as it is, but those experiential memories that man's building could prove decisive when it comes to slotting big conversions when the matches get tougher and tighter as we progress through this vast competition. It is high quality stuff from all the sides featuring on Wednesday at the HSBC National School Sevens at Rosslyn Park. But that's nicer from the Simon Langton Grammar School for boys. They open up the right hand side, but the scramble very good from Royal Hospital until they infringe. Inside ball option, oh, doesn't quite go to hand, but kept alive. And Simon Langton fighting for every metre. Lovely footwork. Oh, and he's got the strength as well. That was nice stuff. Warm appreciation and oohs and ahs from the touchline, and rightly so. Feet and offend. Name me a better combination.
Thank you. Okay, right. Beer?
Royal Hospital School do very well under a bit of pressure from the kickoff. Big bosh in the middle and dislodged in the tackle. Here we go, Simon Langton in for 2 in a minute. Is there a sting in the tail of this match yet? Well, potentially there could have been, but the conversion is missed. And with a minute remaining, Royal Hospital take back possession. They need to see out this final 60 seconds. If they keep giving away penalties brought on by the pressure of Simon Langton, then they could see their dreams of progressing all the way through this competition fall apart. Simon Langton are out on their feet, but they're working so hard. They know 2 converted scores will get them back into this. But they need one ASAP. Oh, the line out misses the man. And a big, big man wearing a number 6 jersey just hoovers up the crumbs and carries Royal Hospital School forward. The breakdown's been a much fiercer contest from Simon Langton in this second half. Oh! And like a thief in the night, Royal Hospital School steal through the heart of the ruck. That's the ball game, and that's a Royal Hospital School victory win.
Find out more.
Well, some fabulous rugby that we've just seen amongst the under-18s in the Vase and in the bowl. Stowe really, really standing out. They stand out because of their kit, the yellow and blue hoops, but boy, do they play a bit of ball. And we're back into the Colts, and right here we've got St Peter's York against Queen Elizabeth School Barnet. And it's not just that we're bringing you here on the stream on RE1. We're also bringing you a bit of North American royalty as well, because we've got Jay Miles here, who is the head of rugby at Mount St Mary's University, all the way from the East Coast. So we're going to get a bit of an American perspective on what he's made of this Rosslyn Park Sevens. I've got to say, first of all, Jay, welcome. Thanks for coming all the way to the HSBC National School Sevens. Absolute pleasure to have you.
It's truly my pleasure. This is absolutely amazing stuff out here. The level of play is tremendous. The youth, and just to see the skill level is just encouraging. So thank you for having me.
Anytime, absolutely anytime. So what brings you over here?
A little bit of recruiting, a little bit of connections, and just a lot of good rugby. It's absolutely phenomenal. It's my first trip over for the tournament, and I cannot be more impressed.
Well, you're seeing the next generation here. We've got the Colts, got the under-16s right now. St Peter's York School in the brown and white hoops up against Queen Elizabeth School Barnet. Queen Elizabeth School Barnet. Tough start to the day against Ipswich School, but they came real close against the Oratory, just missing out 19-12 earlier in the day, while St Peter's York, well, 29-0 to open things up against the Oratory, then just missing out against Ipswich, 33-26. What an absolute romper stomper of a match that was. So this is their final Group A match of the day. And you say you've been impressed with what you've seen, Jay?
Absolutely, absolutely. The skill levels are fantastic, and just right there, just some spatial awareness, taking on the outside channel. It's a beautiful pace coming through. It is wonderful to watch young Colts just do amazing work in here.
Well, that's what happens when you got Chris Guillem Lopez out on the left flank for St Peter's York. Excuse the pronunciation of that name. There's some ropey handwriting going on the team sheets here, so I do apologise if I've done the pronunciation of your name a disservice, but you've certainly not done yourself a disservice out there on that left flank. Plenty of gas, right?
Oh, he's a burner out there. Really burner.
And so you're over here from the States, you're checking out the talent. You say you're doing a bit of scouting, right?
Yes.
Scouting for what? Scouting for what exactly?
So what's unique about what we're doing is in the U.S. market, rugby is expanding beyond belief. And it really is, the growth of the game is something spectacular, and the resources for universities is just expanding by leaps and bounds. So what we're doing is we're looking at providing scholarships for young men that want to come over, and women, quite frankly, because the women's game has absolutely just exploded.
Well, your USA Sevens women's team are formidable, man. Alona Ma.
Oh, she's amazing.
Aliv Kelter.
Yes, Aliv's unreal.
Naya Tapper. You got some big stars there, and there's some great role models as well. Actually, I've had the great pleasure of meeting a few of them, and they're really good people too.
Yeah, you know what's amazing is, so I have 4 daughters, and they're all involved in rugby. And talk about the role model piece for young women, and it just really plays into creating strong, just independent women who want to just take on the world. It's phenomenal. I love it.
Well, Alona Ma, you know, she's obviously one of the sort of figureheads of the USA Eagles women's sevens team, and I think she's done a nursing degree as well. She's doing a business MBA. She's got other business interests. She's a really interesting woman.
She is, and what's interesting is my oldest daughter played with her in college or a university, and it really is just a phenomenal person as well as a talented rugby player.
Well, more tries coming in from St Peter's York right there. Big man George Burton showing that he's got the dancing feet and a bit of a conversion scoring left peg as well. There
I was going to say, the big man has skills.
Converting his own. So talk to me about the university system for rugby out in the States, because you know people aren't going to know too much about it. I'm sure they've probably heard of Ivy League colleges, and then they've heard of the American football universities. So where does it all fit in, and how does it work?
So it's really interesting. Each university tends to have its own systems, if you will. But one of the things that's unique is the identification of rugby within the United States to really identify how popular it's becoming, the ethos of rugby, how it really plays into the high character piece of what universities are looking to bring in right now. And so at Mount St. Mary's University, we're right outside Washington, D.C., and one of the exciting things is our scholarships to help bring players in, and we really look for the character side as well as the skill side. So it's creating that phenomenal degree to go out, and I always tell everybody you're only an injury away from needing your degree, and one of our specialties is really the connections we have to ensure that our players get placed in different areas. And with the MLR piece, the professional piece kicking into high gear with the States, we really are really blessed in a lot of different ways.
Yeah, for those of you at home, the MLR, the Major League Rugby, which is going from strength to strength over in the States. You've got sides in Canada with the Toronto Arrows. If you want to be a real razzmatazz, you can go to LA and play for the Giltinis, who won the league last year. And, you've got players like Matt Gitto, Tom Mitchell, former England Sevens captain, he's over there. Mar Nonu of New Zealand, he's been out there playing. So for these young lads who are out, and ladies who are out here playing, they're looking at university. How does university rugby link up with Major League Rugby in the States? Is there a bit of a pathway there existing between the sides?
Well, every situation's different, and we're incredibly blessed to have our partnership. We actually have a partnership with Old Glory Rugby, which is right out of DC, and so we actually run their U19 and U23 Northern Academies out of the university. So when we talk about pathways and opportunities, it's really there for the taking. So when young men come in, and women, quite frankly, but right now for the MLR, it's all men. But when we come in, we're able to provide a pathway for them, keep them upskilled, traveling around, playing some good footy, and then actually get them ready to go.
Well, speaking of good footy, it has been all St Peter's York in this first half. Very, very tough opposition to come up against for Queen Elizabeth School Barnet. St Peter's York leading 26 points to 0. And I guess for the English lads and lasses over here who you're scouting for, what opportunities are there if you are an English school child playing rugby and thinking, well, do you know what, I don't want to go to university in England, I'm looking abroad. So what opportunities are you presenting?
So the exciting part about what we do is we open our arms to everyone. And I think then what they do is they contact either myself or they'll go through Brent Taylor with Spire, one of the recruiting people or programs that here that actually help create pathways and opportunities, because finding the right fit is really important. We always say, the right fit is the right person, or is the right fit for the right university is the right person for the university. It's a little bit convoluted, of course, but it's not every university is the same.
You're big on character.
It's very much so. Very much. It's got to be. And I think that's the beautiful part. As I look around, and I've had a chance to talk to some coaches and some players here, and that's one thing that's really stood out with me is some of the high character of the young men out here. It's phenomenal. So you talk about pathways and just reaching out. A lot of times it's just touching base with, like I said, Brett Taylor or other people that are familiar with the American market, and then there's a lot of connections that are made from there. But from the Mount St. Mary's University perspective, our arms are open for any and all communication.
And do you guys, maybe this is technical and boring stuff, but I'm just interested, man, because I never got the opportunity to go over and play in the States or to go and be educated at an Ivy League college or anything like that. Like, do you sort visas and flights out? Do you help out with accommodation and stuff like? How does it all work?
Yeah, and that's a really good question. So a lot of times the players will handle their own visas, but we have departments within the universities that help through the administrative piece, and a lot of times it will be either a tuition scholarship or, like you said, just helping out with housing, books, meals, flights. We're able to really accommodate a lot of those opportunities. Now, we do things that other universities do something similar, maybe do something a little different. So that's why each university creates its own little opportunities, if you will, for each player coming in.
Well, I can speak from experience to people tuning in. I did a bit of coaching at Dartmouth College and at Penn State University, and the facilities will blow your mind. I mean, we are talking kind of like NFL level gyms, inside tracks, 4G pitches. I mean, you kick a ball and it's going to land on a 4G pitch somewhere. I think Penn State, they've got an 81,000 seater stadium,
yes.
So it is nuts. So if you get a chance, grab a hold of Jay and look for some people and inquire about the prospect of being educated in America. Why not? England's always going to be here. Go and have an adventure and play a bit of code over in the States.
Oh, it's tremendous, and like I said, just we talk about different opportunities, and with university, with Mount St. Mary's, we're really excited because we actually have a main match pitch. So our campus has a athletic side and academic side, and our match pitch is on the main campus. And rugby is one of the only organized sports allowed to be played and utilized on main campus. So we're really excited. Universities put a lot of stock into what we're doing, and we just look at this, the big man with the big strides coming down the touch. That's beautiful.
Well, that's George Burton. Speaking of playing on main pitches, it is St. Peter's York who are rising to the occasion here on RE1. Just using the width of this big pitch. The fast track as well, and the sunshine that we've enjoyed all week here at the HSBC National School Sevens at Rosslyn Park. But Queen Elizabeth School Barnet, they've just been starved of possession so far. St. Peter's York with these
beautiful restart,
big steepling restarts. Been winning back possession, but Barnet done very well to get back possession. And here we go, ball in hand. They're going to get a chance to strike, and they go through the middle. And he's still going, dragged down by 2. That's what it took to take out the determination.
Unlucky.
So spilt backwards before being knocked forward by St. Peter's York. Queen Elizabeth School Barnet will get another shot with a nice bit of attacking real estate. Scrum on the 10, nice big blind side. Plenty of options for them.
Absolutely. What I'm anxious to see is if they can hit the ball in the wide channel, I think they've got opportunity. Just seem to be a little loose in the offloads. All right, a little unlucky on that.
Early shove plus a Fed input in kind of meant that there was only one decision for the referee there, and there's only one decision for St Peter's York, and that was to search for gaps out wide right. The offload, though, was spoiled by a good disruptive tackle. I think an arm coming across at the vital moment while the player was dragged to the floor. And the sun re-emerging. We've just been.
Oh, it's beautiful weather.
It's not always like this.
Yeah, I was gonna. Everybody said, "Okay, bring rain jackets. It's gonna be rainy." I get out here. I'm like, I actually had to go to the med tent yesterday and said, "Hey, does anybody have any sunblock?" I came so ill prepared. It was crazy.
Yeah, I think I'd be my one piece of advice coming from Irish heritage is that if you're coming to the Rosslyn Part 7s, bring factor 50. Otherwise you're going to melt into your sofa back home like I did last night when I got off this commentary tower.
Yeah, unfortunately with my Scottish skin I need like SPF 100.
Exactly. Maybe we could get a bit of a sponsorship deal, you and I. Here we go. Here comes Queen Elizabeth. Whoa!
A little bit of a shoulder.
A shuddering hit there.
Oh,
and
boy,
it looks like
the pocket.
It might have been high as well, with the player falling in. The St Peter's York player coming in from the blindside angle. It'll be a yellow card for the St Peter's York player, Anesu Chindov.
Boy, I'm glad you pronounced that. I would have mutilated the pronunciation of that.
It's a lifetime spent.
It's a professional.
Yeah, well, believe it or not, I am a professional. I often ask myself the same question though, so don't worry. Here we go. Queen Elizabeth Barnet, plenty of fight, plenty of drive, and going all the way to the line. The referee thought about launching his hand into the sky and blowing the whistle for a try, but knocked on.
Oh, the big man was rumbling and stumbling through there. Oh, I thought he had it.
Well, we got the replay right here. Look at him. 1, 2, still going. Pirouettes out. A third comes across. It was the one-handed reach and just slipped from his fingertips.
That is a story of my life, just too short. That's, I say that I'm tall, but when I get around everybody, I'm like, nah, I'm not so tall. This is crazy how this works.
I think you've picked the wrong game to operate in if you're looking for people to stand beside that are going to make you look a little bit taller. Huge specimens of young rugby players here. We're watching the Colts right here. It's the under-16s tournament at the HSBC National School Sevens. And if you're tuning in for the under-18s, well, we've got Hill House School against St Paul's School in the under-16s of Group D next. And then we are back into the bowl, into the under-18s, and it's quarter-final time. Into the Vase.
Got some space on the...
and if
you just didn't move it in time, but it was there.
If you're setting reminders on your phone, the bowl final, 4:40, the Vase final, 5 o'clock. The place is going to be pumping for those two under-18 finals. And Queen Elizabeth School, Barnet, they've had all this pressure and territorial possession.
The big man again, look at him. It's good offload.
Good vision, selflessness as well, looking on the inside, knew he couldn't quite go the distance himself, but lucky for him, he had Billy Irwin on his right shoulder, who still had work to do, but finds his way to under the sticks to make the final kick of this match, a nice and simple one.
Big man with skills.
40 up for St Peter's York, a deserved victory, defeating Queen Elizabeth School Barnet 40 points to 0.
Well, hold on to your hats, because this one is a big one. 2 undefeated sides in the Colts Group D reckoning. St Paul's on the right in the black and white hoops. 2 clashing kits, if we're being honest, but they've been having a romp. They've hit a half-century in both their matches today.
Oh, look at the pace.
And they're on their way to their first try.
Step. Look at that. Oh.
Big applause around RE1 for that one. They loved the show and the turn of pace.
There's a good hold on the outside.
So St Paul's besting Royal Alexandra 50 points to 5 earlier this morning, then 54-7 against Bow Hunt. And now Hill House, who have had a good day themselves, let's be honest. They come here having beaten Bow Hunt 36-7, Royal Alexandra 36-10. But this is going to be their sternest test of the day.
Since the band next to me is absolutely housing some darn good food, that's one thing I can say is the food is phenomenal with the rugby. My man beside me is like, what in God's name is he talking about? I'm like, man, I'm talking about your food. It looks great. Coming from a guy who loves food.
These are the key things, though. These are the key things. Not just about the rugby, it's about the mirth on the touchline, and there's plenty of that being driven by some absolutely cracking foods here. The food's really stepped up, I've got to be honest. You find quite a nice pint as well if you're a parent enjoying an afternoon away from work. In fact, it's just, you know, I'm really interested to get your opinion on this, is that Rosslyn Park 7s is more than just the, nearly got hit by the ball there. No more than just the rugby, it's the festival, it's having your family coming and watching, it's having TV cameras on you, it's this group day, game by game action, you know, all the concessions around. It's such an it's like a sensory overload as a young rugby player. But you know, for you, what do you make of it?
Oh, I think you're dead on the money. And one of the things that I've noticed is the professionalism of the teams that are here, and so the professionalism being also the support, not only from the coaching staff, but as you mentioned, the parents, and to see these young men perform under pressure and such visibility to them is absolutely stunning. I mean, I was talking to a young man earlier today, and the way he handled himself just with general questions, and it was just so professional. Oh, look at this big man coming through the line. Oh, look at that. Turn him around a little bit, a little footwork. Oh, that's tremendous. But yeah, it really just the crowd, the amount of teams that are here are just, it's something that we in America look forward to building towards.
Well, you say the word building, that's exactly it. You know, 850 schools here across the week. It's something that has been built. So I'm joking on a bit of pick and mix.
We were just talking about the food.
Yeah.
He gets himself all choked up.
The pick and mix is here primarily for the children, but commentators can also choke on it a little bit. I'm going to have to ask you to talk for a moment. You take this away, Jay.
This is always trouble.
Take this away, Jay.
I've got my man beside me. He's going to help me out on this, because this is always scary. Oh, no, it can't be all me. This is a partnership here. It's amazing, though. It's just, you start to watch the skill sets like we just saw here. It's just moving the ball to space. Next thing you know, you've got an open man. A little high tackle, but that's okay. Still play on, and we're off. Good offload, good support. And here we go. It's just tremendous. And to think of the youth of these young men and to see what their future is just amazing.
Right, well, I'm back, and those are two fast young men, two determined men as well. You know, the high tackle did come in, the grab of the shirt collar, but you have to admire the determined chase, because it was one super fast winger shrieking his way to the line, but the defender didn't give up, and yes, illegal on the grab of the collar, but they lived to fight on. They lived to fight on, trailing by just 7 points to 0. Remember, both these sides undefeated. Hill House have been good value so far. They've had their opportunity as well, down in the left-hand corner, but now it's time to defend just on the outskirts of their 22. They need to stay disciplined. They need to stay connected here, especially in these defensive channels. They do so well, but offloaded to the flyer, who opened them up in the opening seconds of this match. Try number 2 for St Paul's.
What's unique about what I am seeing all day is the teams that stay in their systems are just having a great run, and it's really fun to watch. Young men, like you mentioned, all different ages, when they really see the systems working and they have success in them, it's something just fun to see light bulbs go off and they go, oh yeah, this is how we do it.
Sevens particularly is a big piece in the American rugby puzzle, isn't it?
The athleticism.
Because you've had great success on the World Series with your women, with your men as well. They've won World Series titles, and they maybe haven't come away with the results at the Olympics that they would have wanted, but you've got genuine superstar players like Perry Baker and Carlin Isles. In fact, you've got loads of them.
Danny Barrett.
He's a big banger.
Yeah. No. And I think that's one of the things that's unique is the sevens really plays into the athleticism of the Americans. And that's it's tough because I'm a 15s purist by many standards, but I love the pace and action of the sevens. It is just tremendous.
In terms of skill set development and understanding spatial awareness and composure when you're isolated, the fitness, the fundamentals,
body shape and contact, you name it.
If you hadn't guessed, I'm a sevens purist, so we're two different sides of the wall here, my man.
But to the same goal.
Yes, exactly. Both just loving the rugby. Right, St Paul's. There is a hat-trick on for the man in the 16 jersey. He has been lethal, but this time snagged 7 meters short of the line.
Nice catch.
A juggle, and does so well to regather. Then the pass is forced out. It's harem-scarum stuff. But Hill House have knocked on, the advantage being played. St Paul's are going to be in for their third. They were forced to work for it every step of the way. In fact, there was a chance for Hill House to maybe, just maybe, get away with an interception. But such are the fine margins, especially when you've got this polished St Paul side in front of you. That try takes them to 19. And with half-time looming and the kick just over the bar, that is 21-0 to the boys from Barnes.
I've been working on my 6 months. Bomb or bomb? We'll see what we're I'm gonna
Oh, you loved it.
I'm gonna steal one.
I had a good time. I had to cover one of yours.
Yeah, and you did.
Playing snow.
With 7 minutes remaining of this final Group D match in the Colts between Hill House and St Paul's School, seems only right to whet your appetite with the under-18s action that's going to follow. The Bowl quarter-final coming next, and Bromsgrove will face Dollar here on RE1. And after that, boy, am I looking forward to this. Vase quarter-final, Seaford College against Stowe, who we saw on this pitch earlier, who absolutely lit up the turf, if we're being honest. So that's our quarter-final. Then we're into
bit more Colts action, and then the semi-finals of the Bowl and the Vase, and finals for both of those at 4:40 and 5 o'clock respectively. So don't go anywhere. I'm not going anywhere, but someone who is going somewhere at lightning pace is that St Paul's winger, breaking through, and the offload was good before a hit while his teammate juggled it. I was going to say forced a knock on, but seems to be a knock on by Hill House School instead. Yeah, really adventurous play.
I think it was a small knock on in the tackle. That's what the referee was seeing there.
Well, yeah, those quarterfinals coming up next on RE1 at the HSBC National Schools Sevens at Rosslyn Park. And for those who've been away, retuning in, we've got Jay Miles here, who is the head of rugby at Mount St Mary's University in the USA, all the way over from the USA, especially for the Rosslyn Park Sevens, doing a bit of scouting in terms of the US collegiate system where rugby is growing in the sevens format, in the 15s format. In fact, it's just exploding across the continent basically.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I think one of the exciting pieces of that is to see at the university level the resources that universities are pouring into rugby. And there's a lot of different factors that play into that, but mostly it's, you look at the character of rugby players in general when they come in and the exposure they provide to the university. It's a really unique combination. And what's nice with the international piece is it allows, when players come in, to elevate the continue elevating the domestic play as well. So the athleticism piece is just fantastic, and then when our domestic players get a chance to really be around some more experienced international players, it's a nice hand-in-hand opportunity.
Well, St Paul's are exerting such extreme pressure on this Hill House School in every part of the pitch, but the one that is most deadly is when you're on your 5 metre line. The swarming black and white jerseys from just down the road in Barnes create enough chaos, they gobble up the fumble, and it is another try. Conversion not added, but leading 26 points to nil. By the looks of things, 4 minutes ago, it's St Paul's who are going to finish the day undefeated in Group D. And this is a masterful performance over their Group D rivals. Hill House School also coming into this after a very, very good day. Undefeated up to this point, but either staring down the barrel of defeat or at the foot of a mighty comeback summit. We'll just have to wait and see. 3 minutes 37 remaining, and they are in possession, and they do need to score next.
They have the capabilities, that's for sure. Sometimes just that defense comes up on them and puts a lot of pressure.
Well, the defence really strong from St Paul's as well. There are just glints of opportunities in the wider channels if Hill House School can find them. Exhausting work, third game of the day.
Again.
He's been very, very good coming in on those shorter inside lines, finding the seams in the defence.
Nice offload.
And the offload game,
there it is,
has finally manufactured the try that Hill House School deserve. They're on the board. And the urgency in knocking over that conversion tells you that they still believe.
That was a great little line break by the big man coming through, drawing 2 to 3 tacklers, and next thing you know, boy, they're off to the races. Shows how quickly they can counter and score some tries and get back in the match.
St Paul's in possession from the kickoff. In the 5 metre channel, swung.
A little high.
Down to the floor, too high. The challenge, the referee's rightly very, very hot on the tackle height, something that we're trying to drive lower in the game, and it all starts down at these levels. Colts, 13s, 11s.
Maybe gotten somebody for coming from the side.
Schoolboys, and yeah, I think you've spotted a bit of penalty advantage, but the biggest threat is right here. Does very well to snag the jersey, almost broke free. Strong fingertips from these Hill House boys.
Space on the outside.
But by keeping the ball alive, they've created the overlap, and wow. Do you think you're going to see a more gorgeous draw and pass than that all weekend? All week, sorry.
It's amazing. Those are the skill sets that we've been seeing all day, quite honestly, all week, and it's just so fun to watch these young players just excel in those situations.
Well, there's the kick. If we can get a nice juicy replay of that draw and pass, then that needs to be clipped up and sent. Here we go. And there you go. Just perfection.
That's a highlight. That's a highlight reel right there.
And it looks so simple, but it's something that needs to be circulated around every school, every club, that is how you execute a 2-on-1. Draw the man. Sprinkle a bit of selflessness on that.
Nice restart.
And add in a precision pass.
A little stepper.
Oh, just a bit of miscommunication on whether to pop or place. We will forgive St Paul's for that error after a generally very consummate performance here against their Group D rivals. St Paul's are going to end the group period undefeated, having accounted for Royal Alexandra, Bowhunt School, Liphook, I beg your pardon, and now Hill House School. Hill House School, though, one thing they're not shy of is fights, and they'll look for a second try to close out this match. But that's St Paul's defence, goodness me. They don't mind slamming the door, do they? And they do it once again. They finish with a flourish. And that's try number 6. And a very, very impressive performance.
They've been technically sound all day, and especially with this match here. They're really, really technical in everything they do, all phases.
Well, I thought that was it, but
there's still time. There
is still time. The players do ask the question. This referee loves sevens more than I do, Jack. He wants more. He wants more. I think the game is settled, but just a demonstration that our match clock and also the pitch side clock isn't necessarily completely in sync with the referees out there, so it's up to the men in the middle, and that's a question that the players out there need to be asking the man in the blue jersey who's just blown his whistle for a St Paul's penalty, with a scamp just tapping and going and setting up another flash left and finish.
The burner on the outside gets the final.
Wow, there is pace everywhere in this team. Doesn't matter what numbers on the back, they can all finish smartly, and they've done so for a 7th try. Magnificent 7 here in this final Group D match for St Paul's, and that should be that. Well, it has been an absolute pleasure to have you up here to spin a yarn, find out a little bit more about US rugby and the opportunities. Jay, you're going to be doing the rounds this week?
Yes, we'll be here all week and absolutely looking to create more connections.
How do people identify you?
So just got the Mount logo for Mount St. Mary's University, and love to talk to more and more young men looking to study abroad and have some good rugby in these States.
Perfect. Catch up with Jay if you get a chance, guys. He's got some interesting information on what could be a very interesting path of life for you over across the pond.
Thanks for the hospitality.
Anytime.
All right, all the best.
Joyce through the angle, she can stand that opportunity.
Back to the under-18s, and we're into the bowl, and crucially we are into the quarter-finals. It's knockout rugby. Nothing but wins will do from here, and it is Bromsgrove in a change of strip in the whites, but still with the burgundy touch, attacking with the ball left to right. They're up against the Dollar Academy in blue, and it is Bromsgrove just carving a path down the right flank early, but the defence solid from Dollar Academy. It's opened up in the middle, they scramble across, dancing feet, oh, big collision in the heart of the 22. Bromsgrove keep coming, composure and hands required. Oh, just a flash like that through the gap, and big applause from the touchline. Bromsgrove School on the board. Well, Bromsgrove find themselves in the bowl by virtue of an undefeated group performance where they scored a mountain of points before coming undone against RGS Newcastle in the first elimination round yesterday, right here on pitch RE1. And oh my goodness, can I tell you, that was a game. RGS Newcastle are looking red hot, but Bromsgrove pushed them to the very, very brink, having conceded early. Stunning match, probably one of the matches of the day yesterday. Well, this is their third match, and they've already got two big victories under their belt. 31-7 over Reeds, 40-14 over Eastbourne, and now the Dollar Academy in their sights. First chance we're seeing of the Dollar Academy attack, but sluggish to the breakdown means that Bromsgrove are right on that one. More good hands attacking the left-hand channel. Oh, almost stripped in the tackle, but Bromsgrove wrestled themselves to the floor. Raf Gallagher on the ball, dancing, skipping, tackled low, tackled well. That's a fantastic turnover though from the Dollar Academy, right on it, precise, strong, and pressure relieving.
Was the same. Yes, I mean, yeah, I think he's gone for it, and you know, I think I don't necessarily agree with it.
I should have gone like that.
Well, I take that back. Matty Walker is wearing 2 for Bromsgrove, because I was looking at the team sheet with the numbers accounting for their different strip yesterday, so have to give me for that mix-up. I am trying to get a hold of a Dollar Academy team sheet, because I want to know how fast, the name of this man who's so fast in the scrum hat, who's chased so hard and put Bromsgrove under pressure. Well, after the chase was so good, it's looked fractured, and Billy McDonough goes on a stride. Oh, Billy McDonough back in possession, whipping it inside, but the cover across very good from the Dollar Academy. They look composed, don't they? They look unflustered. Tucks it under one arm and jags inside. Breakdown really is just a place of war at the moment. Oh, look at that for a step. Stands his opposite man up, and he's got the power to break the tackle. Then the vision to find the man on his shoulders. Dollar Academy on the board and right in the heart of this match. Next job, the call from the touchline for the Dollar Academy, and that job is sending a skyscraper of a kick to the sky. Well dealt with, easily dealt with in fact, by Bromsgrove. Again, go in search of attacking opportunity down the left-hand side. Picked up from the base. Good tackle, low, into touch. And here we go, Dave Rogers, you're back on the mic.
Boy, oh boy, am I.
And it is officially knockout time. It is officially knockout time. Quarter-final of the bowl, and I was just telling the viewers about what a game we saw from Bromsgrove against RGS Newcastle yesterday.
Well, we've had them on this pitch already today, and they play some serious rugby. But Dollar Academy, given as good as they got at the moment, I think we've seen an infringement in the air there. He's come down hard on his back, but the referee happy enough to let play continue. 7-7 on the scoreboard here, 7-5 on the scoreboard in the arena. I'll clarify that situation as soon as I can. Not seen you for an hour or so, mate. I've missed you. What's happened?
Well, I had the great pleasure of watching Stowe play against the grammar school Leeds.
Oh, yeah.
I can tell you I'm looking forward to seeing Stowe again. They're up next against Seaford College in the quarter-final of the Vase. I mean, Stowe look seriously good.
Well, I've not seen Stowe, but I have seen grammar school at Leeds, and I know they're a good side, a good, consistent, hard-to-beat side. So if you're impressed with Stowe against them, then they must be here to play.
Speaking of here to play, it's Bromsgrove who've really had the lion's share of the attacking possession thus far in the match. But Dollar Academy, the thing that is striking me at the moment is how composed they are in the manner in which they defend and attack. They don't look frantic. They're containing Bromsgrove at the moment, but this man in the number 2 jersey, Matty Walker, he is the key attacking outlet for Bromsgrove. Very steppy, elusive.
Zach Armstrong can ball as well. If you give him some space up the flank, he is so powerful. In fact, when Bromsgrove played in the opening game today, I looked at the bench, I said, who's going to score the first try? They said, no question, Zach Armstrong. Literally predicted it for me, so keep your eye. In fact, he's on the ball right now.
Well, it's either commentator's curse or I told you so.
A little bit of both, to be honest.
Good challenge from Bruce Shearer, though, from Dollar Academy. Brings him down. Lovely pass, but he asks too much of Matty Walker out on that far edge. Come up, Ollie. Yeah.
Have we got another man to join our All-Star Rosslyn Park Sevens team?
We sure do, and he's actually played England Sevens. Ollie Hassel-Collins of London Irish is here at the Sevens, tearing it up for London Irish in Eddie Jones's England camp for the Six Nations recently, and a bloke who I would absolutely love to see play Sevens again.
Well, speaking of which, and our All-Star Sevens, he's just about hanging in there given the calibre of the current opposition, or the current formation. But Charlie Walker is here as well, former Harlequin, current Ealing trail finder, played a bit of Sevens, absolutely rapid. He's here scouting for UR7s, so I think that makes R7. Now, I'm going to keep talking, Burnsy, because if you can clarify the score, or you can keep talking and I'll jump down and speak to the referee. In fact, we do that, I'm actually going to get on my bike.
A lengthy half time there in comparison to some of the other matches, and there's probably an indication of the tension that is out there. Bromsgrove, as I mentioned, have really had an awful lot of the ball. They struck very early, but since then they struggled to break down an obdurate Dollar Academy defence. They've looked measured, and I can confirm that the score is 7-5 to Bromsgrove. So, all important conversions, and Bromsgrove out on the attack again. This time in the hands of Ollie Bully. But a penalty awarded to the Dollar Academy, and they're just happy to take the pace and the sting out of the game at the moment. Nudge it up the touchline to the halfway line. We're going to see a line out. An ideal platform to launch their first attack of the second half. It's an eeriness over RE1 at the moment. It's the stillest it's been so far. I'm not quite sure what to make of it, if I'm being honest. As I said, it's probably indicative of the tension in the match. Quarter-final, you know, there's only one way to go if you lose. And a set play goes awry for the Dollar Academy. They tried to move the Bromsgrove line out around and fashion a bit of room at the front, but they are wrestled into touch pretty swiftly. And Bromsgrove will have the the throw-in rather.
Where are you on Sevens line-outs, Burnsy? In terms of how much time should you be spending on them? Well, a bit longer than that.
Well, long enough to regather your own ball and avoid it getting into the hands of Sam Wallace in the headgear, who is such a strong and aggressive and determined runner. And Sam Wallace has turned this match on its head.
Well, that is some score from Sam Wallace, isn't it? Well, his dad Stuart's watching. I think he'll have enjoyed that as well. What a finish. Hit the line. Decent ball as well. And do you know what? That's Dollar Academy, Burnsy. You mentioned them taking the sting out of Bromsgrove, playing the game at their own pace. They got that first phase turnover ball as well, not expecting it from the line-out. Bromsgrove at 1s and 2s. And Dollar Academy with the kick to extend the lead. It's good as well. Important kick that, because it means if Bromsgrove score the try, they need to convert it to take the lead as well. If Dollar Academy had scored a second, only to go behind if Bromsgrove strikes straight back, that'd be a real hammer blow. So 12-7, game on here.
I don't know about you, I fancy a bit of extra time. Is that legit to say?
Everyone does, apart from the tournament organisers, because it throws the schedule into complete disarray.
Well, I'm yet to see a draw in my 3 days. Your 3 days as well at the HSBC National School Sevens at Rosslyn Park. So what better time when it's a quarter-final and draws won't be tolerated? They have to be decided.
Well, and those are the rules here as well, aren't they? Because there was that controversy with regards to the knockouts of the main RFU 15-a-side cup competitions. All the rules were published beforehand. However, it's a
justice
brutal
for Langley.
Justice for Langley.
A difficult bobbling ball, and do you know what? Well, it jingled and jangled about like a ball in a pinball machine. I thought that he'd actually managed to grab it. That was Luke Kennedy.
Who'd be a 7 scrum half?
Yeah, it's not served up on a plate to you at any stage, is it? You're really, really good at just scooping and shifting it as quickly as you can. Bromsgrove have shifted it out to this far left flank. Cam Richardson offloads, but that's the danger man who scored the try so far. Wallace He's turns distributor. Oh, surely crossing.
Give him the ball.
You could see the situation unfolding. It all came about from the Bromsgrove cover coming across, and he was lining up the big number 4, Roddy Walker.
He'd hit such a good line, Roddy Walker, as well. Just put it up his guts.
Nerve-wracking stuff. Richardson looks down Wallace's wing. Great turnover. Here come the Dollar Academy. They got men right. They need to use them. Patient stuff. Wallace is lurking on a hat-trick. They go quickly. Dollar Academy injecting some pace, some tempo into the match. Roddy Walker, oh, just felled round his ankles, and the Bromsgrove defenders clamped down on it like a limpet. Oh no, here we go. Matty Walker makes the break before losing his footing. Goodness me. He would have been running the lactic lottery at this stage of the game as to whether he'd have made it. As it is, he trips and falls, and Bromsgrove are still attacking, but they're into the Dollar Academy half for the first time in this second half. Hint of a high tackle, lost forward by the Bromsgrove 7, Raf Gallagher. They regather possession after the fly hack. This match is nuts. More tackles. When was the last time the ball was out of play?
I've got no idea. The thing is, this is going to end in a try. I just don't know who for. You talk about the lactic lottery. The only problem with that is there are no winners.
Right, Roddy Walker has shipped it out left. Oh, a glimmer of an opportunity. Walker into the line. Here's Wallace stepping back in. Walker doing so well to act as the pivot. Both teams knackered, and it's onto the toe, and it's a foot race with Leo Cheng in hot pursuit. Is it going to bounce for him? Oh no, it doesn't.
Now it's on for Bromsgrove. Oh, he's knocked it on. There's a knock on there. Oh no, it's a penalty, in fact.
Tackled off the ball. Penalty try?
Yeah. Well, we had that one earlier, didn't we, from 40 metres out.
Well, no yellow card, no penalty try. But it doesn't matter anyway, because enough time has elapsed, and it is the Dollar Academy who fought back to take this from Bromsgrove. A stunning match. Both teams left it all out there, but it was the devastating double from Sam Wallace that was the difference, and the Dollar Academy go through in this bowl quarter-final of the HSBC National School Sevens at Rosslyn Park. Get ready for it, Sevens fans. The matches are getting bigger, better, and the passion and expectation is ramping up. This is going to be a monster of a match. Stowe School in yellow and blue hoops kicking off to Seaford College in blue and white. Here we go. This one's going to be a cracker.
How's this a Vase game? The standard is just so good, and that's not to say that they don't belong in this competition. It just proves to show what the standard of this competition is. God, we've had some good games. And it's starting to get tense, isn't it? We had tense games yesterday, but now it's knockout rugby. Just saw it there with Dollar Academy having to come from behind and score a brilliant try to win it. And it feels as though that is just the beginning.
Well, we had the great pleasure of seeing Stowe earlier on this pitch on RE1. And boy, did they play some sevens. Wiry, fast, committed, and seemingly an unlimited supply of energy. Their defence was good. Seaford College have come here with a reputation, and their results have backed it up so far in the tournament.
Yeah, good early patient possession as well. It's very lateral. Stowe having to make their one-up tackles. They're playing him with a sweeper, and he might be called into action here. Oh, that's a brilliant ankle tap. Perhaps a try-saver to prevent the 2-on-1 with the sweeper.
Well, this is a vitally important match with Seaford going down 22-21 to Marlborough College.
Oh, he's run into touch.
In their last game, they put away RGS Newcastle 28-21. They're here in the Vase quarter-final against Stowe, and it looked almost like they were going to dance down that far right-hand side and in, but just running out of real estate.
So for those of you watching at home, essentially we can see exactly what you can see. Our commentary position is right next to the camera. So when he goes dancing along the touchline down the right-hand side, we only know he's actually out when we see a flag go up or a referee blow the whistle.
Seaford seeking the edge, and do you know what? They've got the room as well, looking for the finish. Too easy in the end from first phase, smartly done. And the Seaford Cavalry rush on with H2O for their boys, who started this game well in the opening couple of minutes.
Certainly have. Well, you talked about them and the pace that they played and the accuracy and how sharp it is. And you always run the gauntlet off the first phase, don't you? You trust the defence, but when the passing's that crisp, it is an easy meat pie. And that ball has gone into the Cardiff Met tent as well. Rhys Roberts is here. He's actually touted himself as a co-commentator, Burnsy, so he might be coming up to join you at some point.
That guy does not shut up once you get him on a mic.
Okay.
He's worse than you.
Define worse.
More loquacious. Seaford send one high. It's easy stuff for Stowe under little pressure from the chase. That's a big gap. Looking to move Seaford's big men in the middle around her. They've done so, and they're stretching the seams. Lost in the tackle though. And Stowe not quite as fluid as we saw them earlier today. Maybe a few nerves jingling and jangling, but the defence very connected, very coordinated by Seaford thus far. Nice clean ball for Seaford to play with. Defence up sharply. Forces Seaford back through the middle. Good interplay on the left flank and in the hands of them, their big men. Goodness me, that looked like an awkward, uncomfortable tackle, and he's up and he's thrashing around to try and steal some more meters. Almost a little corridor of joy for Seaford to dart down the blind side.
Just looking at some of the other fixtures that are happening at the moment as well. Over on RE3, Trinity versus Millfield in the quarter-final.
That is a monster.
Yeah.
That is a monster. Millfield, St Joe's Festival winners. Here comes Stowe. We saw them score from a similar play. It's a blocking line by the Stowe 7. And they are going to try and get it close to the post, but it's a good chase back by Seaford in the end. Saw exactly the same play utilised in their last match. So, pretty smart team, Stowe, and then they've got the weapons to execute the plan.
Well, you called that blocking line, but he never changed his line. He knew exactly what he was doing, but the referee can't penalise him. if he just runs straight. And it works a couple of ways. Firstly, it means the defender can't get across to make the tackle. Secondly, it means that the try scorer never really had to put the afterburners on. And any energy you can conserve when you're looking to go deep in a tournament is massive, especially when you've got to beat a team, in this case like Seaford or like Stowe, but knowing that next up you've got Trinity or Millfield, you've got to keep the tank as full as you can.
As we're saying, Millfield, St Joe's Festival winners back in, when was it, October, November?
God, was it that long ago?
October or November, that's in the 15-a-side format. And then Trinity, fresh off the back of winning the Schools Cup final at Twickenham last Wednesday. That would be some 7 days if they were to clinch the HSBC National Schools Sevens Vase title as well. And they are there in that quarter-final by virtue of an epic against Epsom College. Wow, tongues were wagging about that one when I arrived here today, and they will be as well about this match, I'm sure. Stowe dragged down 5 metres shy. Composure required as Ayres put on the ball to go wide. Almost a bit of confusion on as to whether the winger should come in or stay outside, but a fast recycle picked off by the scrum half is leapt upon by Seaford's Bull Terrier. So much energy coming from that man. Seaford, though, the line is begging, and it's begging no more because it's been serviced. Stowe with their second, they take the lead.
Right on half-time as well. Perfect time to score. Go into the interval, the short interval, with a lead. It's just tempo in the end, wasn't it? You camp yourself in the opponent's 22, something will give eventually. You go quickly from the penalty, and there's not a huge amount you can do to defend it. Seaford are just going to have to wear that one and try and fly out of the blocks in the second half. Both early conversions missed. Oh, that's a miss hit as well. Could that prove key? Certainly keeps this one in the balance at half-time.
Stowe in possession, but Seaford chasing the match. Loads of room at the back, no sweeper in play for Seaford. And 3 Stowe jerseys converge on the solitary man who's done incredibly well to gather and then pace his way to the heart of the 22.
Rest of the team chasing back really well to secure that ball. It's no good doing all that chasing back only to get turned over in your own 22.
What a line on the pop. He's isolated, but he's got good feet and vision and hands. It's a 2-on-1. Seaford are going to go coast to coast. if they've got the gas to dot down. Desperate tackling from Stowe. And they win the ball back, but then don't release on getting up. Here comes Seaford. Exhausted bodies out there, so many numbers for the boys in blue and white. All it needs is the finish. And it comes.
I love this game. I love this game. Oh, coast to coast, end to end. It's a really smart kick from Stowe to try and play the territorial game, but how long does it last? The team had to chase back. Seaford did so well in their own 22 and then came away. Player got isolated, waited for the cavalry to arrive. They did. They got a bit of luck with the penalty. Stowe not releasing the ball, even though the player was there on his own. The kick has gone over as well. Seaford into the lead.
Big kick. Big kick. God, you just can't help but think about those two Stowe misconversions now. With the game so finely balanced, that tackle was remarkable. But it merely prolongs the forthcoming try for Seaford. Not just the equalising try, but the go-ahead try. Bit too eager, just a scrum.
Now watch. Where's the Stowe scrum half going to perch himself for this? Because if he gets tangled up in the mess, then there is a gaping hole down the blind side for the Seaford scrum half.
It's really difficult to identify the Stowe players because their frames, they're all sort of carbon copy perfect sevens players. They're strong, rangy, wiry, good feet, but they're really being asked to defend hard now. The half tackle means there's a chance for an offload, a step back inside. Two Stowe jerseys across, they're short right. If Seaford have got the smarts to move it to space, they jack back inside and ripped in the tackle. That is big sort of back row breakdown work in the challenge. And Stowe, they're lightning on these kind of attacks. Show, go, they take more contact. And the referee happy with the steal, urged on by the Seaford bench near to us.
How good is the breakdown, the quality of the breakdown of the defensive team for both sides? Saw it there in the space of 30 seconds, didn't we? Two brilliant turnovers, the big rip, the physicality, the technique.
Another good tackle, just trying to force the offload when it wasn't there, held onto it too long. He's off his feet there on that attempted turnover, so Stowe will retain possession as they threaten the line, lost forwards. Those little flicks and tricks just aren't coming off for Stowe, and a bit of dissent thrown into that now. Tensions running high, calls being lost.
Well, that's changed the call as well, isn't it? Because it was a scrum, then changed to a penalty, and he's given them 10 metres as well. God, it's got so tense.
The one thing for Stowe is they've defended this huge period of pressure from Seaford. Oh, but a gap opens up and Seaford charge through. All it needs is the finish. And it's there! Massive moment under the sticks. Conversion to come. Stowe will need 2 scores.
Well, that's the key, isn't it? Makes it a 2-score game, and it's been desperate Stowe defending even until the very last there. It was such a good chase. He did everything he could to stop the try scorer, but momentum took him over. It's a well-worked try, but it came from that penalty that was given away because of the discipline. Stowe need to be perfect now. They've got less than 2 minutes, and those 2 minutes need to be perfect. First things first, secure this restart.
Seaford say to Stowe, right, if you want to win this, you got to go from your own 22, and they send the kick off long and deep, and a big breaking tackle. It's burst open by Stowe.
Convert it now.
They must have a good sense of where the clock is and must be talking to the referee, because they are taking their time. Seaford had asked so much of them with that long, lengthy kick-off, and they answered in spades. We're back to a 2-point game.
Watch this finish here as well. When he breaks the tackle here, and the 7 who did it in the first half, just as a look to run that blocking line again.
He's there to be the first to celebrate. Crucial kick-off. Juggled by Seaford. It's loose. It's jangling around, and Seaford come away, and the game is broken up. Stowe, though, a mercurial intercept. No one cherishing possession at this point. Desperate play from both sides, and Stowe in possession. The yellow and blue jerseys who've been under the pump all match suddenly find themselves with an opportunity to fly down the left flank, but for a desperation tackle. Oh, you thought the offload had been picked off, but a penalty advantage. Enormous drama on RE1. Our clock's in the red. We don't have a ref mark. We don't know where his timer is, but we must be last play or thereabouts.
Well, you said it was tense before, and you said it was eerie around RE1. The atmosphere has changed. The tension has gone through the roof. Everyone's eyes are on these phases of rugby.
Stowe, they've been surgical in the way they pick teams apart, but they're asked to be even more precise with the obdurate Seaford, who've shut them out for so much of the game. One last dive at the line, and Stowe have stolen it at the death.
Well, we said it had to be perfect for 2 minutes, and it was. First, the moment of individual brilliance to go in from 75 metres. And then the team effort, the discipline. You get the penalty, you get the chance, and when you get the chance, you have to take the chance.
Ecstasy for Stowe. They've come back from the brink at the expense of a Seaford side who are in control for all of that second half, but Stowe dug within, and they found what they needed to clinch the most thrilling of victories in this vast quarter-final. It is Stowe School who progressed through to the semi-finals. A big old-fashioned rivalry right here on RE1 at the HSBC National Schools Sevens at Rosslyn Park. We're in to the Colts. We are into the knockout round of 48. Epsom College in the blue with light blue trim on the shoulders against St Paul's in the black and white, who put on quite the show right here on this very pitch earlier today. They've gone undefeated on the day. They've only failed to score or break the 50-point mark once, and that was in their last match, which they won 47-7. So they've been scoring tries for fun. They've also been shutting out teams as well. Epsom got a walkover against Ellesmere College for another 15-14 win over Clontarf. Followed that up with a 48-0 of Bishop Stortford College. And it's brought us to this point. Knockout rugby on the show pitch. Epsom College from just round the corner against the boys from Barnes in black and white, who've been in scintillating finishing fashion. But they showed their defensive skills there as they repel Epsom, who after a cute kick looked to have opened up St Paul's. This boy's dangerous, wearing number 16. Good turn of pace, a few tries to speak of earlier on the pitch on RE1, but a loose offload and tackled off the ball means Epsom back in possession. The wraparound after the ball is sent to the edge. Supreme stuff from Epsom College, just needs to get it down, and he does so. First blood to Epsom College, really nicely worked in the 15 channel on the left flank. I think we got a match on our hands. Epsom flirt with the 10-metre line on their kickoff, and the referee is happy that it's gone the distance. Brilliant kickoff drills from Epsom College. A penalty won, and Epsom with a chance to make it 2 tries in as many minutes. There's a glimmer of an opportunity, almost darted through. The defence being lured up by the dummy. It's really good structured play from Epsom. They give it to the big man on the edge, but well tackled by St Paul's, who are happy to go quick. It doesn't go to hand, but they are still in possession, albeit under some real pressure of their own making in their 5-metre channel. Messy tackle coming in, and what strength from the St Paul's winger to fight off the attention of 2 Epsom boys. High tackle in the end. This is the danger man, taken high again. Referee happy with it though, and turnover ball, but it's manufactured by coming in from the side. A penalty to St Paul's. St Paul's comfortable working their way out of their own 22. Another high tackle coming in. You feel a conversation is coming. Well, it's worse in fact. It's a yellow card. Second offence of the match. One of the blights of the game, the high tackle, looking to drive it lower, and that starts at these age groups. So little leniency shown for the second offence in this first half. St Paul's just lacking the fluidity that they demonstrated in their previous matches. St Paul's have been very, very accustomed to having lots of possession and stretching their legs at full pace, running in tries all day. So to find themselves spending so much time in their 22 will feel unusual as they try to run their way out. They make it to the 10, but already they're pressed back to their 22. Epsom operating with a sweeper, lost forward in that tackle. Brilliant tackle, in fact. And Epsom are doing a fine job of frustrating these St Paul's boys. This can be one of the issues with winning big throughout the day, is that when the stern examinations come up, maybe a little bit undercooked St Paul's. As I said, 55, they won their first, 54-7, then 47-7. Whereas Epsom had that real nerve shredder against Glantough earlier today, 15-14 they came out on top, so they won't mind a nitty-gritty one because they've been there already. But St Paul's have certainly got more in them. Cute kick through, oh, mishandled by St Paul's and swung to the ground and then clamped upon. Brilliant recovery play from Epsom, who are already up and away. The dark blue jerseys of Epsom. Ball doesn't go to hand, and St Paul's are the ones firing through this time. Really big, meaty hits coming in from both sides. Here's a chance, isolated though, and that'll be a turnover. The ball just popped up perfectly for the Epsom Jackler to dive in and clamp down upon. St Paul's have just spent the whole of the first half in their own half, defending, and eventually, when you have to soak up that much pressure, usually it tells. Not releasing on the tackle. A quick go from Epsom. They've got so many options here now. Oh, but they choose the wrong one. Out the back door, trying to squeeze it from the two-man tackle. And it's a half-time that St Paul's will welcome, because it's been Epsom on top, but for all their dominance, they only lead 5 points to 0. St Paul's get us back underway in this thoroughly absorbing knockout match. Goodness me, that was tight. I thought it bounced on the 10-metre line and it was going to be a perfect reception to win back their own ball. But it is Epsom back in possession, as was the way for much of the first half. Absolute credit to St Paul's, because for all that possession, all Epsom could manage were 5 points, but this young man looked strong and fast. Before being dragged down, that's good play from St Paul's to win it back. They look composed. Again, the defence out on the edges is very, very good by Epsom. They've just got that ability to find an ankle strap and drag the man down. Straighten up to go more directly through the middle. Epsom have been pulled and pushed around here, and this should create some opportunity. The defence looking fractured from Epsom. Where do they go from here, St Paul's? Pace injected into the line, and too much pace to handle in the end. A well-worked try, pulling the dark blue jerseys of Epsom around the pitch. And St Paul's, with their first real opportunity of this match, have struck. And they've struck a 7-pointer. Well, that is a bit of majesty in the skies from St Paul's, and the kick-off and the show down the 5-metre channel. St Paul's moving through the gears, finding some fluidity at last. Working the ball nicely. Oh, looked inside, but the support runner who wasn't there, and it turned into the most fantastic and extravagant of dummies. And Epsom have come away with it though. They're up and away. Oh, an attacking left. It's a poor pass, and we see the ball go out into play, and it is awarded to St Paul's. One poor pass and you go from try-scoring opportunity to being under the pump in your own half. Fine margins, Sam Howard, who's rejoining us up here.
Lovely to be back. How good was that Stowe Seaford game?
So good, so good. Who did you see coming out on top of that? Who did you predict? I know that one of your...
With 2 minutes to go, I thought Stowe had thrown it away. They got a bit scrappy, but fair play. They stayed in the game. Amazing defence, and they deserve the winner.
Well, we said that they had to be perfect for the last 2 minutes to come away with the win, and they pretty much were, weren't they?
Yeah, very impressive. I think they looked rattled, didn't they, with about a couple of minutes to go, and then they sort of got their composure back. Very, very, very good. Great game of rugby. Great game of rugby.
Fabulous game of rugby. Character building for the latter rounds of the tournament, as might this one be for St Paul's if they can get across. And well, he had to sling an Epsom defender from his neckline originally, then bump another before finding his way into the try-scoring zone. St Paul's have 2 in this half. They lead by 7. This kick could be crucial to put them 2 scores clear.
It's been a bit of a scrappy game, isn't it, for two very, very good rugby teams, very good rugby scores. It's been a ding-dong battle, to be fair.
It has. Well, I mentioned, I was talking to myself on the commentary, that St Paul's have had it all their own way. I think they scored 50 points, 47 points and 57 points. So you know, coaching teams, you've coached plenty of successful teams, psychologically in the tournament, you come into a tough skirmish against an Epsom side who are really well organised and you're fighting tooth and nail, you're a bit undercooked almost.
You definitely are. You actually want games that challenge you. Sort of winning by 2 or 3 scores is probably about perfect, because the boys aren't used to a challenge, and suddenly they're up against it. These guys, Epsom, are knocking lumps out of them, and they're not used to it today. So you can see that oh, it's a bit of a shock. We're in a proper game here. So yeah, you don't always want it too easy. You don't want it too hard, but you definitely don't want it too easy, because it can go against you.
Well, that was something we saw with Stowe. They had walloped teams all day and they really met their match in Seaford, and beautiful floated ball over the top, and Epsom squirming on the right hand side. That's off the shins. Whoa, I tell a lie, it is off a hand somewhere in the melee. What do you think of that pass over the top?
Yeah, it was beautiful. It was beautiful. Few people, probably a few parents screaming forward, but as we've seen today, so many of these kids have just got amazing skills. Left-handed spin pass, sort of 15-20 yards, beautiful pass, and that's what the defender jammed in. He's seen that, he's thrown it over the top. Wonderful bit of skill.
There's an absolute fearlessness though as well. They're like, you know what, I'm going to float one over to 2 defenders into space, inviting my winger to run onto, and I'm going to ask him to do what I want. You know, there's no fear in some of the passes that are being thrown.
No, they're just so confident in their skills. They're so confident in their skills off either hand. There's so many boys here that are just happy, either hand, chucking a 10-15 yard spin pass. Like, that didn't happen in our day, or in your day.
Well, speaking of skills, that was a bit of mental fortitude, something that you can't teach on a training grid with a ball, but St Paul's have demonstrated that, and coming back from 5-0 down against an Epsom who frustrated them and had their scoring opportunities, but they couldn't convert enough of them. They've gone down 12-5 here. Fabulous game in the Colts. That's the level right here at the Rosslyn Park HSBC National School Sevens. Right, it's the bowl semi-finals in the under-18s, and Berkhamsted have just caught the ball from a St Peter's York kickoff. Goodness me. The finals feel oh so close at this stage of the afternoon, don't they?
There's touch judges, you know it's getting serious. This is where you really see the top teams shine through. Every team that we're looking at now, like the names are fantastic. Berkhamsted have had a fantastic year in 15s and 7s. St Peter's York, proper rugby score. We're going to see some great rugby over the next hour, I would have thought.
But St Peter's York, who are in possession, and they're rolling their attacking dice first up in this semi-final. Berkhamsted looking connected. Going a bit high though, and that's created an opportunity for, wow, 3 big fens and a step. That is a marvellous individual try to open up proceedings here in the semi-final.
what a try. As you said, 3 tackles, all of them probably a little bit high. Coaches probably won't be happy with that, but he's fending them off. He's shown the strength, he's shown the pace. Great start, absolutely perfect.
Yep, St Peter's, York, they've taken some big names down, Stonyhurst, King's School, Worcester, and yet they find themselves here in the bowl semi-final. Well, Berkhamsted, well, they've taken down Teddy's Oxford, Hymer's College, Felsted as well. Just lost out by 7 to Trinity, who we're going to be seeing against Oakham in the Vase semi-final right after this match. So it just tells you the quality of the teams who are in the less vaunted side of the competition. I mean, you've got to play serious rugby all day, every day while you're here if you're going to lift the trophy.
Yeah, there's no let up. The quality, the quality, the names that we're talking about, like this is the Vase. Like, what's coming tomorrow and Friday? Like, this is the Vase. But like, Trinity won the National Cup last week. Epsom, outstanding rugby school. So, like, these guys are proper rugby players that we're seeing out here. Some of the skills are outstanding.
Well, that's smart hands from Berkhamsted. Great awareness as to where the defender was to free up his flying winger. Had so much space to go on the outside, but chose to try and nip through the jaws of defence just as they were closing, and the result, turnover there.
Yeah, we talked about this earlier, that the skills of the players now are jackling the ball, getting over the ball. If you take contact, you are probably going to lose it, because the kids are so good at getting over the ball, stealing it, getting the penalty or stealing the ball. Just a little bit sloppy there.
It's a real shift in schoolboy mentality, isn't it? Like, they're just so hot on it. I even saw it in the under-11s tournament that I was coaching on Monday. Boys just on it like a barnacle on a boat.
I think we were saying, like, COVID, when there wasn't any sort of no proper games, sort of, so you had to sort of come up with all sorts of games when you were coaching or teaching.
What do you think? Everyone in the country were running jackling masterclasses in
it was either no, as in, like, when we were at school, there was no contact, you couldn't play any games, so sort of you had to really focus, and the teachers were just focusing on individual skills, and the jackal was a big one. So, as you said, you're seeing like 10-year-olds, 12-year-olds just out there jackling. It's a point of difference. You used to have 1 or 2 players that could do it. Now, if there's a tackle, everyone's over the ball like lightning, and suddenly it's a turnover. And we've seen it countless times today. But the way to not get jackled is don't take contact. Like old school sevens, keep the ball, move it away from contact. Look at the size of this pitch. Like, move the ball, play away from contact. You'll probably be okay.
Yeah, look at the size of the pitch, but look at the size of the boys here, because they're doing a fine job of filling it in the uncongested, I say that in inverted commas, format of the game. Some absolute specimens out here at the age of 17 and 18. There's going to be lads out here who are 17 years old, probably 16-year-olds as well.
I think that, like, we've been saying that for years now. I mean, about the last 5 or 6 years, the growth of these players, just the strength and conditioning that goes into schoolboy rugby is just incredible now.
Yep, I'm glad that I'm no longer a schoolboy with some of these boys out here throwing out big fens like that. We saw it already in this first half, and Berkhamsted haven't learnt their lesson. You go high on the number 10, you're going to be punished to the tune of 5 points minimum. Second try for St Peter's York. Second try for that man with the pump action fend.
Yeah, he like, looking at, we talk about size, he doesn't look like one of the bigger people, but his fend is outstanding. So he's just done 2 again. As you said, you've got to go low on that boy. Like, it's 2 outstanding finishes from, great name as well, Rubenheimer, is that right?
That is Berkhamsted, unfortunately. We don't have a St Peter's York team sheet, sadly. If anyone wants to run one over before the second half.
But no, quality tries, taken really well. But as you said, Berkhamsted will probably be a bit disappointed with those 2 tries.
Well, Berkhamsted haven't had concerted possession for the whole of this game yet. So here's their first shot. Passing isn't quite as sharp as they would have liked to cross the face of their 22, but they do retain possession. Breakdown is slightly scrappy as well, sluggish in arriving on the scene. St Peter's York coming through and taking the 9. There we go, Berkhamsted injecting some pace into the game, but called back for not taking it from the mark. Oh, the frustration of every player, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like, to be fair, the ref can't look in every direction, but it is so frustrating. The 9 was away, he took it from the mark, but the ref just was looking somewhere else.
Berkhamsted again going down that left flank. Can't get hands on as the second man though. St Peter's York infringing with a bit too much regularity, and that's why Berkhamsted are up across the 10-metre threshold, and he squeezed the offload out, but it was squeezed out forward. It's one of those where everyone was looking at the referee thinking, what's he going to call?
Well, there's been a few of those today, and some have gone the attacking team's way, some have gone the defensive. And like you say that, like we say, like 7-6, 10 at the moment. Suddenly that goes to hand. The ref doesn't call that. Suddenly it's 10-7. It's a completely different game. Like I always say, sort of within a minute, a bounce of a ball, a ref decision, one missed tackle, and suddenly you could be 2 tries down or 2 tries back in the game. Like 10-0. This game, as you said, Berkhamsted haven't really been in the game yet. If they can look after the ball for a little bit, get a score, as we've seen all day, this could be game on.
Nothing ventured, nothing gained, and it's just a bit of a glint as well of what Berkhamsted can do when they get the ball in their hands. They've been starved of it from St Peter's York, who have been deadly down the left-hand side, and that's why they're leading 10 points to 0.
Yeah, like Berkhamsted have had an outstanding season with their 15s. Like they're one of the schools that some people have been surprised about, but this year group have been outstanding through the years coming through. But we're stood up here and people are watching. We don't know sort of what injuries they've had, how like it's been a tough 2 days, and it's almost sometimes these tournaments are the survival of the fittest. It's like some teams don't have any injuries. It's like St Joe's, the St Joe's Festival. Like you can be battered on day 1 by injuries, and sort of it's day 2. It's like, oh, just got to sort of almost go through the motions. So you're never quite aware of, is this their best 7? Is this their best 10? But they're all out there. They're still in this game. They score within the first minute, and we're game on.
Yeah, it's a war of attrition, isn't it? And the war is going to last for only 7 minutes more for one of these sides. It's Berkhamsted in possession, who trail 10 points to 0 to St Peter's York, who've picked off that offload. Berkhamsted surrender possession once again. It's the one thing that they need. By and large, they defended resolutely, apart from going high on the double try scorer of St Peter's York. Something they need to learn a lesson of. Oh, you just saw the St Peter's York support player streaking through that gap. Oh, begging to be fed.
It's so easy from up here, isn't it?
It is easy.
If he'd caught that ball, he was in.
That is one thing. When you're in an elevated position, you can see everything unfolding so much easier than when you're in the thick of the action. That's nice footwork from the big number 4, and it's freed up the 9 to scamper away wide on the right. There is cover coming across. He's got the line wrong. He's got the wrong line.
Not again, another wrong line. How many today?
Well, when you're in the fog of war and then all you are searching for is that hallowed white line, you see the first solid one that comes into viewpoint, you think it's the try line and you bang it down and you're actually 5 meters short. Tough, isn't it?
I'm sure that we've talked about it all day, but there might be people watching. There was under 13 yesterday, so there's a line about a yard in front of the try line, and the guy, a few times today, people have thought that that's actually the try line, and it's not, which is a bit harsh on the boys, really.
Well, Berkhamsted were almost on there. This is their best period of pressure that they're enjoying at the moment. Deep in the St Peter's York half. We're sort of leaning over the barricades here in anticipation of them getting across the line. They've got huge, big, powerful runners, but St Peter's York are doing so well to repel them, but they can no longer because it's a fast recycle. And another big breeze block of a boy charging over. Berkhamsted on the board. And in a moment's time, yep, thought he nearly missed it. Gets the conversion, and we are in a 3-point game.
Well, they've played to their strength. It wasn't classic sevens, but they're 5 yards from the try line. They've got a lot of big monsters out on the pitch, so they've just gone hard, got over the try line. So you have to play to your strengths. Fair play, Berkhamsted.
Well, for any of you tuning in who are Bucks Super Rugby watchers, it's a different tournament, but it's the quarterfinals today, and I can tell you that Exeter have just beaten Hartpury to move through to the semi-finals. 19-16.
I did coach them when we won Boosa, yes, 2001.
So, but there is a place in the bowl final to be decided here on RE1 at the HSBC National School Sevens. And St Peter's York, the double try scorer in the first half, almost through just by a handful of jersey. Grabbed desperately a hold of by Berkhamsted. Now this is a foot race between the two diminutive scrum halves. Berkhamsted do so well under pressure. The game really fractured now. All it needs is one game breaker. Berkhamsted going so tight. They've got all these men out wide and they've been clamped down upon in the breakdown as well. St Peter's York back in possession. There are still a good 2.5 minutes left. Oh, and once again, that fend from St Peter's York proving the undoing of Berkhamsted. He couldn't do it all alone this time, but he had a man with wheels and eyes on the try line to finish the job for him. Outstanding support play.
Great play. But again, taken the contact. He had a huge overlap. He's taken the contact. Again, tackle, jackal, and then these guys have scored. Like, I'd love to know, maybe I'm doing them disservice, maybe all kids are that big, but it doesn't look like a sevens team that's out there for Berkhamsted. There's some big old chat. I just wonder whether they've had a few injuries over this tournament, because they're very direct and they're playing their hearts out, but I would have thought that their starting seven would have a few more nimble players out there than at the moment.
Well, you can skin a cat many ways, Sam. This is the Berkhamsted way on this Wednesday. And they are still within touch. No conversion added, so they're 8 points adrift. They do need 2 scores. But if there's anything we've learnt on RE1 today, is you're never safe. An extraordinary comeback from Stowe School to dump out Seaford, meaning that they're into the semi-finals of the Vase. It's the Vase semi-final up next, although Stowe won't be featuring in this one. They're going to be on RE2. We have got an old rugby school classic coming up with Oakham and Trinity, who won the Schools Cup only a week ago. Beautiful out the backdoor play. Oh, well, that tackle could have sealed the match. The man who scored 2, set up 1, well, he's denied 1 now as well.
Again, how many times today have we seen tackles like that, last-ditch tackles, the boys putting their absolute bodies on the line and making a try-saving tackle. Like, these kids, like we talk about their handling, their passing, how big they are, but their commitment and how much they put in and how much they care is probably more important than their skills. They want it so much, and that's so special. That's the sort of probably the reason why the top teams win.
Well, that's the final whistle, and we called it right there. The boy who scored 2 made one and denied one right at the end. He had a hand in all the big plays, and he, not single-handedly, but played a big role in a very good team performance from St Peter's York, and that is the reason why they have just defeated Berkhamsted in this bowl semi-final. We'll be seeing St Peter's York again right here on RE1, 4:40 for the final. The energy has ramped up that little bit more right here on RE1 because it is semi-final time of the Vase, and 2 heavyweights of the schoolboy rugby game. Trinity in possession in the blue and white against Oakham, I beg your pardon. Get ready for all the thrills and spills that this magnificent form of the game offers up. Trinity coming in hot off the back of their RFU Schools Under-18 Cup victory last week over Kirkham Grammar. And Oakham, well, there's few more famous names in the game when you come to schoolboy rugby.
2 monsters of schoolboy rugby, and fair play to Trinity. Obviously they won the cup last week, so I presume that they won't have had too much, they won't have done too much training, so they're out here, but they've got so much talent on the pitch that probably doesn't matter.
So much talent on the pitch, but oh, only just enough to drag down a rampaging Oakham 10. We don't have any team sheets for Oakham, which is so frustrating. See if we can get them so that we can pay the Oakham players their dues. But they've taken care of Queen, Ethelberga, Uppingham, Cardinal Newham, King's Worcester, Plymouth College, Colstons, Teddy's, Birmingham. I mean, the rap sheet is long and prestigious, but that's the reason why they're here going toe-to-toe with one of the country's best in Trinity Croydon. They find themselves deep, deep, deep in their 5-metre channel, but fashion an opportunity exquisitely down the short side. Good strength, but there's been a nasty injury in the process. Play immediately stopped due to the reaction of the Trinity player. Oh, I really hope that's not a nasty one. He'd done so well to stay tough and stay in the pitch there.
Yeah, it's the last thing you want to see in any game, but sort of these semi-finals, finals, you don't want... Again, these guys, like, this Trinity team would have had so much training, have built so much into the final last week at Trinity. They would have worked so hard to then do what they've done, a whole day of sevens yesterday and today in the heat. Like, it may just be crazy, horrible cramp, which when you get it bad, it's horrible. And maybe some of these boys are just feeling the effect of probably a brutal couple of months.
Well, Dream Gormley departs the field. He knew as soon as it happened, but Trinity still attack. They can only focus through Josh Bellamy. Turned over in the tackle. Oakham restricting Trinity territorially very nicely indeed. Oh my goodness, that boy is fast, but managed out of touch. Oh, into the hoardings. Just one of those where he got on the outside arc and then the gap closed up and only had one way to go.
Like, great defence. Like, before this game and before the final last week, everyone's talking about this Joshua Bellamy, the amount of talent that he's got. Like, you've got to be good when you're wearing pink boots, but he's got the talent to fill it. But not only attack, he's the one that's made the tackle. He smashed him out into touch, so his defensive work is just as good as attack. Well done to Trinity. They just sort of need to relieve the pressure there. It's all been in their 22 at the moment.
Oakham win back possession. Here they come, darting back through the middle on the jag, inside line, good support play. They stream round to the left, plenty of options, plenty of jerseys, has to be for Oakham, and it is.
We said that in the last game that Oakham played on this game. They just seem to do the simple things very well. Like, they hit it up hard, they drew the Trinity defence in, won the ruck, and just drew the defenders, had the overlap, pass, score out wide. Just, it looks simple, but they do it very well.
They do it in a composed fashion as well. This is the first time I've seen Oakham at the tournament, and they don't seem overawed by the occasion, that's for sure. You know, you pay due deference to your opposition, but you don't worship the ground they walk on. You go there and you do your own thing, and they seem like a side who are well set and well prepped to do that.
What you've just said there is so relevant to schoolboy rugby, because so many teams beat themselves before the game. So, like, when I was at Dulwich, teams thought that just because we were Dulwich we were like really good, and at times we really weren't, but we went in sort of almost 10-14 points up. And Oakham, as you said, they seem very comfy in their own skin. They know how to play, they work really hard, and as you said, they're not scared of anyone, and I'm actually really enjoying watching them play.
Well, a steepling kick is sent up into the southwest London skies, and whew, that is one that you don't want to find yourself under in a high pressure semi-final. It's the nightmare kick, and it's a really good illustration of how important kickoffs are in sevens.
That is as good a kickoff as you will ever see. Johnny Sexton, Johnny Wilkinson, Marcus Smith are not putting any more height on that. And as you said, in sevens, it's so important. If you can win your kickoffs back and just keep ball, it's massive. Like, unfortunately, the chaser knocked on, but crikey, the ball's coming. All right, there's aeroplanes going over us. Like, it wasn't far off, a few of them.
The Trinity with their hands on the ball, only their second attacking possession of the match. Dance around, and we're out wide to the big man on the edge. He drops the hammer, and boy does he go. Ollie German, another fabulous tackle down on the touchline. Well, we've seen some glorious tries at the sevens all week, but as you rightly said, Sammy, some of the defence, some of the desperation cover tackling, but the technique employed as well has just been remarkable.
That's what wins you tournaments, that tackle there. Like, they may not go on to win it, but they've got a good chance. Like, it looked as if he was in for all money. The guy's chased him down. Like, that guy's massive, he's walking right in front of us, but he's chased him down, put him into touch, and now they've got the ball.
Good strong defence from Trinity. They're being tested in every possession. Oakham, good variety with the big men battling in the centre, and then shifting play back to the left edge. Good bit of danger out there wide, a bigger man. But the offload not going to hand, knock on, that signals the end of the first half. It is Oakham edging it by a whisker. They're leading Trinity 5 points to 0.
It's a really interesting game. Like, just looking at the Oakham shape, like that ball didn't quite go to hand, but they're playing out of contact, they're keeping the ball alive. When they're not on the ball, they're dropping back, they've got good depth. But then Trinity have obviously got a hell of a lot of good, talented players. They wouldn't have won the national, who probably haven't done much sevens training because they focus at, but they've got so much talent, they're staying in the game. And as we've said, in sevens, one of their brilliant players could produce a bit of magic, score the try, and they're through. But they, I think, if Oakham score the next try, it could be Kearns. But if Trinity get it, then it's anyone's game.
It's interesting to see how critical the loss of those two players for Trinity is going to be, because yeah, they definitely got good ball players, players with good feet, quick as well. But sevens, for all the fabulous length of the field try scoring, it's about balance, and they are their two big men. They've intentionally put a big man out on the edge to counter one of their faster, more lithe players out wide, and then they lost a back row style player as well who was confrontational early. And then you look at the physical profile of Oakham, and they've got these big men in the middle who are kind of like, they've got gravitational attraction of a planet, bring defenders towards them, they've got the hands to offload, and suddenly it's out on the edge and you're chasing shadows.
As we said in that last game, like it does almost come to survival of the fittest at the end of these tournaments. And if you pick up 2 or 3 injuries, or like, especially if they're to your key players, it makes such a big difference to these teams. But what another kickoff on the money.
Brilliantly taken and brilliantly pirouetted out. And Oakham have got numbers early. One of their big men here on the edge, posing problems, rides the first, the second, stands up and offloads. Hardly any rucks in this match so far, and it suits Oakham. Another big man, goodness me, but he's got feet to match. What a step!
Wow.
Goodness me. The Trinity defence left clutching at mere memories as the big number 7 dances inside. And what a crucial try.
What a try. Like, I didn't see that step coming from the big fella, to be fair. But that's, again, you say the size of these kids, but the pace and that step, he's just gone inside. The defender did everything right. He sort of showed him the outside thinking, go on, take that, and he's gone, no, I'm going to step you. He's gone inside. But the beauty of that try, they took the kick off, called it, moved it. Every time there was a little bit of contact, moved it away. They didn't die with the ball, they kept the ball moving, kept, as you said, no rucks. And this Trinity team, they need a score. Like, they've got talent, they've got it in them to score. They just look, this Oakham team just look like a team that are on a mission.
Lot can change, Sammy. We've seen it a number of times on this pitch today, and more so than the team who are in the other semi-final, Stowe, who put out Seaford. And Trinity just need a moment of magic and a moment of sheer acceleration. Well, we're a long way from the action, but everybody around RE1 thought that was a try other than the man who counted. Here's a replay. Let's take a look at this one. Goodness me, it must have been a bootlace. But the assistant referee calling touch, and Oakham, I think I can hear them breathing a sigh of relief all the way up here.
Just what phenomenal pace he showed then. And we all, as you said, we all thought it was a try. But again, as we said, sometimes these decisions,
good patience from Oakham, but they're swarmed upon by the Trinity jerseys. They missed the jackal. You know, not many options for Oakham here. They're probably going to carry hard and take the contact. Trinity operating with a sweeper, so the kick isn't really on for them to relieve the pressure, so they're asking a lot of the 6 that they've got up front, and they do so. Jackal opportunity here. Not putting many men into the rucks, are they?
I think Oakham there have just done, they were really patient, they didn't kick, they kept the ball. Trinity have got a sweeper, they've got 2 or 3 really nice players, Oakham, that are happy on the ball and just hold it. They've done all the hard work and then someone's just kicked it away. Like they really kept the ball nicely. They were under a bit of pressure, but they showed a lot of composure, and then they kicked it back to Trinity, and let's hope it doesn't hurt them.
Well, they'd successfully shifted the Oakham line-out options to the back, and it had paid off as the Trinity player darted to the front, but a simple drop. Things just aren't going the way of Trinity at the moment. That foot in touch, that drop there off a nice set piece. And after all their pressure, all their time spent in the Oakham half in this half, they've still no points, and they're now on the defensive within their half. Good put in, quick release, and even quicker feet. The cover defence is across. They look to wrestle him into touch. The ball spills free. But a knock on.
Yeah, he's very, very sharp, the Oakham 15. He's also very happy on the ball. He looks like a lovely sevens player. But as you said, this is sevens, like 1 foot. It probably wasn't even, as you said, 1 stud in touch, 1 knock on then at the line out. Suddenly, that's 2 tries. It's 12-10 or 12-all. It's like totally different. Sevens is so brutal. You've just got to be on the money. But Trinity have got the ball, and they've got a lot of pace.
This is their star man. Well, here we go. The big man got chased down in the first half. He comes back inside on this occasion, and he looks like he'll go all the way. There is a chaser who gets close, and vitally for Trinity, it's under the sticks to make the conversion as easy as can be. The Oakham chasers are out on their feet.
Lovely try. As we said, it doesn't sort of really matter where you are on the pitch. Again, it's not the 10, it was the 15. Sorry, I got the numbers. Is it Joe Connelly? I'm not sure. Like, lovely stepped his centre, which created the 2-on-1. The Oakham winger wasn't sure whether to come in or stay out. Beautiful 2-on-1, and the winger, fair play. He had a big run earlier, got chased down. He's had a 7-minute rest, and he's come on and scored a try. And that's great squad rotation.
And guess where he's going now? And guess where he's going now?
He's going to have a sit down.
Straight off.
But that's sevens for you. Like, if he scored that try, which is what he's there to do, and now they've got so much pace in this Trinity team, they get someone else on. Like as I said, proper rugby school. They've got a good squad, and looking as if they were sort of down and out. As you said, it's never over. We've seen it today. This is fantastic.
Sevens, if anything, is a game for the optimist. And Trinity are the ones with the momentum, that optimistic momentum as they win back the kickoff. They've got their try, dropped on the toe. It's going to be a tough chase for his outside men. You would have hoped, if you're a Trinity supporter, to maybe keep the ball in hand a little longer, have that possession, stress the defence of Oakham.
He did the right thing in stepping. He realised that all his team were on the left, and he's just gone for almost the miracle kick. There's a touch of Marcus Smith about him, isn't he? He's so talented, but sometimes just the bounce of the ball goes against you. But yeah, he can create something from nothing.
Well, elusive, slippery, and sliding through the hole. More men coming across to deal with him, and eventually smothered. 10 metres from the try that Trinity so desperately yearned. Big, huge pass. A bullet out wide. Oh, and the pass is around the bootstraps at the crucial moment. Goodness me, the game of moments, the game of miracles. And I thought for one moment that that was going to be one of those miraculous moments, but for a fatigued pass that leads to a knock-on, and Oakham have done it. 12-7 winners. What a match!
What a game! Like hats off to Trinity. Like, as I said, they were. People watching this, I don't think they've probably done any sevens training. They'd have done a little bit maybe at the start of this week. They won the National Cup on Wednesday. I dare say there were probably some celebrations afterwards. To then come out here, get to a semi-final and be one pass away from probably winning the game. Like, just massive hats off to them. But as I said earlier, this Oakham team, they look very accomplished, and they will be very confident going into the final.
Well, they do make it to the final, and it is only finals to come now. 4:40, the bowl final between St Peter's School York against the Dollar Academy. We've got our first finalists for the Vase at 5 o'clock. It's Oakham. Who are they going to meet? Well, we will let you know as soon as we can, but I can guarantee you they're both going to be thrillers.
Return to Play is the UK's leading sports medicine provider for schools and clubs. We ensure sport is safer than ever by making it easy for you to provide gold standard medical care to your players. Our head injury and concussion care service provides your players with 7-day-a-week access to some of the UK's most experienced concussion doctors, who make sure the correct diagnosis is made and manage each player's recovery until they are fit to return to sport. We also provide you with the education, policy, and administrative support you need to confidently manage injuries, giving you and your players' parents peace of mind. Using our innovative R2P injury management system, injuries can be quickly recorded, parents and staff automatically notified, doctor appointments booked, players' recovery tracked, and injury analysis downloaded. Our system even integrates with other school systems, saving you admin time. Our full sports medicine service is tailored to your organisation's specific needs, designed to best support your sports programme and medical setup. It includes our head injury and concussion care service, plus weekly sports doctor clinics, access to physiotherapists, matchday medical support, and more. Return to Play are partnered with over 60 of the UK's leading schools and clubs. Get in touch to find out more.
Evans, whether you are here at Rosslyn Park or if you're watching on the live stream at home. Still some great rugby to come with the finals of the Bowl and the Vase competition. The final of the Vase, of course, will be live on pitch RE1 for you to watch here and for those watching on the live stream around the world. But before that, it is time for the Fair Play Award. At the end of every day, our charity partner Scrum give this award to the team that they feel have made a contribution to all of the factors that we love about this game. Their passion for the game, their fair play, their camaraderie, and they've really played the game in the spirit of it. First of all, presenting the award, please welcome Mr. Rodney Glanville, who is the Treasurer and Trustee of the charity Scrum. And now it is time to give the award to the winners of it today. They've just been knocked out of the competition, but in terms of a rugby school, they're really on the crest of a wave. They arrived here as the Under-18 Cup champions after a fabulous win in the rain at Twickenham. They played some great rugby in the sunshine here at Rosslyn Park. The Fair Play Award winners are Trinity School Croydon. Congratulations again to the Under-18 Boys Fair Play Award winners, Trinity School Croydon.
No, that's right. That's exactly.
Return to Play is the UK's leading sports medicine provider for schools and clubs. We ensure sport is safer than ever by making it easy for you to provide gold standard medical care to your players. Our head injury and concussion care service provides your players with 7-day-a-week access to some of the UK's most experienced concussion doctors, who make sure the correct diagnosis is made and manage each player's recovery until they are fit to return to sport. We also provide you with the education, policy, and administrative support you need to confidently manage injuries, giving you and your players' parents peace of mind. Using our innovative R2P injury management system, injuries can be quickly recorded, parents and staff automatically notified, doctor appointments booked, players' recovery tracked, and injury analysis downloaded. Our system even integrates with other school systems, saving you admin time. Our full sports medicine service is tailored to your organisation's specific needs, designed to best support your sports programme and medical setup. It includes our head injury and concussion care service, plus weekly sports doctor clinics, access to physiotherapists, matchday medical support, and more. Return to Play are partnered with over 60 of the UK's leading schools and clubs. Get in touch to find out more.
It's so close. I thought I knew it was going to Sometimes this comes too fast. More sympathy on the passes though, because sometimes you just can't. Pass will go upwards. Pass will go upwards. Yeah, it's muscular shoulder height. You're out, sorry. Bet you're out. Wait, I'm done. Why was thrown on the outwards?
Should we do Which do don't flinch. Because la base, c'est la main. Don't flinch. Don't flinch. Where you're at,
You're out. You're so out. No, you caught. They caught again. You let it spin it. You let it spin it. You let it. Wait for my guy. You're out. You're out. Calm. You're out.
Well, the culmination of 2 days furious action at the HSBC National Schools Sevens at Rosslyn Park is just about to be concluded. Those 2 days, all those games, all those tries, all those tense affairs are distilled down to these very moments, these last final 14 minutes of the final. We're here at the Bowl and we welcome St Peter's York in their traditional brown and white hoops against the Dollar Academy, who were embroiled in a sensational semi-final to make their way here to the final. Both teams have earned their stripes, but only one can leave with the trophy. So St Peter's School York get us underway in the dying embers of the Wednesday of the HSBC National School Sevens at Rosslyn Park. They're against the Dollar Academy, who have played some fabulous rugby throughout. Few star men to keep your eye out on. Number 8 for them, Sam Wallace, lit this very pitch up not too long ago in the quarter-final against Bromsgrove. They did the business in the semi-finals too, and here now they've got St Peter's York, who are a tidy outfit. We're in for a cracker, Dave Rogers.
Yes, we certainly are. I think St Peter's may be lucky to get away with just a scrum on that knock-on as well. On Dollar Academy, boot to ball straight away, trusting the gas, and it's your man Sam Wallace who's after it. Oh, and he's going to get hold of it as well. St Peter's getting out of jail, the touchline saving them. Was that Elias Smith? Wearing 22, those bouncing balls chasing back, always tough to gather, and a good bit of territory here for the Scots.
Well, one of the features of this tournament has clearly been this incredible weather that we've been blessed with, but it's hardened up the pitches and it's made those tricky bounces of the ball even more unpredictable as Walker climbs highest to set up a launch attack for the Dollar Academy. They're dispossessed at St Peter's York go on the break. Ben Irvine in the number 10 jersey is the string puller, the try scorer, and a man who's got to fend. You don't want to go high on, which Dollar Academy do. He swung to the floor, but not before the offload comes in. Sam Wallace is in there, but tackler not releasing the player. Early indiscretion for St Peter's York to attack from.
I expect this to be incredibly tense. The quality, hopefully some of you watching this aren't just Dollar Academy and St Peter's supporters who've tuned in. A very warm welcome to you if you have, but if you've been watching throughout the day, you'll have seen how tense these games have become as we've gone through the gears from the league games to the quarters to the semis to now the finals. They've just got closer and closer and tighter, and it'll be interesting to see which teams adjust best to the increased level of competition in this final, because you know both of these teams have put 30 or 40 on various teams earlier in the competition, but these midfield battles, St Peter's coming out on top at the moment, and now great opportunity, 2-on-1.
Well, it was Toby Baker who thought fastest, into the hands of James Gishan, and Dylan Jones finishing to open the scoring in the final. St Peter's York picking up right where they left off on this very pitch in the tries.
Well, it's incredible, isn't it? Have these physical battles in the middle. We've seen how well these teams have spread the ball, how they've exploited space, but the tension, the quality of the defending. Oh, good strike on the conversion, but that tries to find its free cup of tea in the Edwin Doran tent. Yes, so all of this physicality in the middle. Sorry if I'm distracted, snacks keep appearing, Joe, but then it's just a simple 2-on-1. Bit of quick thinking, straighten up, draw the man, give the pass. Absolutely nothing the defender Sam Wallace can do other than keep the touchdown wide, which he did. Dylan Jones scores. Conversion incomplete. Could be worse for Dollar Academy, but St. Peter's will be delighted.
Well, the Dollar Academy cough up possession through the normally dependable Roddy Walker. A few finals, nerves jingling and jangling in the Dollar Academy at the moment. Sluggish to reorganise themselves, which presented the opportunity for the quick tap, and immediately coughing up possession for St. Peter's York. Peters York looking comfortable on the ball, in the hands of the try scorer. Double switch back to Ben Irvine, tracked down, and a big clear out that was needed, and it presents some snappy possession as well. Plenty of switches being thrown into the midfield to shift the point of attack, and they're outnumbered wide here. Brilliant tackle at the last ditch. Here come St. Peter's York up to the 5. Irving, big double miss pass, needed to be accurate, and the finish needed to be even stronger.
He's out.
Well, it looked like he had done fabulously.
Well, that is a huge moment, because Dollar Academy look absolutely knackered. Of course, fatigue sets in, but Sam Wallace, we keep saying his name. That's a missed opportunity for St. Peter's York. If it goes through the hands, they score. If you put a big miss pass on it like that, you've got to make it count. Dollar Academy hanging by a thread here.
But this is what they did against Bromsgrove. They sucked up a huge amount of pressure, they remained composed, and it was them who were stinging right in the tail of the game. Important penalty, pressure relieving penalty. St. Peter's York take the pressure off through indiscretion. And look at this, Dollar Academy happy to take the pace out of the game. They did this against Bromsgrove, they played at their own pace. Don't think that they'll be rushing just because they're down on the scoreboard.
Well, they actually managed the clock incredibly well against Bromsgrove, didn't they? And it was actually a kick to touch that led to a score, and they had to have that perfect 2 minutes, and did. They scored those couple of late tries. Tempo enormous. There's a minute of the half to go. They've hardly had a sniff, Dollar Academy, but still they're only 5-0 down.
Finding a bit of space out wide, and in the hands of the danger man Sam Wallace. He's fast but he's strong as well. Pirouettes and finds the offload, popped up to the next support player. Oh my goodness, gyrating through the tackles at the moment and into the 22. St. Peter's York really competitive at that breakdown. Jamie McKillop, he starts it off, he gets it wide to Walker. Miscommunication on the outside. They got a big 15-metre channel to play with, but they flash back left. It's pedestrian, it's ponderous from the Dollar Academy, but the main thing is they still got possession, switching and moving the possession around, and held up now. The muscular arms of the St. Peter's York defence wrapped around the Dollar Academy. So narrow, but in the hands of Wallace. Can he go the long way round on the big long arch? Just a jersey yanked by St. Peter's York to keep their try line safe. Walker shows it's not bought, but I think he's going to stumble his way to the line. If all he needed to do was put it down, instead he offloads. They're making a meal of it, the Dollar Academy, still 5 metres short. Wallace, route one, through the middle, injects the power. They get there in the end. This is going to be tooth and nail.
When Dollar Academy go direct, they look so dangerous. I mean, you said they made a meal of it in the end, and they did, but to get up to the 22, those phases of play before they won the penalty were unbelievable. Taking contact, finding the offload, not just getting the offloads away, but the handling off the back of the offloads, the way they were catching those balls wasn't easy. First time they put St. Peter's on the back foot. First time they've injected some pace. It's yielded a try. And the kick is good as well. That should take us to half-time. The teams are in a huddle. How important could those 2 points be? Dollar Academy, 1 shot fired, 1 try scored. Are St. Peter's going to regret that big miss pass, that butchered opportunity to go 2 scores ahead?
Because that's what we're reading on. Turnovers are reading as well. That crew's got to be there quicker because they're getting 2 balls off. That's also
Dollar Academy 7, St. Peter's School York 5. The stakes couldn't be higher for these two. The margin no slimmer. Dollar Academy to put the pressure on with a high kick-off straight into the welcome hands of Freddie Wharton. Penalty conceded. York go quickly. More smart hands. The offload opportunity shut off by the extra work of Angus Hunter in the 7 jersey, just blocking off the channel for the offload. Irving pulled by the scruff of his neck. No high shot called. The pace out of the game at the moment in the hands of Irving. Ben Irving, the number 10, their playmaker, before moving to Matthew Saxby. Again, more disruptive defence from the Dollar Academy before it opens up for Irving, who finds the offload and finds the trailing run of Freddie Black.
Well, it's a brilliant try, it's an important try, but it has all come from something that Dollar Academy have been trying. They've been trying to shut that passing channel, trying to put a body in there and stop the offload. It was the body that shot up that created the hole that was then taken advantage of. The hole was right down the middle, great identification of space, and great work from St. Peter's, because chances are going to be at a premium in this game. They've had 1 in this second half and they've made it count.
Well, palpable tension on both touchlines, dead ball areas. With the tournament wrapping up on the outer fields, everyone emptying themselves down to RE1. They know this is the showpiece time. A lot of them will have played these schools, a lot of them will have heard tales of the job they've done throughout the tournament. Dollar Academy, their only defeat coming against Stowe. And it's Stowe who are going to be in the Vase final after this, so that's the measure of the quality of this Dollar Academy side. And St. Peter's School York have been imperious throughout as well. Offside from the Dollar Academy. They'll look to play. Try scorer Freddie Black gets us going. Irving. Baker Just weaving back towards where the initial penalty was. A lot of patience being exercised. Feel St Peter's York looking to challenge the Dollar Academy line and then find an offload. Irving on the shorter line. Freddie Black to the initial try scorer, Dylan Jones. Brilliant turnover from the Dollar Academy. That's Angus Hunter hunting for the ball.
You can't switch off for a second, can you, if you're the ball carrier? Interesting change of tack though from Dollar Academy, not going for the touchline this time.
Wow, a glimpse of the acceleration, but too many St Peter's York players there, including the Jackala. These finals are just a culmination of minor, smaller but significant moments like that breakdown, which is why Irving is now driving through the centre into the heart of the 22. Dollar Academy under pressure, but that desire to put in that counter ruck even when it looked like the ball was lost, it means they get the penalty and they'll go from their 22. Wallace, well tackled, good bit of footwork from Hunter, back to Wallace. Can Wallace get beyond that defender? He's got another one clinging onto him like a trailer on a truck. Great offload, and it's Jamie McKillop who bangs off the right, a big right foot to go under the sticks.
That is so good from Sam Wallace. It seems to be the thing that everyone's talking about in punditry at the moment, in coaching. Second touches in attack, and that's what Sam Wallace did there. Got the first offload away, stayed on his feet, made himself available. That meant he could go flying up that 5-metre channel. Kept his wits about him, got the offload away. It was a great finish, but that was made by the man in the number 8 jersey. And the pendulum swings Dollar Academy's way once more.
Well, there was the fight, but look at the work rate of Jamie McKillop, coming like a freight train on the left-hand shoulder with that pace. The sidestep on the covering defender, well, it needs to be timed well, and in fact the timing was perfect. All the way to the try line and back into the lead. 2 minutes remaining. Brilliant kick-off, putting St Peter's York under pressure. Miraculously they come away with it after a bounce on the floor. Patience still being portrayed by St Peter's York, but you can imagine that the blood temperature is raising a little bit now with what's on the line. Stolen by Dollar Academy, Roddy Walker. And although he's forced into touch, it was advantage from the knock-on. Dollar Academy with the one thing they truly need, that's possession.
Well, now it gets massive, doesn't it? Fact of the matter is, we are not going to extra time, are we? Because we're not going to get an unconverted Dollar Academy score and a converted St Peter's score in a minute, surely. We've got nervous Dollar Academy parents asking us how long's left. We don't know any more than you do. There's a minute on our clock. Could be more, could be less. Either way, I'd rather be in Dollar Academy's shoes right now.
McKillop sticks his head down and he presents an opportunity for Roddy Walker to go galloping down the left flank and maybe, just maybe, seal this bowl final.
Well, this kick is huge, because having said we're not going to get an unconverted Dollar Academy score and a converted St Peter's, that might just be on. Dollar Academy 19, St Peter's 12. This kick, absolutely massive. Effectively, a kick for the title. Are we going to have time to restart? Our clock's red.
Oh, so close. Just windscreen wipes across the face of the uprights, but crucially for St Peter's School York, it doesn't go over.
Well, they're still in the competition.
1912, Dollar Academy. in this low sunlight. Send a steepling kick up to Wallace, who climbs highest into the skies. He wins back possession, will be booted out with glee because the Dollar Academy have done it. The men from Scotland have brought the Dollar thrills to the HSBC National School Sevens at Rosslyn Park. They're the bowl champions. They defeated St Peter's York 19 points to 12 in a thriller.
Yes!
Let's go, lads.
The teams make their way past the vase into the golden sunlight here at the HSBC Rosslyn Park National School Sevens. This is the culmination of the under-18s vase, one of the highest quality, most competitive competitions we've seen here for many a years across all the age groups, across all of the tournaments. It is Stowe in the gold hoops. It is Oakham in the black with the red trim. We've had Oakham on pitch RE1. They dispatched the national champions Trinity. Not only did they dispatch them, they beat them, they outclassed them. Stowe have pretty much bashed up everyone they've played. Goodness me, the stakes are high. The cup competition starts tomorrow, but this is going to take some beating, and Stowe already on the front foot, looking to attack with intent after 2 days of non-stop sevens on this hard, fast pitch. How they've still got the energy is quite remarkable. Jamie Annand getting the offload away. There's Will Plessy. Oh, been turned over though and picked off, and Oakham racing away. Ball carrier's isolated and he spilt it forward. Frantic, frenetic start, and Stowe coughing the ball up again. Well, I'll get my breath back and I'll introduce Joe Burns. What a first minute.
Well, you took the words right out of my mouth. Frenetic. Offloads, knock-ons, just ping-ponging possession, and, you know, it's that final blood pressure just bubbling right at the top. Stowe are really some seven side. We saw them have their wits and their mettle tested by Seaford College. It took them to the very, very brink. It was a last-minute try to beat them 20 points to 19. So they've got mental toughness, they've got pace.
Well, no sweeper in here for Oakham, so it becomes a foot race. You're after the bounce of the ball. The bounce doesn't quite go to Stowe. Charlie Maxwell McDonald thought he was away, but a little slither of a knock-on from Noah Cowan, and a lucky escape for Oakham.
Well, that's one thing that Stowe have bags of. So much pace. All these players, you look at them, they're almost like carbon copy 7 players of each other. You know, the man doing kind of the back row work is someone like Henry Pollock in the 7 jersey, scored a significant try.
Well, they've pinched the scrum here, Stowe, and it set them on their way to the opening score. Archie McParland in on the wing, just as Oakham were thinking about launching an attack themselves. The ball gets stuck in the scrum. Archie McParland puts the hammer down, and Stowe lead 5-0.
Well, big win on the set piece, and just getting it out to the edge and exploring their speed up against these big black jerseyed Oakham players. Very different styles, as I was going into about Stowe, with the pace and sort of the lideness and always looking to challenge the gaps between defenders, whereas Oakham a bit more direct, a bit more varied. But look at that, once they get it wide, they are devastating.
Well, you talk about them being like carbon copies and cutouts of players. It's because they've all got full toolkits, haven't they? They can all do absolutely everything. Catch, pass, tackle.
Well, that was some tap tackle on Elliot Powell. Speak of full toolkits, I mean, he's got every trick in the box. The man wearing 15, he plays scrum half. He's down at the moment, and Stowe are in transition. Round the back pass, that is a thing of beauty.
Ewan Baker wrestling with the touchline. Great tackle from Joe Atkinson. He's come in as an early interchange. Oh, Ewan Baker, serious wheels. Taking on the touchline. Unfortunately, it's never a battle you're going to win. God, we're halfway through this first half already. It's absolutely flown by.
It was all about that offload, though. I think people throw around the Sonny Billism a bit too laissez-faire, but that one was true to the expression. It was up high, it was round the back of the neck. What do you do? He had 2 men hitting him, but still found a way to release his winger out wide.
Well, the pace of the game has slowed right down here. Making plans. Remember, it was making plans around a set piece for Oakham that led to Stowe's first try, turning over that scrum ball. They're going to send a man up. However, they're going to come away with it through Didier Taylor. Now the hitch kick from George Emerson. Back to Taylor. Looks like he was shaping to kick there, keeping the Stowe defence honest and working their way out of the 22. Joe Atkinson rolls once and twice and gets scragged down, but he's made a good 20 metres. And then Oakham can come away up this left-hand side on real direct running, and then knocked on, but the trouble not over. Stowe through Will Plessy. Lovely ball there to Charlie Maxwell McDonald, and then marching up the left-hand side, Jamie Annan over their head. Oh, this is glorious stuff from Stowe. Will it be the second score? The reach!
And RE1 has just exploded. That is 7s distilled into one play. Oakham on the charge, looking threatening. They straightened up so well with their big men, but one errant pass has led to Ewan Baker rounding off one of the tries of the tournament.
Absolutely sensational. And here's the kick to come. A little bit easier this time. Up over the tree line, into the sunlight, and splitting the uprights. Stowe 12, Oakham 0. Oakham have only made 2 mistakes, and they've been punished both times.
Ruthlessly, utterly ruthlessly, in front of the Stowe under-16s as well, who are down in front of us. And just look at that. Look at the feint. Again stepping, and then the reach. That try had everything. Oh, give me more. Give me more.
Well, you've got 1 minute until half-time, when you can get your breath back, but It's another contestable restart, maybe a metre or so too long, and Oakham can gather it and place it back. Probably a bit shell-shocked by how ruthless Stowe are, but that is a beautiful chip and gather, and Oakham into the Stowe half. George Emerson knocks it on. They're not having any luck at all, Oakham. Beautiful bit of ingenuity there from Emerson.
Well, George Emerson, he had to get that chip absolutely perfect. Stowe playing with a sweeper, and he was beginning to converge on the ball just as Emerson was going to collect, but he got it just right, then got on the outside edge. But there is so much gas in this Stowe side.
Oh, is there space at the blind side? No, the prop has done really well, but so have Stowe, and then they kick into space. That's a great kick. Henry Pollock chasing it, his favourite to get there. That's the third try of the final. That might just be my favourite of the three. And Stowe ruthlessly punishing Oakham. Archie McParlin with brilliant work, Henry Pollock finishing it off, and this is a sevens masterclass from the Stowe boys.
It's an all-court performance from the men in gold. Goodness me, just everything about it. The stutter to fix the defender to go inside to Pollock. Pollock with the offload, and then the kick pin perfect with the timed run from the man who's just given him the ball. It had it all. Goodness me, Oakham are facing a mountainous task to get back into this final.
Let's fucking go for it. Last 7, yeah? Come on, boys, here we go. Pollock. Stab it.
Well, a really weird moment of quiet during that half-time interval, where I think everyone else just took a moment to compose themselves after a breathtaking opening salvo.
Come on, boys.
Stowe with 3 tries. Oakham certainly not out of this, but it hasn't stuck for them, has it? When they've broken into the Stowe half, they've knocked the ball on, they've coughed it up, not been able to get any momentum. First thing they've got to do, safely receive this kickoff. Stowe on the chase. It's a good chase as well. Not been knocked on, says the referee, so Oakham will get the first touch, and here they come through Didier Taylor. He gets the pass away to Joe Atkinson. The penalty at the breakdown.
Well, the accuracy at the breakdown from Stowe, you can wax lyrical about the way in which they attack and they've scored their tries, and quite rightly so. But it does the other elements of their game a disservice. The defending, the tackling, but that precision at the breakdown. And here we go again in attack.
Oh, Henry Pollock's onto another kick. Henry Pollock is going to score another try. Well, we've seen more kicking in this year at the HSBC National School Sevens at Rosslyn Park than I've ever seen before. And when you execute it like that, the way that Pollock just times his run and then explodes onto it. Let's take another look at this. Absolutely superb. It's been converted, and that's a real gut punch for Oakham. This will take some coming back.
I mean, the turn of pace from Henry Pollock. I mean, you can see by the style in which he plays, he's kind of meant to be a marauding back row, but he's so fast. See, defending in the middle, never looks like he's out of energy. And they're just picking precisely the right moments to target precisely the right spots of this Oakham defence. And Oakham Goodness me, they are so under it now. Deep in their 22, forward pass. Struggling to find a way out.
This is when it becomes really difficult, isn't it? After 2 days of rugby where you've put it all in. And don't forget, that semi-final win for Oakham against Trinity, National Cup champions. They've got England under-18s in that Trinity team, and Oakham made it look easy. But how much do performances like that take out of the system? Stowe, oh, that is so good. That's Archie McParland dancing under the sticks. How will his feet that fast after 2 days, Joe?
Incredible, incredible. He's been the string puller for them, and you know, it's not the right time, it being the final, but beginning to run out of superlatives for the performance that Stowe are putting in. This is as close to Sevens perfection as one team could possibly achieve at any stage in a tournament, let alone the final, the big show, the big dance. Speaking of big dance, how about that man? He knows how to cut a rug.
Brilliant feat. He comes off to be replaced by Wilf Chisnell. He's wearing number 3, heads straight over to the right wing. Stowe 33, Oakham 0, still 4 minutes to go.
This could feel like a long old 4 minutes from Oakham. They're just being picked off left, right and centre. Look at that. Stowe, their mind is always whirring and churning, looking for the attacking opportunities, and they win the ball back with the short kick-off.
Yeah, Noah Cowan doing some great work and then presenting the ball there wearing number 12. And look at the confidence with Stowe. When you're playing like this, when everything is coming off, you don't feel like you've played 8 games in 2 days.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, Pollock is human. A pass to the right-hand earlobe of his teammate who was in support on the left wing, goes straight into touch. And finally, after 10 minutes and 52 seconds, Stowe make an error, albeit deep in the Oakham half on the outskirts of the 22, and Oakham have got a long way to go to try and get their first point to the final.
Didier Taylor challenging the line out Stowe, but clean ball off the top, and here come Oakham. Great turn of pace from George Emerson, puts the little goosey on to take them up to halfway, but another great tackle. Stowe showing that they can defend as well, that they've not had to do a lot. Ormerod, the captain, he nudges for corner. Who's the man who's first there chasing the kick? Henry Pollock.
Well, Oakham just unable to match the speed that Stowe possess in their ranks. Good kick, but it didn't have one of their flyers on the edge in pursuit, so Pollock just able to watch it trickle out. And here comes Stowe again.
Well, deliberate overthrow at the line out. It was out of the back door from Will Plessis.
Here come Oakham. Best position on the field to attack from. They stack the left-hand side from the scrum in the centre of the field on the 22.
You know what I'm going to say here? Come on, Oakham. No one wants to see a team getting egged in a final. That's a really good attack there from Didier Taylor.
But again, look at that terrier-like defence from Stowe. They just hunt and hunt and hunt. They're like hyenas.
Giving away the penalty, though. Ben Taylor taps and goes. Oh, turns and burns. Great finish from Taylor. And Oakham finally off the mark. A minute to this one to go. But they've got some ink in the ledger.
Beautiful piece of individual brilliance. Not much you could do about a pirouette that tight. Dances his way across the line. Scant consolation for Oakham, who would have come into this final with real high expectations of themselves and even bigger dreams of lifting the vase, but they've come up against a side who have been quite extraordinary.
Certainly have. 30 seconds to go. I'm going to smoke bomb now, Joe, and let you think about a man of the match.
Well, the man of the match isn't for me to decide. That is for the tournament to decide. So that's a stitch up right there. But certainly, I'm sure the man of the final is going to be wearing yellow and blue hoops of Stowe School. Oakham, though, there's plenty of fight in this side. We saw the quality against Trinity in the semi-final, and while it may be forlorn, they will continue to attack, but that is the final whistle. And it's the final whistle of a final that has never been in doubt. Stowe came out all guns blazing. Sublime sevens from the boys in yellow. And Oakham just did not have an answer to the invention, the accuracy, the absolute ruthlessness of Stowe School. They are the HSBC National School Sevens at Rosslyn Park, Vase champions. Well, that man there in a sling, number 15, Elliot Powell, hugely influential for Oakham throughout the tournament. They lost him early, and they felt that loss acutely. Would it have been enough to repel the advances of these boys in yellow? I think not. It was special stuff from Stowe. Henry Pollock, a couple of tries in the number 7 jersey. Will Plessis wearing the 1 jersey, titanic throughout. And Archie McFarland in the number 9, the string puller, the architect of the victory. A side rich in talent and a trophy cabinet that is soon to be even richer, because it'll be furnished with the vase of the HSBC National School Sevens at Rosslyn Park.
Top of the morning.
I've heard so many good
everyone, and welcome to the presentation ceremony for the HSBC Rosslyn Park National School Sevens Under 18 Vase competition. First of all, for those of you who are still here and not watching on the live stream at home, can we have a round of applause after a great final and what I'm sure we'll all agree has been the best Vase competition in years. Incredibly competitive, and two teams were in the final, befitting of such an occasion. Congratulations. Of course, in every final, there has to be a winner, and of course, a team that doesn't win as well. However, our runners-up had an incredible couple of days. They put on a great display all around the pitches, and when they were in front of the cameras on RE1, they were absolutely sensational, particularly in that semi-final victory against the 15-a-side National Cup champions Trinity. So please give a huge ovation for our runners-up, Oakham. One more time, please, for the runners-up, Oakham. And before we bring up the champions to receive the Vase Trophy, can we take this opportunity, of course, to thank our officials, the referees, not just the ones who officiated the final, but the 330 from the London Society who are doing a great job throughout the tournament. And of course, our sponsors, HSBC, Harborough Sportswear, Ealing Trailfinders and Brunel University, Perform Better, and Edwin Doran Sports Tours. And now we need to give some boys a vase, and we thought we'd get a special guest to do that. So please welcome London Irish and England's Ollie Hassel-Collins. And now our champions. What a brilliant performance throughout. They lit up the pitch, they lit up the entire tournament, and a 33-5 victory in the final tells you exactly how good they were in a deep pool of talent. They are our champions of the Vase this season. They are Stowe School. One more time for the champions, Stowe School. A superb performance from them, and that draws the curtain down on the Vase and day 3 of the HSBC Rosslyn Park School Sevens. For those of you who are here, we will see you tomorrow. For those of you at home, don't worry, we've got lots more rugby for you as well. You can come and join us here at the HSB Rosslyn Park National School Sevens, or you can join the coverage from 10 o'clock tomorrow for all the live matches on RE1 and RE2 as the Cup competition begins. Have a great night. Enjoy the rest of the sunshine. We'll see you tomorrow.